Chapter 62. It's raining. The usually calm and collected Han Li was unusually excited upon hearing the news that Han Dongdong was still alive. After all, the longer they traveled from T City to H City, the more terrifying the apocalypse became. They encountered not only zombies but also mutated animals and plants, each more powerful than the last. Han Dongdong was just a child, not even 7 years old. Although he had some cleverness, in this world intelligence alone wasn't enough. Learning from Lin Bing that Han Dongdong was alive and that his whereabouts were known, Han Li was undoubtedly delighted, and his goodwill towards Lin Bing unconsciously increased. I don't know the exact street name, but there's a police station there. A few dozen meters down the alley from the police station is a bank building, and across the street is a large supermarket. We split up there, Lin Bing briefly explained, then asked him, "How long have I been asleep?" As she asked, Lin Bing peered out the window at the sky. Why is it so dark outside? Is it already dark? Not long, less than 40 minutes, Han Li replied, his mind racing with the location Lin Bing had described. He wasn't very familiar with H City, but the place Lin Bing mentioned seemed similar to where his senior colleague worked. Less than 40 minutes? Lin Bing was quite surprised. She turned to look at Han Li, pointing out the window. "Look, it's getting dark. Isn't it almost evening? I remember when I went to sleep, the sun was directly overhead, probably around noon." Han Li looked at the dark clouds outside the window and said, "It's overcast. It'll probably rain." Rain. Hearing that word, Lin Bing's heart skipped a beat. She frantically rolled down the window and stuck her head out, looking at the sky. Large swaths of dark clouds hung overhead, blocking out the sunlight. A wind had picked up. The August wind was surprisingly cold. Lin Bing pulled her head back into the car, rolled up the window, her mind blank, her thoughts in turmoil. Rain? Why is it raining so soon? Rain is never a good thing. She remembered that before her rebirth, the first rain after the apocalypse lasted a week. During that week, the zombies evolved incredibly fast. Because they were deprived of sunlight, the evolved zombies no longer distinguished between day and night, hunting for food 24 hours a day. Wait, looking at the sky, it might rain at any moment. This is bad. Lin Bing slapped her face with both hands, finally calming herself down. Looking at the back of Han Li's head, she leaned forward, patted his shoulder and said, "You know Xiao Yuan, right? Han Dongdong is with him. When I left, they were in a small alley next to the bank. They might be hiding now. We need to search carefully." "Xiao Yuan is with you?" Han Li turned to look at Lin Bing, his thin lips curving upwards, a rare smile appearing on his face. He was finally half relieved about Han Dongdong's safety. Xiao Yuan knew Dongdong was his brother and would help take care of him. He trusted Xiao Yuan. "Yes, we found him at the police station. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known Han Dongdong was your brother. By the way, it looks like it might rain at any moment. We need to find Han Dongdong and my partner before it rains, or we'll be in trouble. I heard that this rain will cause zombies and some mutated plants and animals to evolve. We don't know how long it will last," Lin Bing said worriedly. Lin Bing's words made Han Li's expression serious. Zombies and the evolution of mutated plants and animals, it seems he needs to hurry. Now that he knows about Han Dongdong, he doesn't want anything to go wrong at the last minute. Han Li said to the young man in the driver's seat, "Xiao Dao, stop the car. Let me drive." He knows the place and doesn't need to give directions, saving time. The green-skinned car suddenly braked. Han Li got out and switched places with Xiao Dao. As soon as Xiao Dao sat in the passenger seat, he not only fastened his seatbelt but also gripped the fixed object tightly with both hands, his expression terrifying, as if he was about to duel someone. Han Li sat in the driver's seat, holding the walkie-talkie, and said, "Follow me. Don't fall behind." He hung up after speaking. He started the car, shifted gears, accelerated, and the car shot forward in a flash. The speed was far beyond the car's limits, yet Han Li maintained a calm expression. Lin Bing, however, was in a terrible state. She was wearing her seatbelt, but she hadn't expected Han Li to drive at such a speed. She almost flew out, but thankfully she was quick to adapt. After adjusting, she gripped the door handles tightly with both hands, and also held onto the overhead handle, bracing her feet against the seat. Only then did she feel a little better, finally managing to sit still. Han Li drove extremely aggressively. Regardless of whether it was flat ground, had obstacles, or was a turn, his speed was never slow. He just turned the steering wheel fiercely. Xiao Dao, sitting in the passenger seat, almost vomited. This kind of driving made him extremely dizzy. Lin Bing silently calculated the opening time of the space. She remembered encountering the infant zombie 2 hours before the opening, then fleeing on a motorcycle, not knowing the exact time. Subtracting the 40 minutes she slept on the motorcycle, she felt the space was almost ready. She quietly tried it, only to find she still couldn't take anything out. It seemed the time wasn't up yet. How much longer? She asked the little broken book in her mind, but there was no response for a long time. Just as Lin Bing frowned, the green train suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, Lin Bing's body lurched forward again. But thankfully, she managed to hold on and wasn't thrown off. Han Li pointed outside and turned to ask her, "Is this it?" Outside the train window was the bank directly opposite. Lin Bing nodded to Han Li and said, "This is it." After confirming the location, Han Li got off the train. Everywhere he looked, there were corpses strewn across the ground, the blood still fresh. The stench of blood in the space hadn't dissipated and was still strong. Looking at the devastated street, Han Li's expression was cold, his thin lips tightly pressed together. As soon as Han Li got out of the car, Lin Bing also got out. Pointing to the alley next to the bank, she said, "They were hiding here before. They'll probably go further in and find a secluded spot. We'll just go in." Han Li followed her gaze, nodded to Lin Bing, and then said to the people in the green car, "Song Mao, Wenzi, you two get out and come with me. The rest of you stay put and keep watch. I'll have the walkie-talkies. We shouldn't be too far apart. Use them to contact each other if anything happens. If I'm not back in an hour, by Xian will lead the team." "Okay, that's all." After Han Li finished speaking, Wenzi and Song Mao got out of the 2 cars behind them. Wenzi was a dark-skinned, thin young man with a grinning face. Song Mao had a round face, a small braid, and round, bright eyes. He was quiet and liked to act mature. Han Li's men were naturally quite capable. As soon as Mosquito got out of the car, his eyes fell on Lin Bing. He had so many questions he wanted to ask when the boss carried her into the car, but he hadn't asked because the boss had brought a woman with him. Now that they were out of the car, he couldn't hold back anymore. But he'd wait until they were a bit further away. If the boss wouldn't answer, well, he'd try to get information out of that beauty. TSK, that face, that figure, really something. Mosquito grinned mischievously from behind. When the boss looked over, he winked and gave Han Li a thumbs up. Han Li ignored him. This kid was asking for trouble. With outsiders around, he'd remember this. Lin Bing led the way, the other 3 following behind. Because the alley wasn't wide, they could only walk 1 row at a time. There were still some bloodstains on the wall of the alley, not very obvious. The blood was fresh. Lin Bing followed the bloodstains, and as she walked, the bloodstains disappeared. By this time, they had already walked out of the alley. Lin Bing stopped. There were 3 directions after she left the alley, and she didn't know which one to go. It was extremely quiet around her. Her mind raced. Xiao Yuan and Luotong had retreated first. They would surely think of coming back to find them once she was safe. Therefore, they would likely stay somewhere she could find them. So far, they had only passed 2 places, the police station and the small supermarket. There were still zombies in the police station's basement, so they probably wouldn't stay there. That left only the small supermarket. After thinking it through, Lin Bing started leading the way again, gradually breaking into a jog, and said to the 3 behind her, "Quick, I know where they are." Han Li followed closely behind. Song Mao and Wenzi also followed closely behind Han Li. The small supermarket wasn't far from the alley, and since they were running, they quickly arrived at the entrance. The zombies that Lin Bing had killed at the entrance were still there. The shelves in the small supermarket were still empty, and it was quiet inside. The small supermarket was pitch black without any lights. Lin Bing stood at the supermarket entrance. Han Li, anxious, walked past her and went inside, carefully searching the small supermarket. He didn't come out. He was still searching, his expression unchanged, only his thin lips tightening more and more. Han Li came out of the supermarket, shook his head at her, indicating it was empty. Han Li was somewhat disappointed, but since it wasn't there, he would look elsewhere. It should be inside, it must be inside. Lin Bing silently chanted. She took a deep breath and called out, Xiaoyuan Luotong Han Dongdong, are you in there? I'm back. The small supermarket remained quiet. Just as Lin Bing was about to give up and leave, a noise came from inside, the sound of a wooden plank moving. Lin Bing rushed in and ran towards the sound. Han Li followed closely behind, his eyes lighting up when he heard the sound. A figure jumped down from the second-floor mezzanine of the small supermarket. First came Lu Xian, followed by Luotong, who was still unconscious. Xiaoyuan had passed him down from above. Lu Xian and Lin Bing were about to catch him when Han Li beat them to it. Han Li caught him and immediately told Xiaoyuan, "Put him down." Xiaoyuan froze, then released him, shouting with delight, "Han Li, is that you?" "Senior brother, it's me." Han Li's words had barely faded when a small figure eagerly jumped down. Han Li nimbly caught him, already guessing who it was. Sure enough, it was a tearful Han Dongdong, still clutching Abu in his hand. Han Dongdong's nose tingled, and tears suddenly streamed down his face uncontrollably. He threw himself into Han Li's arms, repeatedly calling out, "Brother, brother!" So many days of hardship, so many days of grievances, so many days of fear. And at this moment he found support, he saw his family. Han Li held Han Dongdong, rubbing his little head, and gently coaxed him. "It's okay, brother's here. Don't be afraid, brother's always here." Only at this moment did Han Li finally feel completely at ease. A huge weight lifted from his heart. The third-generation only son of the Han family was still alive and kicking. It was truly a joyful thing. Although Han Dongdong was crying, Han Li sensed that Han Dongdong had grown up, was strong, and was a good child. Xiaoyuan also easily jumped down from above. He didn't disturb Han Li and Han Dongdong's reunion. He simply took the abacus from Han Dongdong's hands, freeing Han Dongdong's arms to hug Han Li's neck, letting him cry even more freely. Han Dongdong nestled in Han Li's arms, crying for a little while until he released his emotions. He felt better soon, and a smile returned to his face. He took back the cloth from Xiaoyuan's hand and proudly showed it to Han Li, saying, "Brother, look, my cloth. It can hold things, lots and lots of things." He proudly raised his chin, his beautiful eyes sparkling with a pleading expression, seeking praise and compliments. "Our little Dongdong is so amazing," Han Li praised, ruffling Han Dongdong's hair. Han Dongdong pouted, saying unhappily, "Your praise isn't sincere at all, and it's not very nice." As he finished speaking, he shook his head and accidentally caught sight of Lin Bing. His attention immediately shifted, his eyes lighting up like light bulbs. He glanced at his brother, then suddenly seemed to remember something, his voice trembling with excitement. "You came together. Hurry, hurry, where's the truth?" Han Dongdong's gossipy little heart was burning brightly. Han Li replied quickly, then said to the group, "Let's go, my team is by the bank. Let's go now, this isn't a safe place." "Brother, brother, how did you meet? Did you save her just now? Where did you meet? What happened?" Han Dongdong had a whole bunch of questions to ask. Unfortunately, Han Li didn't give him the chance. He took out a lollipop from his pocket, handed it to Lin Bing, who was closest, and had her unwrap it before stuffing it into Han Dongdong's mouth. This finally shut the little chatterbox up. Little did she know, the little chatterbox's eyes lit up even brighter at this sight, brighter than a light bulb, and she kept making muffled noises. Lu Xian stayed close to Xiaoyuan, head down and silent. The only person she could rely on now was Xiaoyuan. With so many people, she didn't know if Han Dongdong's brother had enough parking space, or if he would leave her behind. She was very worried. Lin Kara watched the approaching group of people from inside the car, her expression unreadable. Leading the way was Han Li, carrying a child who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Lin Kara looked at the face that resembled Han Li's and guessed it might be a relative, not his son. Han Li couldn't possibly have a son that old. But who knows? Among the group, besides the formidable bad woman she'd seen at the restaurant, there was another beautiful woman. However, she was following closely behind a refined-looking man. Were they a couple? Lin Kara leaned back in her seat, beginning to plan her future. She had to hold on to Han Li tightly. If things didn't work out, she'd go with him to the Han family home. Grandpa Han and her grandfather had some connection. He'd definitely take care of her. A delicate, weak woman like her needed a powerful backer to survive in this terrible apocalypse. Du Xiang stood blankly at the police station entrance. Where had they gone? Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled. It was raining. Raindrops pelted him, the rain intensifying until Du Xiang was drenched in sweat. He looked up at the sky, a hazy gray, and rainwater soaked into his body, some seeping through his skin. Suddenly he swayed, his eyes changing color. He shook his head, the pain returned. He clutched his head with both hands. Thump, thump. It was his heartbeat, pounding as if it would burst from his chest. His headache worsened until finally, he couldn't help but let out a long howl. A deafening roar erupted from his mouth, and at the same time, his body transformed. A ferocious, enormous leopard appeared where he had stood, its body several times larger, crushing the surrounding buildings. Rainwater soaked its fur. Its nose twitched as if it had caught a scent. Suddenly it began to run wildly in one direction. However, the scent faded under the rushing rain, and its pace slowed. 3 green trains were parked outside the supermarket, their doors locked. Rain pounded against the roofs of the trains, making a pitter-patter sound. The blood in the street was washed away by the rain, flowing into the sewers. As time passed, the street became clean. Lin Bing and his group were inside the supermarket, along with Han Li and his group. They had just returned to their vehicle after finding Han Dongdong when lightning flashed, thunder roared, and rain began to fall. It started as a light drizzle, but soon it became a downpour. Due to the continuous lightning and thunder, they decided to take shelter in the nearby supermarket, load some supplies, and park the 3 green trains outside, waiting for the lightning to subside before continuing their journey. The first floor of the supermarket was a complete mess. The shelves were in disarray. Some items were empty, some were scattered on the floor, some were still there, and some were partially empty. Food and water were the most frequently taken, followed by toiletries and other daily necessities. The large appliances on the second floor were almost untouched, sitting there brand new. The appliance sections on the second floor were relatively clean, as not many people bought these items, and also not many people had targeted them during the apocalypse. There were only a few zombie salespeople there, not many in number. Han Li had brought a large group, all of them highly skilled. They thoroughly cleaned up the zombies on the second floor, while Lin Bing followed behind, smashing zombie heads and collecting crystal cores. Well, it had become an instinct. While collecting crystal cores, Lin Bing spotted a section dedicated to watches. Watches. Ever since encountering the incredibly punctual Xiao Baoshu, watches had become a necessity. She quickly pulled out several from the glass display case, tried them on, and chose the most suitable one. Now she could finally know the exact time. How wonderful! The remaining zombies on the second floor were quickly cleared away. While Han Li's men returned, Lin Bing wandered around. She needed to find some clothes to change out of her blood-stained clothes. They smelled terrible. Space upgrade complete. Enter now. Finally, when she could actually enter the space, Lin Bing was surprisingly calm. Not as excited as she had imagined. She only had one feeling. Finally she could shower and change. She couldn't expose the space yet. She needed to avoid them, find a secluded corner, preferably far away. After deciding, Lin Bing walked to the middle of the large appliances area, where everyone rested. She said to Han Li, "I'm going downstairs to find some clothes to change into. These clothes are stained with blood and will attract zombies. Plus they're uncomfortable." Han Li frowned, hesitated for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Do you want me to come with you?" He had already stood up, seemingly having made up his mind. No, no. Lin Bing shook her head vigorously. How could she let him go? How would she shower and change if he went? "I can manage on my own, I'll be back in no time. Why don't you come together? What if you run into zombies down there by yourself?" Han Li was still a little worried. The energy fluctuations on the first floor were strange. He didn't sense any real danger, just tiny, densely packed clumps of energy gathered together. But he didn't know what they were. Han Li's tone was firm. Lin Bing had a sudden idea and pulled Han Dongdong, who was washing his clothes, up, saying, "Come on, let's go downstairs and load up the supplies. We'll go down together, and you can load up the supplies while I change." Han Dongdong looked at Lin Bing, then at Han Li, his mind racing. Was their time together more important, or the supplies? Of course the supplies. There would be plenty of time for them later. After figuring it out, Han Dongdong immediately followed them downstairs on his short legs. The tracksuits were located at the very back of the first floor. Since only Chu Fei and his group had been there, and they hadn't even had time to grab the tracksuits due to the zombie attack, the supplies here were quite complete. Han Dongdong was using a cloth to pack clothes. Everything imaginable: winter, autumn, summer styles, all sizes regardless of type. Lin Bing, on the other hand, took a sturdy blue tracksuit, found a secluded spot, and entered the space with it. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she entered, Han Li glanced at the spot where she had disappeared, but then quickly looked away, helping Dongdong find usable supplies. Upon entering the space, Lin Bing immediately sensed a significant change. The ancient brick building on the ground remained the same, but the underground warehouse was more than 5 times larger, and the black soil was 3 times its original size. The fruit trees planted on the black soil were laden with fruit, and the vegetables were ripe, whether planted late or early, all perfectly ripe. Lin Bing thought, so the black soil has a preservation function. Ripe vegetables won't rot, right? At the same time, the fog surrounding the black soil finally receded considerably, revealing the grassland nearby. However, the distant mountains remained in the distance, still shrouded in fog, making them difficult to see clearly. The stream remained unchanged, but a small spiritual platform had risen in the middle of the stream, directly opposite the house to the south. A small spring, no bigger than a bowl, flowed from the platform. It could probably be drunk in 3 large gulps. A white, luminous, transparent dome surrounded the spring, but Lin Bing, in a hurry, didn't have time to examine it closely. As soon as Lin Bing appeared, the little blue-covered book appeared, circling around her. It suddenly spun a large circle in midair, and in the blink of an eye, the tattered book vanished, replaced by a tiny doll with blue hair the size of a palm, eyes as clear as seawater, and a book-shaped blue hat on its head. It was incredibly cute. Look! I can talk now! I can come out in human form! Blue Pippi exclaimed excitedly, spinning in large circles in the air before spinning smaller ones. Why are you so small? Lin Bing replied casually, filling a bucket with water from the stream, preparing to take it to the yard for a bath. She didn't care if it was cold or not. She needed to wash and change. Her words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. Blue Pippi hated being called small. After becoming a miniature, the name was changed to Blue Pippi. Blue Pippi snorted several times, glaring at Lin Bing. You have the nerve to say that? If your energy wasn't insufficient, would I be so small? I want to be bigger too. Being this small, those guys will laugh at me if they see me. Lin Bing didn't pay attention to its words, nor did she have time to argue. Han Li and Han Dongdong were still outside, and they might come looking for her at any time. It wouldn't be good if she were exposed. She carried the stream water and rushed into the yard. What are you doing? Blue Pippi, bored, circled around Lin Bing. Take a shower, and oh right, I need to change clothes too, don't peek. There's a shower room inside, it was just upgraded. Why aren't you using it? Lon Pippi asked curiously, her eyes wide. Where? Lin Bing immediately looked up, overjoyed. That's the new little room on the left side of the yard. With a whoosh, Lin Bing and the tub disappeared from Lon Pippi's sight, rushing quickly to the new shower room. She pushed open the door and went in, and sure enough, it was a shower room. Wow, there was even a large bathtub, full of water with a few flower petals floating on top. Lin Bing couldn't find a shower, and time was of the essence, so she took off her clothes and jumped into the tub, scrubbing and washing herself quickly for 3 minutes. Then she got out and dressed, wearing hiking gear underneath and sportswear on top, putting her watch back on so Han Li and the others wouldn't suspect her clothes. Where are you going? I want to go too. As soon as Lin Bing came out, Lon Pippi became her little shadow, clamoring. It also wanted to go out. Staying inside alone was too lonely and boring, and no one had talked to it. Good boy, not now. We'll find a better opportunity for you to shine next time. Okay? Lin Bing coaxed it as she quickly walked out of the yard. Once outside, she disappeared in an instant, then reappeared on the first floor of the supermarket. After taking a shower and changing her clothes, Lin Bing came out, feeling utterly exhausted. Taking a shower was like a battle. How could she not be tired? She went straight to Han Dongdong and the others, finding them on the toothpaste shelf. When she saw them, Lin Bing breathed a sigh of relief. She had made it in time. Then she helped them find clean supplies and handed some to Han Dongdong. The three of them worked quickly, and in no time they had filled most of the usable items on the first floor. They changed into shoes at the counter and were getting dressed when the sound of a car engine suddenly came from the supermarket entrance, getting closer and closer. Lin Bing and Han Li both looked up. Lin Bing wanted to hide, so she gave Han Li a questioning look, but Han Li shook his head. He didn't stop what he was doing, and more than the people outside, he noticed Han Dongdong's pale face. He stopped what he was doing, put down what he was carrying, picked up Han Dongdong, touched her forehead and whispered, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Han Dongdong slowly shook her head and remained silent. "Can't you fit anymore?" Han Li's voice was even softer as he pressed his face close to Han Dongdong's, his expression full of concern. Hearing this, Han Dongdong suddenly looked up, her eyes wide as she stared at Han Li as if to say, "How did you know? If you can't fit anymore, don't. It's not a big deal. They can just take a few pairs and have some to change into," Han Li said nonchalantly. "Dongdong, this isn't your fault, don't worry about it, okay?" Lin Bing comforted Han Dongdong as she listened. "Little guy, you're already very capable. You know? By the way, do you know Abu can level up?" The last question was asked casually. While not many people possess spatial abilities, there are still quite a few, especially those with jade-like spatial abilities. However, those who can level up are extremely rare. Unexpectedly, Han Dongdong's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Bing's words, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go find dolls. Abu can level up using dolls. Just put a doll inside and Abu will turn the doll's plush toy into his own, expanding his space." There's such a spatial leveling method. She'd never heard of it before. Besides, the fact that dolls have space is already bizarre enough. To be able to eat dolls for mysterious purposes is truly amazing. Lin Bing stared at the doll with a strange look. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt a glint of light in the doll's eyes. She quickly moved to Han Li's side away from the doll. The supermarket doors opened, followed by hurried footsteps. Wait, someone was trying to pry open the door of a green train. The rain was so loud it almost drowned out the sound of the prying. Unfortunately, Han Li had excellent hearing. He turned to Lin Bing and said, "I'll go check outside. Are you going to the second floor? Or do you want to come with me?" "Let's go together," Lin Bing replied quickly. Although she knew Han Li was capable, he was still carrying a child and was alone, which felt a little awkward. It took them about 2 minutes to walk from inside the supermarket to the entrance. Before they even got close, they saw several people standing at the entrance. Outside the supermarket, where 3 green trains had been parked, stood 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men were trying to pry open the door, but apparently couldn't. They cursed and threw down what they were holding. Then one of the women, a slender woman, suddenly stepped forward and said something to the 2 men. The 2 men took a few steps back. After that, one of the green trains vanished into thin air. When Lin Bing saw the slender woman's back, she had a vague guess that it was the woman who had followed Luotong at the police station. She really did have a spatial ability. Moreover, she stole the train, ran away, and abandoned Luotong. Yet she dared to reappear. She was incredibly bold. After successfully loading the green train into her spatial storage, the woman was overjoyed. Ignoring the heavy rain, she headed towards the second train. Her lips curled into a wide smile. Suddenly, she heard a pleasant female voice behind her. "Stop right there." Tang Yinyan froze. She recognized the voice. It was the woman she'd met at the police station. She was still alive. Tang Yinyan looked to her right. The woman standing there was the intern policewoman, who had run out of the station with her. The intern was also startled and quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. At the supermarket entrance stood a neatly dressed woman, Lin Bing. The men who had been standing there were now all sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning, unable to get up. This was all Han Li's doing. The men who had attacked first had charged at them, fists clenched, and Han Li naturally wouldn't hold back. Even though he was holding Han Dongdong, his movements were still swift and agile, easily dealing with the man. In no time he had beaten him to the ground, howling in pain. Meanwhile, Lin Bing smiled and beckoned to Tang Yan. Come here. Tang Yan's heart pounded. Instead of advancing, she retreated, running behind the two men for shelter. The heavy rain had soaked her clothes and hair, but she dared not go inside to take shelter. Han Dongdong whispered to Han Li, we should have put the car away first. We didn't even think of that. Han Li patted his head, staring silently at the green train in the rain. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came down from the second floor of the supermarket to the first floor. All 7 of Han Li's men came down from the second floor in orderly steps. Quickly arriving beside Han Li, Mosquito stared in shock at the green train outside the supermarket, his eyes wide as he yelled, Where's our car? Where are the other vehicles? Who dared to steal our car? Which way did they go? We have to chase after them. There are some important things inside. Lin Bing explained, pointing to Tang Yan, who was trembling behind 2 men outside. That woman is a space ability user. She put the car in her space. We're too late. Mosquito stomped over angrily, pulled her away from the 2 men, and brought her into the supermarket. The 2 men outside looked at the large group of people inside the supermarket, then at the heavy rain outside. They exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and followed Mosquito into the supermarket. As for the trainee policewoman, she fled quickly in the pouring rain when Mosquito came out to grab Tang Yan. Nobody wanted to catch her in this awful weather. Lin Bing didn't want to get wet, so she just waited inside the supermarket. Xiao Dao, standing beside Han Li, asked worriedly, Boss, it's not safe to park the car outside. What if another space-age user takes it away? Hearing this, Tang Yan felt a surge of pride. Although she was somewhat afraid of these people, she thought of her space-age ability. In this apocalyptic world where food was difficult to transport and store, who wouldn't want space? Who wouldn't want a space-age user as a partner? Just as she was feeling smug, she heard a deep voice say, Have Dongdong load the car in. As for the car that woman loaded in, Wenzi, you're responsible for making her take it out. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan turned around in horror, looking in Han Li's direction. She saw the cold-faced man put down what he was carrying and say to the child, Bring out 3 umbrellas. We'll use them to cross. They actually had space-age users. Tang Yan's most powerful survival skill was worthless in their eyes. Now Tang Yan was truly terrified. Han Dongdong obediently took out 2 umbrellas, but looked at Han Li with a questioning gaze. His space was full. There wasn't enough room. These 2 green trains were so big, how could he fit everything in? Did he need to take something out? Han Dongdong thought to herself, troubled. When Han Li said this, Lin Bing's heart skipped a beat. When Han Li handed her the umbrella, Lin Bing's eyelids twitched. She looked up, puzzled, at Han Li. 2 umbrellas, one for Han Dongdong, one for her. Seeing that she didn't take the umbrella, Han Li opened it for her, then put his arm around Lin Bing's shoulder and pulled her over. The 2 shared an umbrella and walked together towards the green train. At the same time, Han Li whispered in her ear, You carry it. Because they were so close, Han Li's breath tickled Lin Bing's ear. But that wasn't the point. The point was what Han Li said. Lin Bing stared at Han Li in shock, but Han Li simply placed the umbrella in her hand and smiled at her. Lin Bing's lips moved, but she said nothing. Her expression was rather unpleasant. He picked up Han Dongdong, who held the umbrella over him. Han Li and Lin Bing walked side by side, quickly reaching the remaining 2 green train carriages. Han Dongdong was about to take out some things that Abby Li didn't need for the time being, and load them into the carriages when Han Li pressed his hand down, signaling him not to move and to wait. Han Li then calmly looked at Lin Bing. Lin Bing took a deep breath, then closed her eyes, trying to calm herself down. Huff puff, huff puff. Damn it. Even this couldn't calm her down. How did Han Li know she had a spatial ability? Did he discover it when she first entered? Impossible. She had clearly found a very secluded spot. After finally calming down a bit, Lin Bing opened her eyes and glared fiercely at Han Li. Han Li stood beside her, blocking her view. At the same time, Han Li put Han Dongdong down, letting her touch the carriage just to pretend. Lin Bing pressed her hand against the green train, and just like before, the train vanished instantly. Seeing this, Han Li's lips curled into a slight smile, while Han Dongdong stared wide-eyed at Lin Bing's face in disbelief. Han Li squatted down, lowered his voice, and solemnly instructed Han Dongdong. No one but the three of yous can tell anyone about this, understand? This is a secret weapon. Lin Bing also squatted down, otherwise the others would keep staring at her. Don't worry, no fourth person will know about this, Han Li said to Lin Bing, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Lin Bing moved closer to him, glaring at him and whispered, "How did you find out?" The two seemed like secret agents making contact, but to the crowd at the supermarket entrance, they appeared to be cuddling, as it looked like Han Li and Lin Bing were kissing from a distance. Han Li chuckled softly and said in a low voice, "I was just guessing, just trying to trick you, but I didn't expect you to cooperate so well. It really was true." His eyes were playful and his smile deepened. Lin Bing covered one side of her face with one hand, turned her head away, and didn't want to look at Han Li anymore. She had a headache. Why was talking, chatting, and doing things with this kind of person so exhausting? This man looked so honest and upright, but she never expected him to be so cunning, truly incredibly cunning. He'd really tricked her. The two of them stood up, holding umbrellas, and walked towards the third green train with Han Dongdong and Abu. The third train was successfully put away. When they returned to the supermarket, Tang Yinyan stubbornly refused to cooperate, stubbornly refusing to hand over the green train. No matter how much they questioned or threatened her, she wouldn't talk or cooperate. When she got really scared, she looked pitifully at the person threatening her, tears streaming down her face. The mosquitoes were already annoyed and were thinking of using some more drastic methods. Tang Yinyan knew something was wrong from his expression. She finally spoke, her voice sharp and menacing. "If you're going to kill me, the car will disappear with me. Kill me if you want." She absolutely wouldn't hand over the car now. Otherwise, these men would definitely not let her go. And even if they did, they would abandon her. She saw that these men were skilled and all-grown men. Following them would definitely give her a much better chance of survival. She would stick with them. The green train would have a place for her in their hands. Han Li, annoyed that she hadn't taken out the green train yet, said, "Take out the train. It belongs to someone. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you really don't want to take it out, that's fine. We'll just pretend the train is lost and find another one. You can disappear with the train." Han Li spoke casually, as if he were asking if she had eaten. However, Tang Yinyan trembled all over after hearing his words. Although the dark-skinned man had been threatening and intimidating her, he hadn't intended to kill her. But this cold-blooded man was different. If she didn't cooperate, she would definitely be killed. Only 2 seconds after Han Li finished speaking, the green train that Tang Yinyan had put inside appeared at the supermarket entrance. Han Li told Wenzi and the others to go back upstairs first, and Tang Yinyan followed them obediently. As for the men who had come with her earlier and were lying on the ground, Tang Yinyan had completely forgotten about them. Lin Bing put away the green train car too. Seeing Han Dongdong staring at her intently, seemingly wanting to say something, Lin Bing changed the subject, not wanting to discuss anything related to space. "Let's go find the dolls to help Abu get his energy." Han Dongdong's attention was indeed diverted, and she happily followed Lin Bing inside to find the dolls. Han Li stood at the supermarket entrance looking at the sky. The rain was still heavy, and the dark clouds showed no sign of dissipating. He wondered how long the rain would last. He turned and followed Lin Bing and Han Dongdong. The back of the supermarket was probably the warehouse. There should be a lot of stuff there. However, Han Li didn't suggest sending anyone over. There were things in the warehouse, more than one. Since that thing hadn't come out, he'd just leave it at that, keeping to himself. It was raining outside. It didn't matter where they took shelter. Lin Bing suddenly turned around. Han Li hadn't expected her to stop so abruptly. He couldn't stop in time, and Lin Bing's nose bumped into his chest. "Ouch!" Lin Bing covered her nose and asked, "Quick, check if you're bleeding from your nose. Why are your chests so hard?" Lin Bing complained as she asked. Han Li didn't mind but carefully examined her nose and replied, "No bleeding. It's muscle, of course it's hard." Lin Bing then said, "Luckily this is my real nose. If it were a fake nose, it would definitely be crooked after that bump." Lin Bing rubbed her nose, remembering what she had turned to ask Han Li earlier, and frowned, saying, "Is there something on the ground? I keep feeling the floor moving. There should be something, maybe earthworms. There's also something in the warehouse. Don't go there to load supplies. It's not a big deal." Safety first, understand. Should we go somewhere else? It's too dangerous here, Lin Bing said anxiously. Let's wait until the rain gets a little lighter. There are many people now, let's get some food, rest a bit, and then continue our journey. After chatting, the two started helping Han Dongdong find his rag dolls. After searching for a long time, they only found 5 clean little rag dolls. 5 were too few. Abu hadn't leveled up yet. Han Li and his group didn't pack up everything in the supermarket. They left some food, water and other supplies behind. Taking everything would leave no way out for others. The others he referred to were the people he had just beaten up. Deciding to stop packing, the 3 of them went upstairs. As soon as Lin Bing came up, she saw Tang Yanyan sitting next to Luo Tong, who was still unconscious. Lin Bing looked at Tang Yanyan speechlessly. How could she have the nerve to sit there? As soon as Lin Bing came up, Wenzi stared at her like she'd seen a savior. Can you cook? There's a rice cooker, an induction cooker, pots, oil, rice, sausages, potatoes, everything. Can you cook? Lin Bing nodded silently. Her gaze unconsciously drifted over Lin Carew. This woman looked like a respectable housewife, a virtuous wife. Couldn't she cook? That was ridiculous. She then looked at Lu Exine. Pretty women always ordered men around to cook. That was just how it was. She looked at Tang Yanyan again, wondering if she would dare. But she certainly wouldn't dare eat anything Tang Yanyan made. Luo Tong, lying on the ground, twitched her fingers. In the old factory, the 2 small carts parked inside the warehouse were packed with people and supplies, so the food and water inside weren't plentiful. A dozen or so people ate several meals, each one a gluttonous affair, until their stomachs were completely full. They all thought there was still a large truckload of food outside. Enough for them. By noon today, the food in the 2 carts was gone, and 2 people were still complaining of hunger, saying they hadn't eaten enough. One of them was a chubby boy, who always had a big appetite and ate more than the others. This time was no exception, but because there was so much food, no one complained. The chubby boy opened the warehouse door and, along with the other still starved guy, braved the heavy rain to rush to the back of the truck. He pulled the latch, then pushed open the back door, his mind racing with the thought of taking as much as he could, and secretly grabbing a few high-calorie treats like chocolate to hide in his pocket. After all, it was just the 2 of them now, and he knew the other guy fairly well. They were happily making plans in their hearts, but when they opened the door, they were both dumbfounded. Most of the food in the truck was gone, leaving only a few packets of instant noodles and a few bottles of water. Suddenly, the chubby guy grabbed his hoe and shouted towards the warehouse. Come out quickly. The food in the truck is gone. Come out now. He was panicking, his mind blank like a millionaire suddenly told he was penniless. He couldn't accept it. What were they going to do without food? The area was being demolished, there were no supermarkets or shops nearby, and even the number of residents was pitifully small. It was raining so hard outside. If they really went out to find food, he didn't even know if there was enough gas in the truck. After he finished shouting, he noticed that the person who came with him suddenly ran to the remaining food, stuffing it into his arms, then holding it in his hands, tearing open the bag and stuffing the dry instant noodles into his mouth, chewing them vigorously, as if missing a few bites would be like losing a piece of flesh. Seeing the man start rummaging through the food, the chubby boy didn't care anymore. He rushed over and stuffed the remaining food onto himself. At the same time, he regretted not shouting. He could have hidden some food and avoided sharing with the others. No wonder the man who came with him looked at him like he was an idiot when he yelled. Hearing that the food was gone, everyone in the warehouse rushed out in a frenzy, ignoring the heavy rain, all heading for the back of the truck. The chubby boy cleverly climbed out of the back and quietly stuffed what he had grabbed into the front seat. By the time the warehouse workers arrived, he was done, with only a bag of flour and a bottle of water left. The thin woman with slightly high cheekbones was the first to rush over. Seeing that the food was almost gone, she screamed and cursed. Who the hell stole our food? The others were all the same, looking pale and cursing. Su Qiao and the others didn't rush out with them. They remained inside the warehouse. At this moment, the thin woman with slightly high cheekbones also noticed this. Her eyes darted around and she said to the others, could it be that Su Qiao and the others took it? Look, they haven't come out. They must be feeling guilty. She became more and more certain, even believing it herself. Let's go find them and settle this. Yes, make them spit out what they swallowed. If they don't, make them pay. Chapter 63 The Tree. The last bit of food and water in the truck was snatched away by this group. A fierce fight ensuing until not a single scrap of food remained. Only then did the group return to the warehouse, seething with resentment. They surrounded Su Qiao and her companions, their faces contorted with rage. The first to shout was a thin woman with high cheekbones, hands on her hips, her small eyes glaring at Su Qiao. Tell me, did you take the food from the truck? What food? The food in the truck is gone. Su Qiao exclaimed in surprise, standing up but frowning. We've been in the warehouse the whole time. How could we have taken anything? Don't try to frame us. The thin woman's voice grew louder, her spittle almost hitting Su Qiao's face. Why didn't you go out? I saw you leave first thing this morning. Su Qiao's face flushed red, and after a long pause she said, I went to the toilet. The thin woman sneered. Who knows if you really went to the toilet or just pretended? You heartless bastard, you did it and you won't admit it. Are you trying to starve us all? Look at your vicious heart. The words grew increasingly offensive, and Su Qiao's face turned cold. Watch your mouth. Didn't you ever go to school? At your age, have you forgotten what manners are? The thin woman shrank back towards her man, and seeing that there were many more people behind her than Su Qiao's group, she suddenly became bolder and shouted again. It was you who did it. Give us back our things. If you can't give them back, go look outside. We won't stand for it if you can't find them. Su Qiao's face turned pale with anger at her words. Xiao Badu stood huddled behind Su Qiao, and Qiu Cheng and Kong Ji also walked to Su Qiao's side to face these people with her. Kong Ji, the one with the punk hairstyle, couldn't stand it anymore. His face was full of disdain as he mocked. Trying to frame us? Where's the evidence? We won't admit it without evidence. You've lost something and instead of looking for it, you have time to argue. You're really something, Auntie. Su Qiao was a strength-type ability user, and everyone else had seen it. So while they were arguing, no one dared to actually make a move. However, there was still some pushing and shoving. In the midst of the pushing and shoving, Xiao Badu was suddenly grabbed by a hand. By the time Su Qiao realized it, it was too late. She saw the thin woman with high cheekbones holding Xiao Badu's arm, and together with her husband, they were holding Xiao Badu tightly, preventing him from escaping. The thin woman said smugly to Su Qiao, You don't want anything to happen to him, do you? Be sensible and return the food. Or go find something to eat now. Look at the time, you'd better hurry back. Otherwise we'll have no dinner. And who knows what they might do to this little kid. Her nails were almost digging into Xiao Badu's flesh, and tears welled up in Xiao Badu's eyes, but he held them back, afraid to cry. The thin woman knew Su Qiao was strong and could definitely get the food. And besides, Su Qiao wasn't a bad person. She was obedient and wouldn't kill at the drop of a hat like the previous fierce woman. She wasn't worried at all that Su Qiao would harm them. Let go of Xiao Badu. Su Qiao's eyes were full of fire as she spoke and walked towards the thin woman. At this moment, the thin woman's husband suddenly grabbed Xiao Badu by the neck, snarling. Don't come any closer. Don't scare me. If I startle you, I might tighten my grip and kill this kid. If he could get food by threatening the child, he would be happy to do so. Qiu Cheng, however, spoke coldly. Why don't you go find food yourselves? Why make us go? You're all adults, perfectly capable. How can you expect us, who are still in school, to do this? The others heard Qiu Cheng's words. Some blushed slightly, while others pretended not to hear and didn't respond. Seeing Su Qiao still walking forward, the thin woman's husband tightened his grip on Xiao Badu's neck, almost leaving purple marks. The girl's eyes were terrifying. He was a little frightened himself. Finally, Su Qiao stopped and silently watched the couple. She had always thought they were good people. The thin woman was just a bit sharp-tongued and talkative, but not malicious. The man seemed honest and unassuming, but she never expected him to do such a thing. The thin woman pointed to the large truck outside the warehouse and said, Drive that one out and fill the back. Then we'll give the child back to you. Okay? Su Qiao pursed her lips tightly, her face pale. At this moment she truly had the urge to kill this man. Qiu Cheng quietly approached the two, but was spotted by their sharp-eyed accomplices who immediately shouted, He's coming! He's coming! Hearing this, the thin woman's husband became frantic, his grip tightening, and he said in a trembling voice, "Anyway, we'll starve to death if we don't have food. If you come over, we'll let this child die first, then we'll die." In the end, Su Qiao and the other two finally compromised. They were pushed out of the warehouse by the crowd, who threw them a truck key. They stood under the eaves. Outside it was pouring rain, and the rain splashed on the ground, soaking their shoes. Their mood was as terrible as the gloomy sky. When they got into the front seats of the truck, their clothes were soaked through. Only Kangji knew how to drive, but he only knew how to drive cars and had never driven a large truck like this. Truck drivers' licenses were difficult to obtain, and he didn't know if he could drive it well. Just as the three of them started the truck, two figures, one fat and one thin, quietly slipped into the back of the truck. After getting in, they quietly closed the door and secured it with a wire. The rain was too loud for Su Qiao to hear. Su Qiao felt terrible. She even regretted not having gone with Lin Bing. She wouldn't have had to face these people. They weren't like this when they first met, not even when there was food. The truck engine faded into the distance. The thin woman's husband released Xiao Badu's neck, pressed him down to sit beside him. Xiao Badu touched his bruised neck, lowered his head, sat on the ground, clasped his hands on his knees, rested his head on his hands, turned inward and sobbed softly. Luo Tong opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. He seemed to have had a dream where he buried himself in the ground, and then, happily, he grew deeper and deeper, bigger and bigger. He propped himself up, rubbing his temples, still unsure of where he was. Just as he was about to look around, a surprised female voice suddenly rang in his ears. "You're awake." Luo Tong turned his head, and a somewhat unfamiliar face appeared before him. He remembered. This person was Tang Yinyan. She had tricked him at the police station by saying she had a spatial ability, and that he needed to go to a nearby supermarket to pack supplies. She had even demonstrated how to put things in and take them out of her space. He believed her, thinking he could pack everything before Lin Bing came out with the weapons, and then they could leave together. He never expected this seemingly weak Tang Yinyan to ambush him. Although he had been unconscious, Luo Tong knew he was conscious. He knew he had been thrown out of the car. He would never trust her again. It has to be said, weakness is a very effective weapon against men. As soon as Luo Tong woke up, Xiao Yuan came over and greeted him with a smile. "You're awake." Luo Tong looked up and saw a strange man. He didn't recognize him, but he remembered the voice. It was this man who had found him with Lin Bing, and it was this man who had carried him back. Luo Tong looked at him gratefully. "Thank you for saving me." Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Lin Bing and I rescued you together. If she hadn't lured the zombies away, we wouldn't have been able to escape. She's cooking over there, the shelves are blocking the way, it's just by the window. You're a patient, so lie down and rest first. Getting better is the most important thing." "I know. May I ask where this is?" "A supermarket, a temporary place to stay. By the way, I'm Xiao Yuan, what's your name?" "Hello, my name is Luo Tong." Luo Tong's tone was very polite when she heard Xiao Yuan speak. While the two were talking, Tang Yinyan was completely oblivious. She was racking her brains, trying to figure out how to explain knocking Luo Tong unconscious. If she couldn't find a good reason, her future days would probably be difficult. On the other side, Han Li's team had a team doctor surnamed Bai. When he saw Lu Xian's wound, his professional instincts kicked in. He also had his medical kit with him, so he immediately started treating Lu Xian's wound, disinfecting, reducing inflammation, and bandaging it. Dr. Bai treated it quickly and instructed Lu Xian, "Try not to get it wet, and remember to change the dressing 3 times a day." Lu Xian nodded repeatedly, but couldn't find the words to express her gratitude. She could say things to appease others, but the words thank you and sorry were very difficult for her to say. Dr. Bai was a military doctor. He had only chosen to study medicine out of interest, and he only did so that others would thank him. Lin Carew stood elegantly by the window, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding a fresh and clean aura. The pattering rain outside made her thoughts drift far, far away. Lin Bing was cooking. She had many large and small appliances, and since the power wasn't out, the appliances were still usable. She chose the largest rice cooker to cook rice. Bottled water from the supermarket was readily available. Han Dongke had taken 2 large bottles from his spatial storage for her. Someone else helped with washing and chopping the vegetables. She only needed to stir-fry them. The induction cooker was quite convenient, but the food didn't taste as good as the gas-cooked food. Only her light was on the entire second floor. To make cooking easier, and because there were many people, she needed to prepare several dishes, both vegetarian and meat-based. The vegetarian dishes were things like potatoes and carrots, while the meat dishes included ham and cured meats, things that keep longer and don't spoil easily, so they were still edible when found on the first floor. About an hour later, the food was all ready, a generous amount. Now, while the electricity was still available, she was using it as much as possible. In the later stages of the apocalypse, safe zones controlled electricity. Only those in power and high-ranking positions could enjoy 24-hour electrical life. Solar generators existed, but their power was too small. Besides, during an apocalyptic escape, unless you were a space-age ability user or a large group, who would carry such a heavy and bulky thing? When fleeing for your life, you'd rather be naked except for your clothes to be light. Han Li's men brought over 2 tables and put them together to make one large table. There were chairs, but not enough, so they had to eat standing up. They used disposable bowls and chopsticks, which were thrown away after eating, so there was no need to wash them, which was quite convenient. They served themselves only what they wanted to eat. While Lin Bing was eating, she saw Luo Tong come over to serve himself rice. Realizing that Luo Tong had already woken up, she quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and asked Luo Tong, "Are you all right? What happened earlier?" "Never mind, let's talk after we finish eating. Are you all right? Can you serve yourself? If you feel unwell and have difficulty moving, I'll help you." Lin Bing noticed that Luo Tong's face was still a little pale. She was about to put down her chopsticks to serve Luo Tong rice when she heard Luo Tong say to her, "I'm fine, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get up. You eat by yourself, I'll serve you. I'll find you after I'm done." "Okay." Luo Tong served himself rice and stood to eat. He imitated Lin Bing, moving a microwave oven from the furniture area, placing it on the floor, and then sitting down to eat. Tang Yinyan lingered nearby. She was also hungry and wanted to eat, but no one was offering her any food, and she wasn't familiar with those people. Would it be inappropriate to just run over and get food like that? Finally, Tang Yinyan gritted her teeth, shamelessly took a bowl and chopsticks, filled her bowl to the brim, and then piled on more than half a bowl of vegetables, the tops almost touching her nose. She hadn't had such a hot meal in a long time. It was delicious. Lin Carew found a chair, placed it at the table and sat down to eat. She ate in small, delicate bites, her posture elegant and graceful, the very image of a well-bred young lady. While eating elegantly, she even took a moment to give Lin Bing a disdainful look. Look at the speed she ate, look at the manner she displayed, not elegant at all. Lin Bing, of course, noticed Lin Carew's disdainful gaze, but so what? What she ate was what mattered. She had the poise and elegance to eat gracefully, but during those years in the apocalypse, she deeply understood that eating elegantly was useless. Eating fast was the key. Compared to a stomach churning with hunger, elegance was nothing. However, she had to admit she also knew how to eat quickly and elegantly. Han Dongdong ate with Han Li. Han Dongdong sat on a chair Han Li had found, while Han Li ate standing up, eating very quickly. That's how it is in the army, they're used to it. His men, except for Dr. Bai, practically wolfed down their food. They hadn't had a hot meal in days, only compressed biscuits, steamed buns, and dry rations. Now that they had hot food, they ate to their heart's content. The aroma of the food upstairs made the men downstairs swallow hard, but they didn't dare go up. They found some edible biscuits and canned food on the first floor and made do. Lu Xian's accomplice, the weasel-faced man, was also downstairs, but unfortunately, Lu Xian didn't know. She was already upstairs when the group arrived and hadn't come down. Mealtime passed quickly. Half an hour later, most people had finished eating, but the food on the table was completely gone. The remaining rice in the rice cooker was shaped into rice balls and packed away by Han Dongdong. Lin Carew was the only one who hadn't finished eating. She still had more than half a bowl of rice left. All the dishes on the table had been devoured, and she sat awkwardly eating her rice. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she couldn't waste it, but the constant scrutinizing glances made her uneasy. Lin Bing saw the rice balls and suddenly remembered she could make more. Rice balls were filling and convenient. So, after finishing her meal, she found several rice cookers, took out a bag of rice from Han Dong Dong, and spent over 3 hours cooking and shaping the rice balls from the time she finished eating until dark. She put a small portion of the rice balls into Han Dong Dong's space, and the majority into her own. Everyone knew she made rice balls, but no one knew how many she made. Only she knew. Besides, the rice balls were small, and she could easily carry them into her space without attracting attention. As darkness fell, the rain was still falling outside, and puddles had formed on the ground in some places. Look! It was Dr. Bai who spoke. He was the first to notice the situation outside. Han Li was the first to turn around. No sooner had Dr. Bai finished speaking than Han Li stood beside him. The windows were still closed, unopened. It was a little past 5, and the sky wasn't completely dark yet. The scene on the street was still visible. Zombies were slowly gathering on the street. From the residential area across the street, zombies were constantly emerging, coming onto the street or into the open spaces in front of buildings. From the bank building across the street, zombies were also constantly emerging. Some zombies on higher floors jumped directly from the top. Some smashed their heads and died, while others injured their limbs but got up and walked onto the street. At first, there were only 2 or 3 zombies, but as time passed, more and more appeared, densely packed, a chilling sight. However, strangely, the zombies simply walked back and forth on the street, unlike usual zombies that would follow smells or search for delicious food. Suddenly, several men on the first floor screamed and rushed towards the second floor. Leading the charge was the weasel-faced man. He was terrified of death, extremely terrified. He was also the first to notice the situation and escape the fastest, which is why he survived. There were only 4 men in total, a group they'd formed occasionally but weren't close. When it came to escaping, there was no room for sentimentality. The last 3 didn't make it out. They were swallowed by that thing, and it's unknown whether they were eaten. Just as the weasel-faced man was about to reach the second floor, something the size of a ball suddenly flew out from behind him, landing on his back. Before he could even react, the thing bit off his neck and blood gushed out. The weasel-faced man fell to the ground, his eyes lifeless, but blood still flowed from his neck. The dark thing lay beside him, drinking the blood he spat out. As the creature drank, it suddenly bit the man's neck, tossed its head, and carried him down the stairs, disappearing into the shadows on the first floor. The screams from the first floor gradually faded, replaced by the sounds of animals chewing food, crunching and even gnawing on bones. Lu Exine was completely unaware that her companion had died not far from her. She had run over when she heard the screams, but by the time she arrived, the creature had already carried the man away. She had only caught a fleeting glimpse of it. Han Li recognized the creature. A rat, a black rat the size of a football, likely a mutated one, with its sharp teeth protruding from its mouth. Downstairs, a dark mass of rats was constantly emerging, rushing towards the street in hordes, a truly terrifying sight. Strangely, these carnivorous mutated black rats ignored the group on the second floor. Not a single one came up, only frantically charging towards the street. What were they doing? Or was something on the street attracting them? Even the zombies who only feed on instinct were attracted? Lightning flashed again, this time a yellowish-red hue. The lightning illuminated the street outside, which was teeming with things. Countless zombies and black rats. Once they found an open spot, they stayed put. The rats, territorial, claimed the right side of the street, gnawing the heads of any zombies that entered, stealing their cores. Some of the more aggressive black rats even attacked lone zombies. A small-scale rat zombie war was raging on the street. Another bolt of lightning flashed, and on the opposite rooftop stood something. A large animal, its beastly eyes glowing green in the darkness. Everyone on the second floor of the supermarket looked grave. If this continued, they would be trapped here to die. Han Li stood by the window, leaning forward until his face was almost pressed against the glass. Not only the street, but also the area outside the supermarket and even some car roofs were crawling with black rats. Looking out, all he could see was the black ground, as if it were naturally so. Lin Bing, watching the strange scene outside, felt her heart grow colder. It seemed the rain had indeed come early. The rain that night could cause zombies and mutated plants and animals to evolve. She clearly remembered that the evolution rain wouldn't appear until a month after the apocalypse. How could it be so early? Lin Bing composed herself and said, "This rain might be able to make zombies and plants and animals evolve." She spoke in a speculative tone, puzzled as to how she knew this. Han Li listened, gazing at the rain outside the window, deep in thought. After a moment he guessed, "If this rain really can make these zombies and plants and animals evolve, do you think it can also make humans evolve?" Yes, of course it could. Lin Bing thought to herself. Who dares to go out? In this situation, zombies are a minor issue, but those mutated animals, once they smell human scent at night, go berserk, attacking and biting. They mostly attack in packs. Even the strongest people get tired eventually. Very few have the stamina to last the whole night. Most die outside. After Han Li spoke, no one answered. No one was sure. Han Li's subordinates also dared not respond. If this rain really could cause people to evolve, who knows what Han Li, this fearless guy, would do? Just look at those thousands of black rats outside. It was terrifying to think about. Suddenly, Han Li pushed open the window. In the blink of an eye, one foot was already on the windowsill. Lin Bing, who was right next to him, reacted the fastest. As soon as Han Li's foot touched the windowsill, Lin Bing grabbed his hand, incredulously saying, "What are you doing? You're not thinking of going out, are you? Since you have this suspicion, there's no harm in trying," Han Li said calmly, as if it were no big deal. Hearing his words, Lin Bing was both shocked and frightened. Do you know that not only the streets but the entire city is overrun by these mutated animals at night? Not just rats but also cockroaches, snakes. Everything that exists in the city is outside. Do you want to die? Hearing Lin Bing's words, Han Li calmly looked out the window and said, "I won't die. If these things can kill me, it's because I'm too weak and courting death." Han Li's subordinates knew his temperament, and their worry was written all over their faces, but they remained silent. After Han Li finished speaking, before Lin Bing could object, he removed her hand, stepped onto the windowsill, and jumped down gracefully. As he jumped, he told Lin Bing, "Remember to close the window." Han Li jumped very far, landing right in the middle of the street. As soon as he landed, countless mutated black rats began to attack him, crawling all over him. At this moment, a layer of flame appeared on Han Li's body. Every black rat that tried to climb up was instantly burned to ashes upon touching the flames. However, despite this, the black rats continued to crawl over him. Some of the more aggressive black rats even jumped up from the ground, attacking Han Li's head with their claws and even trying to bite him with their sharp teeth. The layer of flames on Han Li's body acted like a protective shield. No matter whether the rats attacked with claws or teeth, as long as they came into contact with even a spark of the flames, they would be burned to ashes. Time passed slowly and countless black rats died. Gradually, some learned their lesson and ignored Han Li. A circular clearing appeared around Han Li, and nothing dared to touch him. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, and the rain poured down harder and harder, but the flames on his body were not extinguished by the rain. In fact, the rain seemed to intensify as the raindrops fell. The rain soaked Han Li completely. He stretched out his hand, letting the raindrops drip onto his palm. He could feel the energy in the rain. Of course, not every rain could lead to evolution. Only when the lightning flashed with alternating yellow and red colors would the rain allow one to absorb energy. On the second floor of the supermarket, the gazes of the crowd towards Han Li held surprise, admiration, and confusion. At this moment, Dr. Bai stepped forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, please rest first. Don't stand here. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. Women, children, and patients don't need to stand here for now. Let's arrange the schedule." They didn't know how long Han Li would stay outside, and standing here like an idiot wasn't a good idea. Usually when Han Li left the team, Dr. Bai would take charge of important matters. Everyone was used to it. After the assignments were made, Lin Carew, Tang Yinyan, and Lu Xine each took a blanket and spread it on the floor. The women slept together not far apart. Lin Bing glanced out the window every now and then. Finally walking over to the doctor, she said worriedly, "How long can he hold out? Those mutated animals are very vengeful. If he runs out of strength after a while, those guys will attack relentlessly." Dr. Bai reassured Lin Bing, "Don't worry, he's careful. Han Li has the best stamina in the team." "Okay." Lin Bing nodded helplessly. She also grabbed a quilt and spread it on the floor, along with Lin Carew and the others. Han Dongdong spread his quilt with Lin Bing, sleeping next to her. Han Dongdong was also very worried about Han Li. His little face still furrowed ever since Han Li jumped out. Although it was only August, the temperature dropped exceptionally low tonight. Without a quilt, they might wake up freezing in the middle of the night. They each took a quilt, using half as a pad and half as a cover, lying straight, unable to turn over. Dr. Bai and Xiao Dao were the first to take the night watch. Han Dongdong was very close to Lin Bing. Seeing that Lin Bing wasn't asleep either, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did my brother go out? It's so dangerous outside." "Sigh, he's always so disobedient." Lin Bing listened, initially feeling quite sad about the first sentence, but the last sentence made her want to laugh. This little rascal Han Dongdong, so precocious, was just a child himself, yet he accused others of being disobedient. It sounded so comical. Lin Bing suppressed a laugh and comforted Han Dongdong, saying, "Don't worry, look, he's protected by the flames, nothing will happen. Think about it, after tonight, he'll be even stronger." She then gently rubbed Han Dongdong's head, but as she did so, Lin Bing froze. She suddenly realized that Han Dongdong hadn't washed his hair in ages. She decided to pull her hand away. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the person in the blankets had fallen asleep. On the street, Han Li stood leisurely, even a little bored. So, he began observing the movements of the rats and the zombies. After staring for a while, he discovered that he could see a little in the dark. Another bolt of lightning struck, this time yellow, followed by bolts without energy. Han Li hadn't expected that the lightning would strike a tree not far from him, causing it to fall completely from its roots. The entire tree was charred black, its leaves still lush and clustered. After the tree was charred, something rolled down from it, resembling a human figure, and smelling of burnt flesh. The human-like thing made a weak sound. "Help me." It was still alive. Han Li was curious. He slowly walked over, the black rats automatically making way for him. When he reached the person had rolled down from the leaves face down. Han Li squatted down and turned the person over, revealing a blackened face. After calling for help, the person became still. Han Li shook the person, calling out, "Hey, wake up, wake up." The person still didn't move. Han Li checked the person's breathing. It was still breathing. Han Li thought for a moment, then hoisted the man onto his shoulder. Considering the next round of rain wouldn't have any energy, he took the man to the second floor of the supermarket, woke up Dr. Bai, who had just fallen asleep, and handed him the man. "See if there's any hope." Han Li's return woke Lin Bing. She rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, and glanced at her watch. It was only around 11 o'clock, not even past midnight yet. When Lin Bing arrived, Han Li was talking to his two subordinates on night watch. "One of you stay here, and the other comes down with me. The rain does carry energy, and my flames can't accommodate anyone else, but I can watch over you. I can protect one of you. If you feel you really can't stay any longer, go back and rest. Remember to tell them when you change shifts. This is voluntary, not mandatory." Lin Bing's mind raced. Actually, her ice ability also protected her from the black rats. But the key issue was that she didn't know how long she could last, but it was clear she couldn't last one night. If she were alone, she would surely die there if she couldn't hold on. But now, with Han Li watching outside, she might be able to give it a try. Who wouldn't want to evolve faster? Lin Bing approached Han Li just as he finished speaking. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Bing tentatively asked, "Can I join you?" Han Li had seen her as she approached. He knew she had something to say, but he hadn't expected her to ask to come down with him. He frowned. "You're not a spatial ability user? How can spatial abilities kill enemies? Women are naturally weaker than men. And besides, those black rats outside aren't very attractive. Aren't women usually afraid of these things? What if they scream and cause unnecessary trouble?" Seeing Han Li's expression, Lin Bing suddenly understood. She realized Han Li thought she was a spatial ability user. She cleared her throat and said, "I'm an ice-type ability user. I can protect myself. I'm afraid to go out because I'm worried about running out of energy and not being able to come back. However, if you're here, you just need to stop the attacking animals when I return." To make sure Han Li didn't believe her, Lin Bing even conjured an ice shard. It was raining outside and her ability could be used at 200%, no problem at all. The reason she didn't dare go out was simply because she was worried about accidents. Her level was definitely not as high as Han Li's, and her ice wall was definitely not as effective as Han Li's flames. The black rat's teeth were very strong and would definitely gnaw at her ice wall. How long she could stay in the ice wall depended on how long she could endure it. Han Li looked at her ability quite surprised, thinking, so she can have two abilities. It seems I need to break through as soon as possible and try to find another ability. Afterwards, Han Li went out with one of his night watchmen. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The wind howled, and another round of torrential rain began. Lin Bing stood on the street, her heart pounding. She watched the lightning flash, and then another thunderclap sent a shiver running through her. It seemed that standing outdoors in this weather meant fear not only of fierce attackers but also of lightning strikes that seemed to strike randomly, already killing several trees and toppling a not-so-tall house. If such a bolt of lightning struck a person, they would surely die. Han Li's subordinates rotated out every hour. Lin Bing didn't know if they possessed any special abilities, as she didn't have time to pay attention. As soon as she stepped out, countless black rats swarmed towards her. Just like Han Li had been, she formed a circular ice wall to protect herself. Rain poured down from above, hitting her body, the icy sensation spreading from her limbs. Where the rain had touched, the coolness was followed by a warm sensation, making her feel incredibly comfortable. The black-clad woman surrounded her, relentlessly gnawing at her ice wall. As more ice was gnawed away, she repaired it and increased its thickness. With so much rain, using her powers was almost effortless. Just then a small blue-haired creature, about the size of a palm, suddenly appeared beside Lin Bing. As soon as it appeared, it exclaimed, "I'm finally out." It was Blue Pippi, its blue eyes filled with joy, and it happily started spinning around in circles. Rain fell from the sky, soaking it. It sniffed and licked itself, then its eyes lit up with delight. "So that's why I can get out. This rain carries energy. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful." Just as it was rejoicing, a dark creature darted out from above, landing squarely on it. It looked up and trembled violently, screaming in a wailing voice. A rat! A rat! A huge rat! It's going to eat me! Ah!" Lin Bing was also startled. She looked up, and another black rat jumped in from the gap above. She conjured an ice shard and stabbed it in the rat's head. Luckily, the rat was big enough, and the blow hit its mark. Meanwhile, Blue Pippi was still yelling. Two more black rats jumped down. Lin Bing gripped ice shards in both hands and began to attack. She said to Blue Pippi, "Show me what you're made of. If you can't, go back." As soon as Lin Bing finished speaking, Blue Pippi vanished from its spot and returned to its spatial dimension. Once back, it patted its little chest and exclaimed, "I was so scared. It was awful outside. Those stinky rats. I need to take a bath. No, if I take a bath, the pages of the book will get wet, and it'll look awful all wet. Ugh, rats are so annoying. I haven't even told her the cultivation method yet. Oh well, I'll tell her next time. I need to go to sleep and calm my nerves." More and more black rats fell from above. Lin Bing knew that protecting the surrounding area with ice walls wasn't enough, unless she also protected the top. But if she protected the top, then the rain wouldn't be able to get in. Finally, Lin Bing used ice to create a roof, sealing off the space. After that, she focused on reading the novel Half Summer, which brought her much happiness. The dozens of black rats that had jumped in were all killed. After killing them, she habitually smashed their heads. About 10 of the rats had energy cores in their heads, small and black. After finishing, Lin Bing modified the ice dome above her head, creating countless ice holes. Rainwater dripped into her head and body through these holes, preventing the black rats from jumping in. Lin Bing stood inside effortlessly. However, this advantage didn't last more than 20 minutes. When Lin Bing realized no more rain was coming in, she looked up and saw that outside the ice, the black rats were densely packed on the ice dome, getting soaked in the rain. Being high up and unobstructed, the rats squeaked happily. Lin Bing's face darkened. She thought perhaps a round shape would be better, but then she saw the rats' claws like ancient grappling hooks, and the ice was covered with such footprints. Finally, Lin Bing froze everything within a 3-meter radius. Then she smashed a door in the ice wall and jumped out, just like Han Li, standing directly on the street. Black rats kept attacking her, but she froze them again and again. Despite the heavy rain and minimal use of her powers, some always slipped through. Lin Bing couldn't hold on for more than 2 hours. She was exhausted. Then, escorted by Han Li, she returned to the supermarket. She didn't even have the energy to shower. She just changed into dry clothes, crawled into bed, and fell asleep immediately. Each of them was given a sports bag containing clothes, daily necessities, and some food and supplies. Han Dongdong had packed the supplies and distributed them to them. Of course, Tang Yanyan had a spatial ability, so she didn't have these things. The next day, Lin Bing woke up at 9 o'clock. It was still raining outside. When she got up, she found Han Li, his subordinates, and Xiao Yuan and others gathered together, seemingly discussing something. The streets were no longer crowded like last night, but empty. Since it was raining heavily, Lin Bing grabbed a cup, opened the car window, and the cup filled quickly with rainwater. She took out her toothbrush and toothpaste from her bag and started brushing her teeth. After brushing, she washed her face directly with the rainwater, finally feeling clean. The other women, who had gotten up earlier than her, were somewhat surprised to see her brushing her teeth and washing her face. Lu Exine followed Lin Bing's example and used rainwater to wash herself. After all, water was still precious in the apocalypse. Han Li had given them several bottles of mineral water, and constantly taking things from her spatial storage was inconvenient, and it wasn't unlimited. It couldn't be a free supply forever. Lin Carew washed herself with mineral water, and Tang Yanyan, who had a spatial storage filled with plenty of water, did the same. She wasn't worried at all. Lin Bing, with her ice-based abilities, wasn't too concerned about water resources either, especially since her spatial storage contained its own water resources. Han Li and the others discussed whether to set off now or wait for the rain to stop. Ultimately, they decided to appear now, as they still had a mission to complete. Time was of the essence, and they didn't know when the rain would stop. They couldn't wait indefinitely. Outside the window, the rain was still falling, but the thunder and lightning had stopped. Having made his decision, Han Li walked towards the women and said, "We're leaving soon. Whether you stay or leave is up to you, but remember, if you come with us, you must obey our orders and not hold us back." Just as Han Li finished speaking, the man they had rescued the previous night, nicknamed Black Charcoal, woke up. He was lying on the bed, completely dazed. Looking at this unfamiliar place, he was suddenly startled awake, his eyes wide open as he sat up. He touched his head, hands and feet, they were still there. He pinched himself, it hurt. He was alive. He was alive. He was alive. As soon as he sat up, the others noticed. Dr. Bai came over first. "See if you feel any discomfort. My surname is Bai, and I'm a doctor." The man, also known as Yuan Zheng, gratefully grasped Dr. Bai's hand, repeatedly saying thank you. The grown man's nose tingled. The feeling of surviving a near-death experience made him want to cry. When Dr. Bai calmed him down, she slowly asked, "Do you remember what happened?" Yuan Zheng looked around and asked Dr. Bai, "Where is this?" "This is a supermarket." Upon hearing that it was a supermarket, Yuan Zheng's face turned pale. He remembered everything that happened yesterday: zombies. Baby zombies, tall, strong zombies, and old zombies, and many more. It was this supermarket. He looked around frantically, his voice trembling. "Is it the supermarket across from the bank?" Dr. Bai nodded. Yuan Zheng jumped up in fright, exclaiming in terror, "There are so many zombies here. We need to get out of here quickly. They've killed so many of us." Dr. Bai said, "It's all right, this is the second floor. There are no more zombies here. Don't worry." "But what do you mean by you guys?" Yuan Zheng was still uneasy, hesitatingly asking, "Are there really no zombies attacking us?" "Of course, at least we haven't seen any yet." Yuan Zheng slowly relaxed, took a deep breath and said slowly, "My name is Yuan Zheng. I've been staying in the safe zone of H City. Yesterday I came out with a team to find supplies. We drove 4 cars here, dozens of people. Except for a few who escaped, everyone else died here. I thought I was going to die." Yuan Zheng smiled bitterly. The word safe zone made everyone's ears perk up. Where is the safe zone in H City? This question was asked by Han Li. He thought to himself, safe zone. Does that mean the person we're looking for in our mission has probably already been taken to the safe zone? Maybe we can find them there. It's not far from here. Are you going to the safe zone? I can lead the way, Yuanzheng hurriedly said. He wanted to return to the safe zone. Although the conditions were harsh, the army provided protection, making it safe and worthwhile. What about you? Does anyone want to go to the safe zone? Han Li asked Luotong and the others. Han Dongdong was his younger brother and would definitely stay with him. Lin Bing, he felt she probably wouldn't go to the safe zone. He didn't know why, but he just had that feeling. So, he asked about everyone besides his subordinates and senior brothers. I want to stay in the safe zone, Tang Yinyan said, weakly raising her hand. Luotong looked at Lin Bing, asking for her opinion. Lin Bing shook her head. Luotong understood and shut up. Only Tang Yinyan wanted to go to the safe zone. Afterwards, Luotong walked to Lin Bing's side and whispered, "Where's Du Xiang? Hasn't he come back yet?" Lin Bing slowly shook her head and whispered to Luotong, "What exactly happened that day? Do you know why Du Xiang left? Also, what happened to you that day?" She had gone to bed early last night and hadn't had time to chat, so she had to ask now. Luotong opened her mouth and explained everything clearly, but suddenly they heard Han Li's voice. Let's go downstairs. Lin Bing, come here for a moment." Lin Bing said to Luotong, "We'll talk about it later. As for Du Xiang, let's look for him as we go." She had a premonition that Du Xiang would be all right. After Lin Bing finished explaining, she went to Han Li. Seeing her arrive, Han Li said to everyone, "The three of us will go down first. You all pack your things and come down." The three of them referred to him, Lin Bing and Han Dongdong. The green train was in Lin Bing's hands, and Han Dongdong had to provide cover, so it could only be the three of them. However, the others were unaware of this and simply assumed that Han Li had taken a liking to Lin Bing and wanted to include her in everything. In particular, Han Li's subordinates all wore mocking expressions and chuckled on the sidelines. The three of them went downstairs first. Not a single mutated black rat from last night remained, not even a dead one. Han Li knew that the dead rats had been eaten by the other black rats, leaving not a trace, which explained the cleanliness. At the supermarket entrance, under Han Li and Han Dongdong's cover, Lin Bing brought out 3 green train cars. Lin Bing and Han Dongdong sat with Han Li in the first car, a 7-seater so everyone could fit. Yuanzheng was also in the first car, giving directions. Luotong, Lin Keru and Xiao Yuan were in the second car, while Tang Yinyan and Lu Xian were in the third. After everyone was seated, the cars started moving. Xiao Dao was driving the first car, Yuanzheng was in the passenger seat giving directions, and the others were in the back. They were in the lead car guiding the way. Less than 3 minutes into the journey, Lin Bing heard a scream from behind. It was Tang Yinyan's scream. Something had happened in the third car. Xiao Dao had just stopped the car and was about to turn around to see what was going on, when he suddenly realized that the green train he was driving was suspended in midair. It was getting further and further away from the ground. The first to react was Yuanzheng, who pointed in terror at the trees beside him and shouted, "Trees! These things! They're alive! They can move!" He remembered that he had been entangled in tree branches and unable to move. Han Li pushed open the car door, and countless green branches stretched into the train from the outside. Han Li grabbed a branch and jumped out, simultaneously using flames to burn away all the branches that were entangled in the train. The green train finally landed back on the ground, and Lin Bing and Xiao Dao both crawled out of the train. Then Han Li placed his palm against the still wildly swinging tree, and flames erupted from his palm, burning along the moving trunk. In a short time, the tree was reduced to ashes, and a green stone-like object fell to the ground. Lin Bing went over, shoveled away the ashes and picked up the green stone. The third green train also presented a surprising situation. The train remained in place, but everyone inside was bound by tree branches, swinging wildly through the air. Only Luotong stood there untouched by a single branch. In fact, if a branch accidentally brushed against him, it would move away from him. It was extremely strange. Chapter 64. Luotong's supernatural abilities. This shouldn't have happened, but Tang Yinyan felt too stuffy in the car and was carsick. She was sitting in the last row alone and could lie down. No one knew she had opened the window. It wasn't until the branches suddenly reached in and swept people away that everyone realized she had opened the window. But by then it was too late. The branches were thick and strong, moving incredibly fast. In moments, everyone else in the car was also swept up. Tang Yinyan was one of the first to be swept out. She was lying across the last row of seats, still dazed when she was lifted up. Once she realized what was happening, she started screaming, repeatedly shouting help. Luo Tong was initially also entangled by the moving branches, but those branches seemed to have a mind of their own. The moment they wrapped around Luo Tong, they quickly withdrew, and the branches even actively avoided him afterwards. Luo Tong was incredibly surprised. He suddenly remembered the scene on the second floor of the police station where he could command plants, albeit for only a short while. Luo Tong was both surprised and delighted. Looking at the countless branches swaying wildly outside the window, he took a deep breath, pushed open the car door and got out. He deliberately walked towards the area with the most branches. He had to test whether he really had a special ability. This was extremely important. He didn't want to keep holding people back, didn't want to be a useless person. Just as he expected, the branches avoided him wherever he went, not even touching him. So, his special ability really was related to plants. His joy was immediately reflected on his face, a big smile spreading across his lips. Dr. Bai was sitting in the passenger seat of the third car. The thing suddenly attacked from behind, wrapping him up, dragging him and swinging him around. The moving, thick branches would perform these actions as soon as they touched a person, almost instantly. By the time Dr. Bai fully understood what was happening, he was already suspended in midair. His glasses fell to the ground amidst the wild swinging of the branches, revealing his delicate face. At this moment, his expression was one of extreme displeasure. A flash of cold light appeared, and a scalpel appeared in his hand, a black scalpel about the same size as a regular hand knife. His hand suddenly moved, the scalpel swiftly and methodically slicing through the branches entwined around him. The thick branches were almost twice the size of the scalpel, but surprisingly, wherever the scalpel struck, a flash of black light followed, and the branches almost instantly lost their vitality. The severed section fell to the ground, turned black, and then slowly crumbled into ash. The branches entwined around Dr. Bai were quickly cleared away, leaving only one branch. As the branches swirled around, he found the closest possible distance to the ground, cut the branch and jumped down, landing steadily. The first thing he did upon landing was look for his glasses. Glasses are inanimate objects. No branches would touch them, so Dr. Bai spotted them immediately. His nearsightedness wasn't severe, but he was used to wearing glasses. Without them, he felt insecure, and this insecurity made him irritable. Using a black scalpel, he cut away all the branches trying to entangle him, walking step by step towards the glasses. He arrived. Picking up the glasses, he put them on. After putting them on, Dr. Bai felt much better. He looked up and began to check on the others. The closest person to him was Lu Xian, just above and to his right, not far away. In a happy mood, Dr. Bai activated his rescue mode. He carefully memorized the location of the branches entangled Lu Xian, and then the black scalpel flew from his hand. As Dr. Bai threw the black scalpel to save her, more branches entangled her. But this time, another identical black scalpel appeared in his hand. The flying scalpel accurately stopped around Lu Xian, then in a crescent shape, began attacking the branches around her. Swish, swish, swish. A few times the branches around Lu Xian were cut away, and Lu Xian fell from above. She was quite far from the ground. Dr. Bai looked at his own body and decided to take a step back, making sure she didn't land on him, and certainly not on the beautiful woman. It was Xiao Yuan who caught Lu Xian. They had stopped the car and gotten out when they heard Tang Yinyan scream. However, as soon as they came out, thick branches attacked them. Xiao Yuan possessed illusion-type psychic abilities. He had tried it a few times on the fourth floor of the police station before. Although he hadn't fully mastered it, he could use it. Illusion also meant confusion and deceiving the eyes. He used it smoothly. The branches attacking him all deviated from Xiao Yuan's position due to the illusion, and none of them entangled him. At this moment, he was certain that the trees attacking them were sentient. Otherwise, how could they be deceived by illusion? Xiao Yuan became more and more adept at it. When he had a moment to save her, he immediately saw Lu Xian falling from midair, while the doctor below had avoided it perfectly. Without thinking, he rushed over and caught Lu Xian steadily. However, due to the great impact, the two of them tumbled to the ground together. In the third car, besides Luotong, Tang Yinyan, Lu Exine, and Dr. Bai, there were two other people. Song Mao and the driver, a burly, dark-skinned man named Yuan Qingshan. He didn't look like a righteous person. He looked more like a gangster boss. When he wasn't speaking, his face was full of murderous intent. When he smiled, it looked like he was scheming. When he had a long face, it looked like he was about to kill. Because of that face, he had been misunderstood countless times when trying to do good deeds. It was heartbreaking to think about. Yuan Qingshan used brute force to break free from the branches. With a loud shout, all his muscles bulged like steel, as he used his arms to forcefully pry the branches apart. He pushed harder, and the branches, stretched so tightly, began to break off one by one. After breaking, more branches wrapped around them. This time Yuan Qingshan's hands were free. He grabbed the branches and tore them off with brute force. After tearing them all apart, he landed steadily on the ground, looking fiercely at the trees and branches, exuding a strong murderous aura. Before Song Mao could break free, he was already coiled up in a cocoon, stuck to the tree trunk, his fate unknown. Luotong, on the other hand, was excitedly busy studying his supernatural ability. Seeing that the branches hadn't harmed him, he mustered his courage and slowly walked to the edge of the tree, to the trunk. Slowly, he placed his hand on the trunk, his heart pounding. He said to the trunk, "Let them go." He not only said it aloud but also kept repeating the phrase in his mind, because he thought that plants might communicate through consciousness. However, after he finished speaking, the restless branches didn't stop moving. Luotong's heart sank, but he didn't give up. He kept repeating the phrase aloud and simultaneously in his mind, until he was exhausted and about to give up. He suddenly heard a slow, somewhat indistinct voice in his mind. "No, no, let go." Like a baby just learning to speak, its words unclear. Luotong's frustration vanished, and he jumped for joy. He hadn't guessed wrong. His supernatural ability was related to plants. Judging from this situation, it might not be about making the plants obey him, but rather about being able to communicate with them. After the initial joy, Luotong put his hand back on the tree trunk and asked, "Why didn't you let go?" This time he didn't think about the question in his mind, because he needed to confirm whether the plants were hearing his words or his thoughts. He asked several times but still heard no answer. Then, he stopped speaking and began to repeatedly ask himself, "Why didn't you let go?" Finally, he heard the plants reply again, still vague. "Energy. Needs." At first, Luotong didn't understand what the consciousness was. After thinking for a while, she realized that these trees needed energy, but could humans provide energy? At most, after a person dies, their flesh and blood become fertilizer, providing nutrition. The branches cut Tang Yinyan's skin, and blood flowed out. Tang Yinyan screamed even louder, her face covered in a mixture of rain, tears, and snot. She looked at the people below, repeatedly crying out, "Save me, save me!" Why weren't they the first to come to her rescue? She felt hatred in her heart. How could they stand by and watch her die? Were those people even human? The others were either trying to save themselves or heading this way, but they were slow. The louder Tang Yinyan screamed, the tighter the branches tightened, and her blood seeped into them. Just then, the branches suddenly began to tremble violently, and abruptly, they threw Tang Yinyan back to the ground. After that, no branch touched her again. Tang Yinyan looked at Luotong standing by the tree trunk. Just then Luotong said, "Let them go." Tang Yinyan looked at Luotong gratefully, thinking that Luotong had saved her. She hadn't expected Luotong to be so magnanimous and forgiving. Little did she know, it was the tree branch that rejected her blood. The people on the second green train, except for Xiao Yuan, hadn't gotten out. Xiao Yuan had used illusion magic to protect them, so the second train was completely unharmed. Only Lin Bing and Han Li emerged from the first green train. Lin Bing had just picked up the green stone when countless branches suddenly lashed out at her. At that moment, the nearest trees focused all their attention on her, attacking her with their branches and trunks. The roots buried in the soil also suddenly emerged, unexpectedly entangling Lin Bing and dragging her down. The roots had countless smaller roots, forming a net-like structure. The roots were several times harder than the branches. Lin Bing reacted quickly, throwing the green stone as the roots attacked. She assumed the plants were targeting the stone, but she never expected that even as she threw it, the roots would still tightly bind her, dragging her underground. When she came to her senses, her knees were already buried in the soil. The roots seemed alive, desperately trying to burrow into her flesh, while new roots sprouted from below, attempting to penetrate her body. The overwhelming tree roots had formed a spherical shape, completely isolating her from the people outside. Lin Bing felt a chill run down her spine. She needed to calm down, she had to stay calm. Han Li probably wouldn't burn these trees. If he did, she would be burned to death along with the branches and roots. Han Li's fire was terrifying, impervious to ice and water, and seemed capable of incinerating things. Lin Bing steadied herself and quickly thought of ways to freeze these things. Damn it, her feet were buried in the ice. She had to pull them out. After thinking it through, she began to move. Instantly, everything that touched her was frozen solid, like ice sculptures. Fortunately, it was raining, so using her powers wasn't difficult. Once the swirling branches and roots were frozen, Lin Bing began pulling them towards her legs, trying to pull them out. Suddenly, more roots emerged from deeper soil, entangling her. She continued to freeze these roots and pull them out, but more roots kept sprouting from the ground, growing thicker and harder. Some even cracked the asphalt road as they emerged. Just as Lin Bing had completely pulled her legs out of the soil, the strongest root aimed straight for her heart. She threw herself to the ground, rolling several times to avoid the attack, but her arm was still scraped and bleeding. The root that attacked her was also stained with blood, which visibly seeped into the root. The root suddenly swelled, and beneath its outer skin, veins seemed to vibrate, revealing black blood vessel-like structures. The outer skin of the root then covered these black, blood vessel-like structures. This root had evolved after absorbing Lin Bing's blood. As the tree roots swelled, the other frozen trunks and roots suddenly seemed to go berserk, thrashing wildly within the ice with an unknown force, as if about to break free. Suddenly, danger lurked everywhere. Han Li stood outside, unable to help. He couldn't use fire. If he did, the ice would melt, making Lin Bing's situation even more perilous. The crucial problem was that he didn't know Lin Bing's location. If he could pinpoint her location, he would ensure the flames avoided Lin Bing and burned the trees. Han Li picked up the green stone Lin Bing had thrown some distance away, pondering a solution. He glanced up at Luo Tong in the distance. Luo Tong was pressing her hand against the tree trunks, seemingly communicating with them. Han Li threw the green stone, and it landed precisely on the back of Luo Tong's hand. Han Li saw a human figure coiled in a cocoon. He scanned the people left on the ground. Only Song Mao was nowhere to be seen. He ran quickly, climbed the tree, and was constantly attacked by branches. This time he didn't use flames to protect his body. If he had, the entire tree would have burned, and Song Mao, now in his cocoon, would probably have perished. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the tree trunk, right next to the cocoon. The branches beside it kept pushing the cocoon towards the crack, seemingly trying to devour Song Mao. Han Li, however, was still some distance away and couldn't catch up. He quickly glanced down and saw Dr. Bai. So he shouted to Dr. Bai below, "Cut off the branches next to that cocoon, quick!" They were teammates, their coordination perfect. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Bai immediately located the cocoon, and 2 black scalpels flew from his hands, and then 2 more appeared in his. The flying black scalpel swiftly sliced through the thick tree trunk, the black energy at both ends spreading inwards. Han Li jumped down from the tree, catching the cocoon still attached to the trunk. Simultaneously, he pulled out a military knife and severed the ends of the trunk where the black energy was spreading. 2 small sections of the trunk fell to the ground and instantly turned to dust. Han Li handed the cocoon to Dr. Bai, gazing at the endless branches. As far as the eye could see, there were only trees. With the attacks from these trees, even those in the distance seemed to move. Han Li suddenly shouted to everyone, "Everyone get in the vehicles, evacuate. Senior brother, you're in charge of protection. By Xian you'll lead the team, so remember, don't touch any more trees." These trees were too troublesome, seemingly endless. He had to deal with them all at once, burning them all down. But before that, he had to get Lin Bing out. As soon as Han Li finished speaking, Dr. Bai and Xiao Yuan began to move, and the others who remained outside also consciously moved closer to the green train. Except for Lin Bing, the trees no longer entangled anyone. Han Li avoided the trees near Lin Bing, causing the trees on that side to burn to ashes. The green stone landed on Luotong's hand. Before Luotong could even see what it was, the green stone began to liquefy, slowly turning into a green liquid. It passed through Luotong's skin, entering his cells through his pores. In a moment, the green stone had disappeared. Luotong was very surprised. He felt his strength surge, and at the same time he felt something breaking through within him. Just as he was pondering this, he felt someone pull him. Turning his head, he saw a large, muscular man dragging him towards the green train. It turned out they were leaving. He had been too engrossed in his thoughts. Just as Lin Bing was at her wit's end, Lon Pippi's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Lon Pippi said, "You can freeze all the water in their cells. Freeze it for a long time and the cells will lose their activity, and these mutated trees will die. However, that requires a lot of superpowers. I don't know if you can handle it. Freeze the cells? That makes sense. Plants also contain a lot of water." Lin Bing stared at the endless branches and trunks, gritted her teeth and decided to proceed anyway. She might collapse from exhaustion. She hoped not. Lin Bing closed her eyes and began to mobilize all her supernatural abilities. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and placed her hand on the ground. Instantly, small, invisible energy waves appeared from the direction of her hand. This time it was an even more extreme form of freezing, but no ice blocks appeared. However, all the branches and roots seemed to freeze in that instant. The insides of these plants were frozen, their cells unable to metabolize. She was surrounded by utter silence. Crystalline ice flowers appeared in the air, slowly falling to the ground. At the same time, Lin Bing's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes were open. She was still conscious, still aware, but her body was completely powerless. She wanted to remove the ice so they could find her, but she didn't have the strength to do so. She was too tired. A series of thuds sounded from outside the ice. Lin Bing turned her head and saw Han Li's face. Han Li was smashing the ice with his fist. Lin Bing smiled slightly, then closed her eyes. Seeing him, she could rest easy. After Han Li carried Lin Bing back, he set fire to all the trees in the area, burning them to ashes, leaving not even the roots. In an instant, the roadside was empty, with only several large craters remaining. 3 green trains were parked in the middle of the road. As the trees burned to ashes, some tree trunks dropped the same green stones as before. Luotong, watching from inside the train, felt his heart pounding. Thinking about how he could level up quickly, he finally managed to persuade Dr. Bai, and got out of the train to follow Han Li, and collect the green stones. Not all trees dropped green stones. There was only a 1 in 5 chance. The large trees that had cornered Lin Bing hadn't dropped anything, which Luotong found strange. He didn't even pick up the green stones in front of him, but instead stood by the thick tree roots, staring intently at the ground. He could clearly feel a great energy below. The rain never stopped. After the trees were burned, the soil mixed with water, forming a mud pit. Luotong stared at the mud pit for a while, then squatted down and began digging with his hands. He knew there was something there, and he didn't want to leave. If he left, he would definitely regret it. Han Li had already burned all the trees in this area, and was about to get into his car when he saw Luotong squatting in the mud digging. He walked over to Luotong, looked closely for a moment, and then waved to Yuan Qingshan in the third car, signaling him to come over. Yuan Qingshan quickly came over. "You help him," Han Li said to Yuan Qingshan. After saying that, Han Li took several steps back, watching them from a distance. Yuan Qingshan lifted Luotong up. Luotong struggled for a moment when he was lifted up, but when he turned his head and saw it was Yuan Qingshan, he stopped struggling. Thinking about it, it made sense. Only Yuan Qingshan could lift him with one hand. Luotong, his hands covered in mud, looked at Yuan Qingshan uneasily. "What's wrong? Are we leaving?" Yuan Qingshan shook his head and said, "You wait there, don't come any closer. I'll dig." Luotong obediently walked to Han Li's side. Then he stared in disbelief as Yuan Qingshan clenched his fist and punched the mud pit hard. Bang! A deafening sound, and then a large hole appeared in the mud pit. Then he saw Yuan Qingshan reach into the hole, rummage around, and a gray stone appeared in his hand. The stone wasn't large, even smaller than the green stone, but the moment it appeared, Luo Tong's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He swallowed hard, staring intently at the small gray stone. All his reason and all his senses told him that this was what he was looking for. Yuan Qingshan tossed over a small gray pebble, which Luo Tong hurriedly caught. He glanced at Han Li after catching it, wondering if Han Li wanted it too. Just like the green pebble, the gray pebble melted into his hand the moment it touched his head. Luo Tong froze motionless. Han Li stepped back a few paces, his hands in his pockets. At that moment, countless green sprouts emerged from Luo Tong's body. Sprouting, growing, flowering, bearing fruit and withering. It all happened in an instant. However, this was far from over. The process of a plant's life and death played out again and again on Luo Tong's body. After an unknown amount of time, finally, after the final round of withering, no more green plants grew from his body. At this moment, Luo Tong raised his head. His eyes had turned green, a cold emerald green. Then, in the next second, his eyes returned to black. After recovering, Luo Tong grinned foolishly, overjoyed. He spotted Han Li immediately and, disregarding their unfamiliarity, ran over to pick him up and spin him around. He was so happy. Han Li calmly avoided him. Luo Tong awkwardly withdrew his hand, but continued grinning excitedly, telling Han Li, "My ability really is controlling plants. I can control anything lower level than me." "Haha," Han Li asked. "What level are you now and what can you control?" Hearing this, Luo Tong's smile faded slightly, and his voice lowered. "Level 1. Han Li nodded. "Keep leveling up." Afterwards, the three boarded a green train and began heading towards the safe zone. Along the way, Han Li stood on the roof of the second train, letting the rain soak him. He didn't want to be trapped by the trees again, but strangely, apart from the first one, the remaining trees remained completely still, just like normal trees. Han Li had no intention of returning to the train. Finally, they arrived at the safe zone. Chapter 65. Entering the safe zone. 3 green trains stopped, and Han Li jumped off the roof. The guards in the safe zone recognized him immediately as a soldier and approached him with smiles, greeting him. "What's your name, sir? Are you sent from above?" The situation in the H-City safe zone wasn't good. Armor and ammunition supplies were running low, and food was only enough for the entire base for a week. Every day, they had to send people with superpowers and ordinary citizens out to search for supplies. Each search resulted in many deaths, but new people continued to arrive daily, making the food shortage even worse. The wealthy, powerful, and well-connected in H-City had already received word and moved to other cities before the apocalypse. The government officials did the same, with most heading north to the capital, the most heavily guarded area, where supplies were plentiful and the safest place. The management of the H-City safe zone was only temporarily elected. When the apocalypse struck, communication was cut off, and the entire safe zone was self-managed and self-distributed. As soon as Han Li appeared, the guards assumed he was sent from above and were exceptionally enthusiastic. "Where is your highest-ranking leader here? I have a special mission and need to speak directly with your superior," Han Li said, then walked with the guards to the gate of the safe zone, where they could find shelter from the rain. Han Li then handed his military officer's ID to the guards. The guards glanced at it, their smiles widening, before closing it and returning it to Han Li, saying, "I'll immediately inform my superior. Please wait here for a moment." Actually, there was a barrier outside the safe zone. Although it was raining, a canopy had been erected, and there were people guarding the area, checking for wounds. Anyone bitten or scratched by a zombie was strictly prohibited from entering. If there were wounds, but it couldn't be confirmed whether they were from a zombie, one had to stay at a designated shelter outside the safe zone for a day to ensure they wouldn't turn into a zombie before being allowed entry. Another guard retrieved several umbrellas from the guardhouse and warmly handed them to Han Li's companions, telling them where to park their vehicles. Han Dongdong actually had umbrellas in his storage space, but he couldn't take them out now to avoid attracting attention. He accepted the umbrellas from the guard and, along with the others, used them to approach the gate. The 3 drivers in Han Li's group arrived after parking their cars, as vehicles weren't allowed inside the safe zone. Not far away, a newcomer had just been found to have a wound and wasn't allowed to enter. He became agitated, pointing at Lu Xan at the back of Han Li's group and shouting, "That woman also has a wound. How can she go in? Look at that wound, it's obviously from a zombie bite. Everyone's allowed to go in, but I'm not allowed to go in with a small wound like hers." His shout drew the attention of the other newcomers and those inside the gate, who all looked over at Han Li and his group, whispering and pointing amongst themselves. Han Li was holding the soundly sleeping Lin Bing in his arms. He was wearing a large raincoat that completely covered both of them. He turned back with a cold expression and said, "Those with wounds step forward and wait over there." At the back, Lu Xian's face stiffened, and she lowered her head, remaining silent. Xiao Yuan nudged her with his elbow and gestured with his chin in that direction. Lu Xian looked dejected and, in the end, walked towards the wound examination area, her heart heavy. Xiao Yuan glanced at the men at the wound examination area, who were staring at Lu Xian with strange expressions. He thought for a moment, then quickly caught up with Han Li and said, "I'll stay outside and keep watch over the car. By the way, how many days are you going to stay inside?" Han Li glanced at Lin Bing under the raincoat and replied, 2 or 3 days, senior brother, perhaps." Han Li glanced towards Lu Xian as he spoke. Xiao Yuan blushed, glared at him and said, "Shut up." Then he hurried towards Lu Xian. Han Li watched his senior brother's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Tang Yinyan had been carried away by Yuan Qingshan. She had small cuts on her arm from tree branches, just a minor scratch, but Yuan Qingshan ignored them, only obeying Han Li's orders. Tang Yinyan was almost in tears, looking at Luo Tong pleadingly. Luo Tong was looking down at the back of her hand, still excited about discovering her superpower and still studying it. Song Mao, now in a cocoon-like form, was strapped to Yuan Qingshan's back, wearing a raincoat so no one could see him. They just assumed he was large and muscular. After entering the safe zone, they were assigned to a separate 2-story villa. It was quite clean, apparently someone had cleaned it. After placing Lin Bing in a room on the 2nd floor, Han Li instructed Han Dongdong to keep an eye on her. Song Mao, wrapped in a cocoon, was in the next room guarded by mosquitoes. Dr. Bai said that they couldn't forcibly tear open Song Mao's cocoon-like shell now. They had to let him wake up on his own, otherwise who knew what might happen. As for the room allocation, Dr. Bai would handle that. Han Li then went downstairs and, with the security personnel, met with the highest-ranking person in charge. A short while later, Tang Yinyan entered. Her wound was clearly a strangulation injury, very fresh and bright red, confirming it wasn't from a zombie. Since she was with Han Li's group, she was quickly released. Before entering, Tang Yinyan had specifically asked the security personnel about Han Li's group's whereabouts. After entering the safe zone, she went straight here. Seeing the door closed, she knocked. Yuan Qingshan opened the door, clearly displeased upon seeing her. Although a large man, Yuan Qingshan was petty. He remembered Tang Yinyan secretly opening the window and letting tree branches in. He only treated those he trusted with his whole heart. He disliked troublesome, cumbersome people who were a hindrance. He didn't understand why his boss hadn't gotten rid of her. Tang Yinyan's expression stiffened when she saw Yuan Qingshan, but she quickly smiled and greeted him. "Hello. Do you know where Luo Tong is?" She squeezed through the doorway as she spoke. Thankfully she was thin, otherwise she would have been blocked outside. Yuan Qingshan merely snorted when he saw Tang Yinyan enter, then closed the door and followed her into the kitchen. Lin Bing was still asleep. He had lost the rock-paper-scissors game, so it was his turn to cook. Although he wasn't a great cook, he knew how to make a one-pot stew. He chopped all the vegetables, threw everything in a pot, boiled it, and it was ready to eat. That's how he always ate. It wouldn't kill him, and it would fill his stomach. After Han Li left, he was taken to the highest-ranking official's office. After meeting, Han Li spoke with the official for a while, only mentioning finding a high-ranking relative. The official was initially unhappy, but after Han Li presented special documents, the official's attitude immediately changed, becoming all smiles and very cooperative. He volunteered. "Major Han's matter is my matter, and I will cooperate fully. All outsiders entering the safe zone are registered, so whether Major Han's mentioned person is here or not can be found out by checking. However, because there are many things to do and few people, it may take some time. We probably won't have an answer until tomorrow morning, and we will definitely inform Major Han then. Han Li smiled and said, "That's troublesome. We have to leave immediately after we find the person." Upon hearing this, the person in charge smiled even more happily, this time much more sincerely. He immediately became friendly with Han Li, insisting that he not leave, saying he wanted to treat Han Li to a meal before he left. In the end, Han Li ate outside before returning home, which was quite lucky. After eating the food Yuan Qingshan cooked, everyone looked pale and sickly. The whole pot of food was a mush, unrecognizable. "Can you throw cabbage in with cured meat?" they'd say. The cabbage would definitely turn to mush. Yuan Qingshan saw some eggs, cracked them open and added them in. Towards the end, a layer of bubbles, resembling the bubbles that used to float on top of sewage ditches, formed on the surface. The others lost their appetite at the sight of the food, but then thought, maybe it's just ugly, maybe it'll be a pleasant surprise. As it turned out, there was no surprise. Yuan Qingshan himself only managed one bowl with a bitter expression before giving up. That night they had diarrhea all night, and there were long queues at the toilets. Luckily, it was a detached building with plenty of toilets. Lin Bing woke up at 5 o'clock the next morning. To her surprise, she discovered that her superpower level had reached the mid-stage of level 2, several times higher than before her rebirth. She then realized that after each period of exhaustion, her supernatural abilities would continuously increase, which was an unexpected bonus. Waking up in this unfamiliar place, the room was bright and the bed was soft and comfortable. She guessed she had reached a safe zone. Outside of safe zones, nowhere else was this peaceful. She pushed open the door and went outside, only to find it was a 2-story villa. She had only stood in the hallway for a moment when she saw the first-floor door open, and Han Li walked in wearing wet clothes. Looking outside, she realized the rain hadn't stopped. But why was he up so early? Could it be that he had stayed outside all night? He's really pushing himself. No wonder he leveled up so quickly. As soon as he entered, Han Li saw Lin Bing standing upstairs. Since she was awake, her room must be empty, so he would go to her room to take a shower. The others were still asleep, and he didn't want to wake them. He would rest for 3 hours. He needed to meet with the person in charge here at 9 o'clock. "You're awake?" "Yeah, were you out in the rain all night?" "Yeah, I'm going to take a shower. If you're free later, please wake me up at 8 o'clock. Han Li instructed her earnestly. "Okay." Lin Bing nodded earnestly in return. Han Li entered the room Lin Bing had just come out of, closed the door, and went straight into the bathroom. A minute later, the door opened a crack and Han Li's voice came from inside. "The first room when you come in, Han Dongdong is there, and my bag is there. Could you bring it up for me?" Lin Bing had already walked halfway down the stairs when she heard Han Li's voice and turned around. She looked around but couldn't see anything except his voice. However, she was sure that Han Li was at most wearing a towel around his waist, provided there was a towel around his waist. Maybe his clothes were wet too. The room was easy to spot. Lin Bing saw it as soon as she came downstairs. She gently pushed the door open, only to find it locked from the inside. Unable to do anything else, she knocked softly. A moment later, Han Dongdong opened the door, rubbing his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Bing, his eyes, which had been half closed, widened immediately, and he exclaimed with delight, "You're awake. Are you all right?" Lin Bing pinched his soft little face and smiled. "Of course I'm fine. My ability has reached the mid-stage of level 2. By the way, where's Han Li's bag? Could you get it for me? I won't go in." That night, Han Dongdong shared a room with Bai Xan. Han Dongdong ran in and out, carrying a black backpack in his hands. He was small and had to carry it with both hands. Luckily, it only contained some clothes and daily necessities, so it wasn't much. Lin Bing took the bag, ruffled Han Dongdong's hair and turned to leave but suddenly turned back. "By the way, you showered and washed your hair last night, right?" "Of course." Han Dongdong blushed and hurriedly retorted. "Good boy, go to sleep now." Lin Bing kissed his chubby cheek, then took the bag and went upstairs. Lin Bing went upstairs, the door was ajar. She stood outside for a moment, smiled and suddenly pushed the door open. To her surprise, Han Li wasn't there. She thought she'd see him looking embarrassed. Lin Bing went inside. The bathroom door was tightly closed. She knocked and the door opened fully. Han Li stood inside, neatly dressed, looking at Lin Bing with a half-smile. You didn't change your clothes? Lin Bing asked in surprise. Wait, his clothes were wet before, but that's how they looked. Your clothes. Han Li took the bag from her hand, a smile playing on his lips. They're yesterday's clothes. I dried them, but I still need to take another shower. This time I need to change into clean clothes. He tossed the bag around and shook it as he spoke. Okay, I'm going out then. Lin Bing turned around calmly, inwardly annoyed. She guessed he'd seen her trying to tease him. As soon as Lin Bing turned around, she saw Han Dongdong's fluffy little head peeking through the crack in the door. Han Dongdong was grinning foolishly. His eyes narrowed into slits. Lin Bing pulled the grinning Han Dongdong out, closing the door behind her. Lin Bing made breakfast, a simple meal of vegetables and rice, to ensure he had enough energy. Lin Bing prepared breakfast at 7 a.m., woke Han Li up at 8 a.m., and served the meal 10 minutes after 8 a.m. Before serving, she even set aside 2 portions to have delivered to Xiao Yuan and Lu Exine. To Lin Bing's surprise, her breakfast buddies were incredibly efficient, licking the plates clean, leaving not a single grain of rice or vegetable. This shocked Lin Bing. What was wrong with these people? She had never seen them so ruthless before. Han Li, tormented by yesterday's dinner, not only vomited but also had diarrhea all night, leaving his stomach empty. Han Li left home at 8:30 a.m. and met with the person in charge in the office at 9 a.m. Upon seeing Han Li enter, the person in charge greeted him, shaking his hand and sighing repeatedly, saying, I was busy all night yesterday but couldn't find the person you mentioned, Brother Han. After having dinner last night, the person in charge had changed Major Han's title to Brother Han. A drinking buddy, after all. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he comforted the person in charge, saying, It's all right. Finding someone these days is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's normal not to find them yet. Does anyone know of anyone who saw that person before? Could you find out anything? The person in charge relaxed upon hearing Han Li's words and smiled. I found out about that. There are 3 places where people say they saw Mr. Zheng, but we still need to confirm. Those people are in Section C. I'll have someone take you there to ask. Han Li's expression remained calm, but his tone was grateful. Thank you for your trouble. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just let me know, and I'll definitely help. The person in charge called in a subordinate and instructed him to take Han Li to Section C. After Han Li left, the person in charge walked to the window, gazing at Han Li's retreating figure outside, his expression inscrutable. Han Li returned to the small villa at noon. After returning, he called his subordinates into a room, closed the doors and windows, and spoke in hushed tones, discussing something that couldn't be heard outside. They stayed inside for an hour. After they came out, Han Li called Lin Bing, Luo Tong, and the others over and handed her a piece of paper with 3 addresses written on it. Han Li asked her, Do you know these places? These people were from H City, so they should know these addresses better. Lin Bing stared at one of the addresses in surprise, then pointed to it and said to Han Li, I know how to get here, and I even know which floor and building it is. Of course she knew that place. It was the small apartment she saw the first time she was reborn. Okay, Lin Bing, you take me by Xi and Dr. Bai. And Wenzi, you two come with Lin Bing here, Han Li said, then asked Luo Tong and Tang Yinyan. Do you recognize the other 2 addresses? Luo Tong shook her head. Tang Yinyan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Hearing this, Han Li asked again, Do you know them exactly or just roughly? Tang Yinyan hesitated for a moment, then said, I roughly know them. Actually, she knew that place very well. She had lived in that area when she was a child. However, if she knew the exact address, she would have to go out, which was too unsafe, and she didn't want to do that. All right, let's go outside and ask around to see if anyone knows the place. We'll go out this afternoon, come back at 5, and leave tomorrow morning. Xiao Dao didn't go out. He had to stay with Song Mao, who was still unconscious, and they didn't know what was wrong. They didn't dare let Dr. Bai stay with him, afraid that if they weren't careful, he might get carried away with studying the case and dissect Song Mao. They ate lunch at 1:30 p.m. After lunch, the group split into 4 teams to go outside and ask around. When they returned at 5 p.m., they were all dejected without a single clue. H City was so big with so many winding roads, it was impossible to know them all. Perhaps there were people like Tang Yinyan who knew but didn't say anything. They dared not tell anyone. What if they were asked to go out with them? Didn't they see how polite the security team was to these people? If they told them to lead the way, they'd be finished. Going out could mean death. They weren't ready to die yet. That night, the rain continued to fall. Han Li stayed outside all night, as did Lin Bing. The lightning at night still shone with a reddish light and could still be upgraded. Strangely, it seemed that the area hadn't suffered much damage from the mutated plants and animals. Lin Bing had even specifically asked Han Li about this, only remembering that Han Li's expression changed, but he didn't say anything, just telling her, "You'll know when you go out tonight." In the middle of the night, lightning flashed and thunder roared. An energy rain fell again. Lin Bing stood on the roof of the attic, looking as pale as Han Li had before. She pinched her nose, almost unable to speak. It stank. She had never smelled anything so foul. Looking up, she saw Han Li wearing a mask, at least 2 layers judging by the appearance. Seeing Lin Bing looking over, Han Li took one out of his pocket and handed it to her. That night, the entire safe zone reeked of a foul stench. Lin Bing looked down towards the wind and saw a giant 5-meter-long tyrant flower coiled in the soil, its red and yellow petals opening and closing, constantly spewing out a stench. No wonder no one lived there. Even mutated beasts wouldn't come here with this smell. Afterwards, Lin Bing and Han Li took turns sleeping in the rain, enduring a torturous night outside. However, Lin Bing was happy that her superpowers had still increased. Even more gratifying was that the space directly absorbed the energy from the energy rain, which would last a long time, at least a week without needing to absorb her superpowers. So the stench was worth it. Han Li's teammates didn't go out that night. Not because they couldn't stand the rain, but because their bodies had reached their absorption limit and couldn't absorb any more. The previous night, they had initially taken turns going out with Han Li, leaving aside the diarrhea incident, but as soon as they were drenched in the energy rain, their entire bodies ached, their skin felt like it was about to explode. Everyone experienced this, so they dared not try again. The next day, when Lin Bing returned to her room to shower and change, she breathed a huge sigh of relief, took off her mask, and inhaled deeply the fresh air. At 7 in the morning, after making breakfast, those who stayed behind ate in the living room, while the others took their breakfasts out to eat in the car to save time. Yuan Qingshan and the others went to the parking lot and drove the car over, while Han Li and the others went to find Xiao Yuan. After finding him, Lin Bing handed the prepared breakfast to Xiao Yuan and Lu Exine. Lu Exine's expression was very different from before. She now seemed like a sweet little woman, still beautiful, but with a gentler look in her eyes than before. "What, you're going out?" Lu Exine was clearly unaware of this and was startled when she heard it from Lin Bing. Xiao Yuan hadn't told her about this. Did Xiao Yuan not plan to take her? Thinking of this, Lu Exine's eyes dimmed. Lin Bing showed her the paper and said, "We only know this location so far. I'm going to this location." Lu Exine took the paper and glanced at it, her expression immediately relaxing. She smiled and said, "I know both places." Her expression was full of confidence. Now it wasn't that Xiao Yuan wouldn't take her. The more obscure the place, the more familiar she was with it. The others were overjoyed to learn that Lu Exine knew the 2 locations. They decided to split the previous 3 teams into 2. Dr. Bai, Lin Bing, and Mosquito would remain in one team plus Luotong. The rest would join Han Li's team, as Han Li's team needed more manpower to find 2 locations that day. They decided to meet up at the villa in the safe zone that evening. After the arrangements were made, Yuan Qingshan and the others had already brought the green car over. Mosquito drove, Dr. Bai sat in the passenger seat, and Lin Bing and Luotong sat in the back. This time they sat side by side, finally having plenty of time to chat. Lin Bing was very busy absorbing energy rain at night, cooking during the day, and also going out to ask people for addresses. Luotong was also busy, researching his new superpower. He stayed in his room the whole time, only going out to eat. He tried to get rained on at night, but couldn't stand the smell, so he obediently went back to his room. "By the way, what's your new superpower?" Lin Bing asked with interest, having heard it was related to plants. Outside the safe zone in Zone E, a place for recuperation, a woman with a sallow complexion was stuffing half a dark, mushy steamed bun into her mouth, her eyes fixed on someone not far away. Her grip on the bun tightened, her fingers digging into it, until the green train was completely out of sight. Only then did she slowly look away, glancing down at the half-shrunken bun in her hand, her heart aching with heartache, and her hatred for that person intensified. Chapter 66 Sewage. Not long after the green train left the safe zone, the heavy rain gradually stopped, the dark clouds seemed to disperse, and the sky gradually brightened. Everyone finished breakfast on the train. At the third fork in the road, Lin Bing turned right, while Han Li and the others turned left. From that point on, the vehicles separated. On the train, Luo Tong excitedly recounted his experiences of the past 2 days to Lin Bing, such as how he survived from the giant green plant on the second floor of the police station, and how his body changed after absorbing the green and gray stones, and so on. They talked for a full hour. Those small green and gray stones might be plant energy stones. Since you're a plant-type superhuman, you might need to use them to upgrade. As for making them obedient, I'm afraid your superhuman level is still too low. By the way, you can find some seeds and train them from the seedling stage. Then they'll obey you. In that case, we'll need to find some more seeds when we have time. If we find something like a man-eating flower, you'll definitely be very strong in the future. Lin Bing's eyes brightened as she spoke. Training powerful plants was a good idea, but the premise was that those plants could actually obey Luo Tong. Lin Bing's words also gave Luo Tong a new way to use his superhuman ability. How stupid of him, why didn't he think of this before? Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. Luo Tong was a biology student, and he was much more familiar with the habits of plants than Lin Bing. Afterwards, he pulled out a notebook and a pen from somewhere and began to write and draw in the notebook, occasionally talking to himself, falling into a state of frenzied study. Seeing him like this, Lin Bing stopped disturbing him and began to look out the window. Just then, the car suddenly began to slow down. As Lin Bing looked puzzled, Mosquito's voice came from ahead. There's a flood ahead about 10 centimeters deep. Are you sure it's a straight road? Is there another way around it? Mosquito's brows were tightly furrowed. Outside the windshield, the entire street was filled with sewage. Yellowish-black sewage was blown around by the wind, carrying furniture and household items floating in the water, along with garbage, bloated limbs, bloated corpses, and even some zombies submerged in the water. The rotting flesh mixed with the sewage was not only unsightly, but also incredibly foul-smelling. The green train was currently on an overpass about to exit. There were several exits on the overpass, but only the straight road was at a lower elevation, where all the water flowed. However, because Lin Bing had drawn up the address earlier, which was clearly marked, and the road after exiting the overpass was a straight one, Mosquito asked the question. Seeing the situation ahead, Lin Bing's expression turned grim. She said, "There's only this one road. The others are all closed because of subway construction. It's impossible to pass." Mosquito sighed deeply, his face contorted with worry. "Well, that's all we can do. We don't even know if the zombies in the water are dead or alive." Dr. Bai echoed Mosquito's words with a heavy expression. "It's been raining for the past 3 days. They're unlikely to be attacked while submerged in water, so they're more likely to still be moving. By the way, when the boss came out, he got some gasoline from the safe zone. Each car got a can. Let's stop the car and fill up the tank." Mosquito stopped the car, turned off the engine, got out, and took some gasoline from the trunk. They had been driving for over an hour and had used up some gas. Now it was time to refuel. After refueling, Mosquito returned to the car, started the engine and shouted to everyone. "Close the windows tightly, everyone hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate and rush straight through. Hopefully the car will hold up and not stall in the water." As soon as Mosquito finished speaking, he accelerated to the maximum speed, slammed on the gas, and the car shot off with a whoosh, speeding wildly across the sewage-filled road. The green train had been professionally modified, and its performance was top-notch among similar vehicles. The green train sped by, splashing sewage everywhere. As Mosquito drove the green train onto this sewage street, his heart sank, and his face suddenly turned deathly pale. The water under this street where the wheels had rolled was all soft, meaning that below lay either corpses or zombies. He was driving too fast, and by the time he realized it, the car had already gone far ahead, and at this point there was no turning back. Lin Bing, Dr. Bai, and Luo Tong could all feel the bumps of the green train, but no one spoke. They just quietly stared outside, hoping that this stretch of road would pass quickly. And so the green train traveled through the sewage for over half an hour. Just as Mosquito was worrying about whether the train could withstand the strain, he heard Lin Bing's delighted voice. "Turn right ahead, it'll be about a 10-minute drive." Hearing this, Mosquito breathed a huge sigh of relief. The right turn ahead was on an uphill slope. The road there, though wet, was at least not submerged in water. After turning right, the train continued for about 8 minutes before stopping again. Because there was no road ahead. What should have been the location of the residential area was instead a sea of green. The streets were lined with giant trees, their branches intertwined, and the road beneath them was cracked and covered in roots, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. Lin Bing smiled bitterly. Her neighborhood was popular not only for its proximity to the school, but also for its beautiful landscaping. The buildings were low and spaced far apart, with only stone paths and lush greenery, including bamboo groves next to some buildings. The driveway was lined with trees on both sides. It looked so lovely back then. But now, seeing the giant trees ahead and remembering the landscaping, Lin Bing's heart sank. "Let's get off," Dr. Bai suggested. The old green train couldn't go any further, so they had to walk. The four of them got off the train. Mosquito was the last to get off. He had locked the car and had the key. "Should we drive to a secluded spot under the trees?" No, forget it, I don't see any houses nearby," Mosquito said, immediately rejecting his own suggestion. After hearing his words, Lin Bing pointed to a place where ivy was growing and said, "There used to be a lot of houses there, but now it seems that the plants have taken over, which is why you can't see the houses inside." Looking at the plants everywhere, the other three, except for Luotong, felt a little uneasy. Before entering, Lin Bing explained in detail. "This residential complex is in its third phase. The area written on the paper is the first phase, which is the buildings near my home, probably to the south. However, judging from the way the trees are growing, it's likely similar inside, as those buildings are very similar in location and structure. I'm worried we might not be able to tell them apart. So, if that happens, how will we find them?" Dr. Bai pondered for a moment and said, "How many buildings are there? If not many, we'll split into 2 groups and search separately. That will be faster. It's still cloudy now, and we don't know if it will rain again. We need to get back before dark, so excluding the 2-hour journey back, it's a little past 9 now. We must confirm whether the person we're looking for is here before 3 o'clock. If we can't find them today, we'll probably have to come back tomorrow. The reason these plants have grown so tall and strong, dominating the entire complex, is probably related to the energy rain that has lasted for 3 days. They may have absorbed a lot of energy from the rain and started to evolve, thus becoming what they are now." Luotong, being unaffected by the plants, walked in front, scouting the way. Luotong was very happy to be tasked with scouting the route, because for the first time, he felt that he was not a burden, but an indispensable member of the team. These plants were enormous with lush foliage. Lin Bing and his companions could only pass beneath them. These giant trees almost completely blocked out the sky, with sunlight only filtering through the gaps. Initially, Lin Bing and his group were worried that these giant trees might attack. However, Luotong told them that these trees were gentle and had already absorbed enough energy, were now digesting it, and were sleeping and wouldn't attack them. They were slightly relieved, but still proceeded cautiously. It would only take 2 minutes by car, but it took them a full 10 minutes on foot. The further they went, the less visible the path became. Finally, they had to walk on tree roots emerging from the ground, holding onto the trunks. Lin Bing didn't have a good impression of tree roots, but besides the roots there were only tree trunks. Some trunks were close together, while others were almost intertwined, and the dense foliage made it impossible to walk through. With no other choice, Lin Bing continued to walk on the gray tree roots. "Look, there's a road ahead." Luotong, who was walking in the lead, was the first to see the road outside. However, when he saw the situation clearly, his face turned green. Perhaps it was the light, but he was mistaken. What he saw wasn't a road, but water. There was water ahead, but it was cleaner, only finger-deep, crystal clear, and you could even see the small tree roots at the bottom. There were trees on both sides of the water, but they were smaller, about the same size as before the apocalypse. Therefore, you could see the sky above the water, and the light wasn't blocked. All 4 of them stopped. Lin Bing carefully surveyed her surroundings. She spoke first. What's going on? There's water everywhere ahead. Look, the reflections in the water are off. It's probably getting deeper. I remember there was a small lake near this spot, but now that the trees and paths have changed, I can't recall its location. The water might not be safe. How are we going to get across? This place is completely unrecognizable. They came in through the main gate, but they walked along tree roots taking a side path. This place is also remote, and all the landmark buildings are nowhere to be found. They only vaguely remember it now and aren't sure. This time Luo Tong's eyes lit up as he spoke, somewhat eager to try. I can make this place grow bigger. We can climb the tree and walk on the trunk, how about that? Controlling plant growth will consume your superpower. Are you sure? Didn't you say it's very close? If it's within 20 meters, it should be fine. If we go from the water direction, it's more than 20 meters. However, if we walk on the tree trunk as you said, do you see that ivy over there? I remember that's where the first phase is. After the first phase was handed over, the old man on the first floor planted a pot of ivy before he moved in. Every summer, the whole area outside his window is covered by ivy. Anyone who's lived there for a while knows that, so that ivy patch should belong to his family. We'll walk back 10 meters from the tree roots, climb the tree, and you control your superpower while we walk through the tree. What do you think? Then let's do it that way. Luo Tong, you go first. This time it was Dr. Bai who spoke. It seemed that this was the only way. At this moment he was quite grateful to have a plant-based superpower user. The four turned around and walked another 10 meters in, beginning to climb the tree. Behind them, ripples spread across the clear water. The giant tree had many branches, and they climbed up it quite suddenly. Luo Tong placed his hands on the tree, seemingly communicating for a moment, when suddenly the branches moved, binding them. Lin Bing was startled, and just as her ice blade was about to slash, Luo Tong hurriedly said, "Don't do anything rash. It's helping us. We don't need to climb anymore. It will help us get there. These branches are just to prevent us from falling." After Luo Tong finished speaking, the other three indeed stopped moving. Sure enough, the branches didn't intend to harm them. The binding force wasn't strong. Lin Bing put away her ice blade. Dr. Bai's black scalpel disappeared, and Mosquito's hands flashed white before he was empty. The tree trunk wasn't moving very fast. Lin Bing stood obediently on the trunk, carefully observing her surroundings. Unfortunately, the light was insufficient, and she couldn't see anything clearly in the shade. Although Luo Tong had said those things, Lin Bing didn't entirely believe him. However, she knew the tree was sentient, and she had to put away her weapons to show goodwill. They stayed on the trunk for a full 20 minutes on this short stretch. The trunk stretched upwards through the leaves, and without the shade of the large tree, they finally saw the light outside. The sudden light was dazzling, and they shielded their eyes with their hands. The branches loosened, and they quietly retreated. Just then the trunk suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something, violently moving. Finally, with a whoosh, the trunk threw them out, sending the four of them flying into the air, heading in 4 different directions. The four were both shocked and angry. This tree was indeed untrustworthy, but at this point there was nothing they could do. Lin Bing reacted the fastest. Just as she was about to crash into the building, a giant icicle appeared in her hand. With a backhand flick, the icicle pierced the wall and embedded itself firmly in the building. Hanging from the icicle, she slowly began to climb. Below the icicle was a security grill covered in green ivy. Looking up, Lin Bing saw that not only the grill, but the entire building was covered in ivy. Looking at the purplish-red branches beneath the ivy leaves, she realized they were newly grown and probably wouldn't support her weight. She decided against trying to climb up the ivy. With one hand still attached to the icicle, she conjured another giant icicle with her other hand and plunged it into the wall, right at her waist. The 2 icicles were very close together. Using her hands for leverage, she leaped and landed on top of one of them. Once she was steady, she began to check on the others. The closest creature to her was a mosquito, about 5 meters away. It gripped the ivy leaves with both hands, clinging steadily to the wall, and used its feet to push off the leaves as it slowly began to climb. Above the 4th floor, there were no security bars at the stairwell, and that seemed to be the mosquito's target. It diligently climbed upwards. Lin Bing was about to look for Dr. Bai and Luotong when she heard Mosquito turn around and shout to her. Don't worry about them, they'll be fine. Let's go into this building and start searching. You take the top floors and I'll take the bottom. Whether they're here or not, meet up on the middle floor in an hour. Okay. Mosquito grabbed onto the ivy leaves and climbed to the 4th floor stairwell window. He braced himself against the wall, swung his body outwards, and then used the momentum to kick the window hard. The glass shattered, and the moment he released the ivy, he jumped in, landing steadily on the stairwell. He squinted his small eyes and smiled happily, giving Lin Bing an okay sign before quickly descending the stairs to start searching. Han Li had received an address with specific building and phase, but no floor or apartment number, so he had to search one apartment at a time. Fortunately, each floor of this small apartment building only had 2 residents, making it relatively easy. Seeing that the Mosquito had already gone in, Lin Bing wasn't going to be left behind. Instead of using an ice pick, she grabbed onto the ivy leaves and started climbing, just like the Mosquito. Because her superpower had reached the mid-stage of the 2nd level and her body had been strengthened, climbing was a piece of cake for her. Soon she reached the top floor, grabbed the roof edge, used her hands to push herself up, and then climbed to the top. Once on the top floor she froze. This wasn't the ivy-covered building the old man had bought. This was her building. But her small apartment shouldn't have ivy. What was going on? Lin Bing stood on the roof, sticking her head out to look down. The ivy was normal, still quiet and peaceful, not seeming to have any problems. Lin Bing looked westward, towards the building where the old man had bought his apartment. The western walls were covered in ivy, just like before. Wait, not only the west, but every building she could see was completely covered in ivy. Every single one. Lin Bing gasped. Even if the ivy were quiet now, she wouldn't believe it was harmless. Oh no. The mosquitoes must have started their search from the 1st floor. The ground floor is the closest to the earth. If the ivy had consciousness, would it move its roots underground? She had to get down. She couldn't take the elevator. She had to go down the stairs. The rooftop door was locked. Fortunately, this didn't stop Lin Bing. She conjured a giant ice spike and used brute force to smash a large hole in the rooftop wall, then crawled inside. As soon as she entered, she felt weapons rushing towards her. She quickly dodged them, then jumped out and stood on the balcony. She asked coldly, "Who's playing tricks in there?" Inside it was pitch black without a single ray of light. After a long while, a hesitant voice came from inside. "Are you Lin Bing?" The voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't had water in a long time. That's how it sounds when you're thirsty. Lin Bing recognized the voice. It seemed familiar. After a moment she remembered. Dr. Su, the one who lived next door? Hearing Lin Bing's words, the person inside chuckled softly, and then a figure emerged, shielding his eyes from the glare. Dr. Su had bright eyes, but he looked haggard, much thinner, and his lips were chapped. Lin Bing conjured a small ice cube. The easier it would be to pop into her mouth to quench her thirst. She handed the ice cube to Dr. Su, saying, "I don't have any water with me, would you like to use this to quench your thirst?" Dr. Su took the ice cube but didn't eat it. Just as Lin Bing thought he was disgusted, she saw him quickly return to the spot where he had smashed the large hole. Then she heard Dr. Su's voice coming from inside. "Senior Zheng, this ice cube is a bit cold, but it can still quench your thirst. Try opening your mouth." "Zheng? Zheng." Hearing this, Lin Bing was overjoyed. Could the Senior Zheng that Dr. Su mentioned be the one Han Li was looking for? They shared the same surname. The chances were definitely higher. Lin Bing sniffed towards them, then handed them a few more small ice cubes, saying, "There's more here." Dr. Su took them all, saying to Lin Bing, "Thank you, but why did you come here? Nobody's been here for a long time. It's dangerous here, you know that." Lin Bing countered, "You mean the ivy?" After a long pause, Dr. Su smiled bitterly. "More than that." Lin Bing pondered for a moment, then asked, "How many days have you been here? Why are you hiding here? Why didn't you go to your room? The closer you are to the ground, the more dangerous it is. This place is slightly better, but you just smashed a hole in the wall. I'm afraid you won't make it through the night." Dr. Su sighed. "The closer you are to the ground, the more dangerous it is? Oh no. The mosquitoes are still down there." He had started searching from the 1st floor. Lin Bing, her heart pounding with anxiety, said, "A friend of mine came with me, also looking for Senior Zheng. He's already started searching from the first floor. I have to go down to find him. Dr. Su, if you trust me, wait for us upstairs. We'll take you back to the safe zone." After Lin Bing finished speaking, Dr. Su, seemingly unrelated, said, "I used some of the things you temporarily left with me. I'm sorry. Are you taking any people with you when you leave?" Lin Bing was taken aback by this. Why was he suddenly bringing this up? She replied, "If I had time, I would have taken more. There's too much stuff, mostly food, clothes, and other necessities bought online. The road leading out of the complex is full of water and trees, making it difficult to navigate. I'm afraid I can't take it all." After Lin Bing finished speaking, Dr. Su slowly helped one person out of the complex. Behind them were three unfamiliar faces. It was unclear whether they were residents of the complex, or perhaps not from this building. There were only 5 people in total. Dr. Su smiled at Lin Bing, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "Now I dare to believe what you said is true." Lin Bing looked at him, puzzled. Dr. Su didn't answer but instead asked her, "What's the name of your friend who went downstairs to look for someone? Tell me, and I'll have someone call him up." "Mosquito. Xiao Wu, could you call him?" Dr. Su turned to a boy with big eyes, about 15 or 16 years old, standing beside her. Xiao Wu nodded shyly, then whispered, "Cover your ears first." Lin Bing covered her ears just like Dr. Su. Then Xiao Wu opened his mouth, moved his throat, and a soft mosquito-like humming sound came from his mouth. "Mosquito, your friend is looking for you on the top floor, and Senior Zheng is up there too." Lin Bing could see his mouth moving but heard nothing. Just as she was about to remove her hands from her ears, a deafening roar suddenly came from the air. "Mosquito, your friend is looking for you on the top floor, and Senior Zheng is up there too." The ground shook several times. Lin Bing felt she couldn't hear anything anymore. She realized she hadn't covered her ears tightly enough and estimated it would take a while for them to recover. What kind of superpower does this person possess? It's so bizarre. I've never seen anything like it before. After a long while, Lin Bing's hearing returned a little. She asked Dr. Su blankly, "His voice is so loud. He could have called for help. Didn't you try?" Dr. Su's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he gave a bitter smile. "We tried. Some kind-hearted people tried to come and save him, but everyone who came in died, even faster than we did. So we stopped trying after that. We didn't want to harm others. By the way, why are you all so thirsty? I remember I should have water or drinks." Lin Bing vaguely remembered that some of the things she bought online included drinks. That should be right. "I kept some potted plants on the 8th floor balcony. Later, they made that their home and wouldn't let anyone in." Lin Bing looked at him with pity. She thought to herself, "It's amazing this group of people has endured this for so long." Lin Bing suddenly thought of another question. "I remember saying before that you didn't believe I was real at first. Why?" Zhang Shu floated on the water, his body motionless, only his eyes were still moving, proving he wasn't dead yet. The golden shield on his body wouldn't last much longer. He opened his eyes wider, wanting to see the sky above him one last time before he died. But all he could see were trees, lush and green, with only a few slivers of light peeking through the gaps. The light from the golden shield grew weaker and weaker. Chapter 67. The Ivy and the Caterpillar. Just then, an object fell in a parabolic arc, striking Zhang Shu squarely. He suffered internal injuries from the impact, but couldn't even cry out in pain. The golden shield talisman had blocked the impact, but its last bit of energy was used up. Now, without the talisman's protection, Zhang Shu's back suddenly hit the water, sending a chill down his spine. He could feel tiny creatures crawling on the ground. It was incredibly uncomfortable. Zhang Shu's pores stood on end in shock, but he couldn't move. He hoped no water snakes or anything like that appeared in the water. Thinking of the culprit, Zhang Shu desperately stared at the person. It was a person. A living person. He could feel their warmth. His eyes lit up with wild joy. There was hope. There might be hope. He hoped this person was the kind who would help others. Zhang Shu blinked frantically, trying to communicate with the falling human through his eyes. It was a man strong and powerful. But after a long while, the man on top of him didn't move. Had he passed out? No, the man's face was still submerged in the water. If he was unconscious, he'd die here sooner or later, probably even before him. Hey, wake up, wake up! Zhang Shu shouted inwardly, but his mouth was numb and he couldn't make a sound. He felt grief and indignation. If he died here, his body would definitely be swollen from being submerged in water, and he would look terrible. How could such an excellent and handsome young man, just kidding, die unrecognizable? How sad. The water began to ripple violently, followed by the sound of a great earthquake. Something big was approaching them. The man on top of Zhang Shu was awakened by the earthquake. When he woke up, his face was still in the water. He seemed to have choked on the water, coughed twice, put his hands on the ground and lifted his head. His eyes were dazed and he seemed a little confused. The earthquake grew closer and closer. He suddenly became fully awake, stood up from Zhang Shu and began to look around. At first glance he saw Zhang Shu floating in the water. Seeing that the man was awake and looking at him, Zhang Shu blinked even faster, almost bursting into tears of excitement. He hoped this man could understand his heart through his innocent little eyes. "Brother, save me! Help me out! Carry me away!" Falling from above was Dr. Bai. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Dr. Bai asked as he pulled Zhang Shu from the water. Seeing that Zhang Shu's eyes seemed to be twitching and blinking incessantly, but he didn't speak, Dr. Bai thought for a moment and asked again, "Can't you speak? If so, blink once, if not, blink twice." Zhang Shu blinked excitedly. This man was so intelligent, he actually understood him. And his heart was so kind. He pulled him out of the water so quickly. He hoped this man wouldn't abandon him and begged for adoption. Seeing Zhang Shu's eye movement, Dr. Bai was relieved and asked again, "Is your body temporarily paralyzed? Or are you permanently unable to move or speak?" Zhang Shu was internally screaming, his eyes blinking rapidly. He had simply been stung by something and was temporarily paralyzed. How could he be permanently paralyzed? He used to be a lively and energetic person. After listening, Dr. Bai pressed his hand on Zhang Shu's upper body and then said with a sudden realization, "You might have been stung by some poisonous insect. The venom is very strong, causing temporary paralysis. Use this." As Dr. Bai spoke, a white scalpel suddenly appeared in his hand. He carefully and swiftly made a small incision on a certain spot on Zhang Shu's body. Zhang Shu didn't even feel it. The scalpel was already retracted, leaving only a very faint mark, without even any blood flowing out. He felt nothing. Just as Zhang Shu was thinking, a sudden excruciating pain shot through his wound. "Aya!" He jumped up, howling like a banshee, tears streaming down his face, clutching his wound and hopping around. "It hurts so much. Ah, it hurts so much. Wait, he can move." The intense pain stimulated his numb body so he could move. Just as Zhang Shu was overjoyed and didn't know what to do, Dr. Bai suddenly covered his mouth and quickly dragged him to a secluded shady spot under a tree. Then Dr. Bai released his grip, but as soon as he did, Zhang Shu's body went limp, and he was about to fall to the ground. Dr. Bai was startled and caught him again. Had something attacked him again? Just as Dr. Bai was speculating, he heard Zhang Shu's weak voice. "Dude, any food or drink? I'm so hungry I can barely stand. I haven't eaten for days." Dr. Bai's face darkened. The shaking of the ground grew louder, but Dr. Bai kept his voice down as low as possible and said to Zhang Shu, "No, there will be some after we get out. Hang in there. If anything comes, don't make a sound." Zhang Shu leaned against a tree, and Dr. Bai held him up to prevent him from falling. Zhang Shu had been in so much pain that his cries had attracted something. Just then, Dr. Bai heard a deafening sound from the sky not far away. A sound Zhang Shu couldn't compare to. "Mosquito, your friend is looking for you on the top floor. Senior Zheng is up there too." Dr. Bai hadn't paid attention. His ears were ringing. After a while, he shook his head and rubbed his ears. Luckily, he was far away or he would have gone deaf. But Mosquito, Senior Zheng? Senior Zheng was up there. Mosquito was nearby too, so it must be either Lin Bing or Luotong at the very top. He had to go up. If it's confirmed to be Senior Zheng, they can leave this hellhole. Zhang Shu was so shocked he saw stars, but a surge of joy filled his heart. That voice belonged to Xiao Wu. They were still alive. Thankfully, they were all right. He wondered how many had survived. The large creature that had been lured in earlier paused for a moment after hearing the deafening sound, then began moving towards them again, the vibrations growing louder. Dr. Bai and Zhang Shu both held their breath. After jumping into the building, Mosquito began sprinting down the stairs to the first floor. His speed was among the best in the entire team. How could someone with their stamina be lacking? In just 3 minutes he had reached the first floor from the fourth. One door was tightly shut, the other wide open. He drew his gun and slowly approached the open door, warily scanning his surroundings. The front door of the house was wide open, and in the center of the living room lay a zombie, hissing. Only the area above its chest was unharmed. Its 2 hands were severed and scattered to one side, submerged in water. The black limbs were swollen, covered in a white layer, with insects constantly crawling in and out. The zombie, now only its head and chest remaining, was also submerged, but for some reason it hadn't swelled up. Its grayish-white eyes turned towards the door. After the mosquito entered, the zombie's head kept moving, but because it had no hands or feet, it couldn't move and remained in place. The mosquito couldn't get in. He glanced at the house from the doorway and walked towards another house with its front door tightly closed. No one could survive in this environment. There was no need to look. Their mission was to bring the living back, and since this house didn't seem to have any inhabitants, he didn't need to check it. The mosquito fired a few shots into the keyhole, breaking the lock and opening it from the inside. Then he kicked the door open, gun in hand, and peered inside. The house was clean but dark. Ivy blocked the light from the windows. He could only vaguely make out a person lying very close to the window. The mosquito's ears twitched. The person was alive because he thought he heard voices. Mosquito carefully stepped inside, then groped along the wall for the light switch. He pressed it, and the light came on, instantly brightening the room and giving it a sense of openness. Mosquito breathed a heavy sigh of relief before fully entering. The room had been so eerie before that he'd almost been afraid to go in. Holding his gun, Mosquito slowly approached the window, his nerves on edge. He finally got close. The face of the person on the ground came into view. Mosquito's eyes lit up. It was the scientist they were looking for, surnamed Zheng. His face was exactly like the one in the photograph, his eyes closed. Mosquito quickly went forward and helped the scientist up. Seeing that he had found him, Mosquito felt a sense of relief. He put away his gun, half embracing the scientist, gently shaking him and calling out, "Mr. Zheng, wake up! I'm the one sent down to pick you up. It's all right now." He shook him for a long time, but Mr. Zheng still didn't respond. Could he be dead? The mosquito thought anxiously. Then it buried its head in Mr. Zheng's chest, listening carefully. Wait, no heartbeat. But although Mr. Zheng wasn't awake, his mouth was clearly moving, muttering something incoherently. Something's not right. A person without a heartbeat can't be alive. The mosquito instantly realized this and threw the person it was holding away. But the instant it threw him, Mr. Zheng suddenly grinned eerily, his eyes opening. The mosquito looked into his eyes and gasped. Countless tiny, antenna-like things rapidly emerged from Mr. Zheng's eyes, tightly binding the mosquito as it tried to escape. Then, Mr. Zheng jumped onto the mosquito, wrapping its entire body around him again. Only then did the mosquito realize that this fake Mr. Zheng only had an upper body. The ground beneath its feet was covered in green ivy. This old Mr. Zheng looked exactly like the one in the photo. Since the photo showed a half-body portrait of old Mr. Zheng, the image of old Mr. Zheng in the mosquito's mind was also a half-body. Therefore, this wasn't old Mr. Zheng at all, but a fabricated image based on the image in his mind. So can these ivy plants create illusions? The mosquito struggled desperately but couldn't break free. Initially, although he was entangled, he wasn't panicked. He thought it was just ordinary mutated ivy that would trap and slowly strangle him. Looking at the delicate leaves and antennae, the mosquito felt uneasy, but he still had some confidence in himself. He had a specially made, very strong thin wire wrapped around his waist. If he could get his hands on it, he could definitely pry the ivy off. However, the next moment his worry turned into fear. The tiny tendrils of the Virginia creeper clung densely to his skin. He initially thought it was nothing, but when he saw these tiny tendrils frantically sucking his blood, he realized he had underestimated them. He began to struggle frantically, finally tearing the Virginia creeper that had wrapped around his body and throwing it to the ground. Before he could even recover, he saw that the Virginia creeper tendrils still clung to his skin. Even if they were just roots, they were still sucking blood. He desperately tried to pick them off with his fingernails, but they were like ingrained parts of his skin, impossible to remove. Even more terrifying, after sucking his blood, these tendrils began to grow larger, and then new branches and leaves slowly sprouted from the tendrils. However, this time, the new branches and leaves were all red, the color of blood. Mosquito scratched his skin raw, then threw away the scrapes. But the next second, countless ivy swarmed in through the window, like flies drawn to stench, directly attacking his bare flesh. These ivy swarmed in, their tentacles bared and fangs seemingly sentient. This time, not only his body but also his face and scalp were covered in their tentacles. Blood was flowing rapidly, Mosquito's face turned deathly pale, and he could no longer stand, collapsing to his knees. Just then, a deafening voice suddenly rang out from midair. "Mosquito, your friend is looking for you on the top floor. Senior Zheng is up there too." Mosquito collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring. He desperately tried to shout to tell Lin Bing upstairs, "Don't believe it. Be careful of these ivy swarms, run." But he could no longer make a sound. Only then did he belatedly realize that the building was covered in ivy, and the area where cars entered was the same. The ivy's tendrils were still sucking blood from him, and more bright red leaves were growing from them, growing ever redder. The mosquito finally closed its eyes. Luo Tong fell onto a bare tree, hanging from a branch, swaying back and forth. Strangely, this entire area was filled with dead trees, particularly conspicuous against the vast expanse of green. However, because the surrounding giant green trees blocked this area, it was impossible to see the dead trees unless viewed from above. The dead branch holding Luo Tong wasn't secure. With two creaks it broke and Luo Tong, along with the broken branch, fell to the ground, landing on his bottom first with a loud thud. It really hurt. He rubbed his bottom, stood up, threw away the branch that had hit him, and started looking for a way. He had been thrown the furthest by the giant branch. The ground here was dry, without a drop of water. It seemed the terrain was different from the other side. Luo Tong spotted a massive towering tree outside a grove of withered trees. It was incredibly tall, almost as high as the building next to it. Seeing this tree, he was overjoyed. He could stand on it and make it grow a few more meters to search for the others. Perhaps this giant tree was sentient and could communicate amicably. Luo Tong quickly ran towards the tree, but just as he was about to reach it, he abruptly stopped. Right in the center of the tree, in the largest patch of green, lay a huge fat green worm, half the size of the tree itself. It was disgusting. At that moment, Luo Tong finally understood where the withered trees had come from. The giant green worm was gnawing at the tree branches, eating incredibly fast. Its head was trapezoidal, its proboscis short and thick, and its body segmented. Countless yellow tentacles clung tightly to the bark, its body arching upwards as it gnawed away. Luo Tong involuntarily took a step back, his face turning green. He couldn't rely on that tree anymore, so he turned and ran. He hadn't run 2 steps when something seemed to come hurtling through the air. He immediately changed direction, running to the left, glancing back as he ran. He saw the large green caterpillar slowly beginning to move, its enormous head staring in his direction. The thing he'd just seen was spit out of the caterpillar's mouth, green and sticky. This time it didn't hit Luo Tong. It landed directly on the ground, forming a large green puddle. Luo Tong turned back, no longer running in a straight line, but weaving through the dead trees. The caterpillar was incredibly slow. After running for so long, it was still clinging to the tree, slowly arching its way down, not yet coming down. Luo Tong was relieved. Just as he was about to escape the dead forest, he heard another sound. This time it wasn't something flying towards him, but rather the sound of something crawling out. Luo Tong thought and wondered what it could be. The next second he knew. It was an insect, a green insect crawling out of a dead branch. It wasn't big, just a tiny little thing about the size of a common caterpillar. But the repeated sounds of it bursting through the trees made Luo Tong's legs tremble. This entire grove of dead trees was insect territory. The dead branches were teeming with insects. Luotong didn't have time to think. He started running desperately towards another area with more trees. He vaguely remembered that was where he'd been thrown here. Even if there was water below, he didn't care. He didn't want to be with these insects. Not at all. The insects emerged faster than he could run, and in the blink of an eye, the withered tree was covered with a dense swarm of green insects. Looking at it, it resembled newly sprouted leaves. From a distance, it looked no different from an ordinary tree. Luotong now truly felt that his legs weren't long enough. At this moment, he thought to himself that he must tell Lin Bing and the others that they absolutely could not retreat this way. Although he didn't know what was so special about these green insects, they were disgusting to look at and certainly wouldn't bring anything good. One by one, the small insects on the withered tree fell to the ground. Luotong was only a short distance away from running out of the withered forest, but in front of him was a sea of green, swarming with insects. Insects from all directions kept burrowing towards him. He turned his head and saw that even the giant green insect had already descended from the tree. As soon as it landed, the giant green insect suddenly changed speed. With a whoosh, the entire insect seemed to have an engine, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between it and Luotong was less than 5 meters. Luotong was so frightened he almost stopped breathing, his whole body turning cold. He frantically searched for a solution. What to do? Right, he could control trees, but all around him were dead trees hollowed out by insects. He couldn't control them at all. The giant green caterpillar was getting closer and closer. What to do? What to do? Luotong's mind went blank, his thoughts racing. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Block it. Block it. Block it. Just as the giant green caterpillar was only a meter away from him, it opened its saw-like mouth, about to swallow him whole. At that moment, Luotong's only thought was to block it. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, a large patch of green things appeared frantically around Luotong. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a circle of spiky cacti, protecting him in the center. Cactus. Luotong suddenly remembered that the plant that had swallowed him before seemed to be a cactus. He got it. The cactus reappeared, right in front of the giant green caterpillar. Now the cactus was the size of a person, covered in sharp gleaming thorns. Luotong stared intently at the cactus, beginning to control it. He channeled half of his supernatural power into it. The giant green caterpillar's saw-shaped mouth was still open when the cactus suddenly attacked, rushing into its mouth. Inside the caterpillar's mouth, the cactus began to swirl wildly. The caterpillar shrieked, its body writhing on the ground. Suddenly, green slime gushed from its mouth, corroding the cactus's thorns and slowly softening them. Luotong was shocked, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. Countless thorny cacti emerged from the ground, attacking the surrounding small insects and withered trees, as well as the large green caterpillars. Just then, a dark green cactus suddenly emerged from Luotong's hand. It was not as big as the other cacti, only as thick as his wrist, and long, covered with blackish-green thorns. Not far away, near the giant green caterpillar, green slime kept oozing from its mouth, corroding the surrounding cacti and turning them into a pool of green liquid. Luotong gritted his teeth, released the cacti protecting him, and rushed out, fiercely hurling the dark green cactus at the giant caterpillar. The cactus embedded itself in the caterpillar's back. Luotong pulled hard, tearing a large chunk of green flesh from the caterpillar. The caterpillar howled in pain, rolling on the ground, its green eyes bloodshot. It suddenly turned and darted towards the giant tree, its saw-shaped mouth wide open. It wanted to eat the tree to replenish its energy. By the time Luotong understood its intentions, the giant green caterpillar was already very close to the giant tree. Without thinking, Luotong flung the dark green cactus that had sprouted from his hand. This time, the cactus left his hand and flew straight towards the caterpillar, which Luotong ran after. Many of the caterpillars on the ground had already been killed by the thorns of the cacti that had sprung up earlier. The human-sized cacti that had sprouted earlier would actively avoid Luotong's path, and even if Luotong accidentally touched one of the thorns would soften upon contact and wouldn't harm him. A dark green cactus pierced through the back of the giant green caterpillar and embedded itself in the ground. The caterpillar was frozen in place, struggling desperately. Luotong discovered that his speed had increased significantly. He was already beside the caterpillar. At the same time, two more hard, dark green cacti emerged from his hands. Bang! Bang! With simultaneous movements of both hands, the two dark green cacti smashed the caterpillar's head, shattering it completely. Green sap splattered everywhere. Simultaneously, rows of cacti shielded Luotong, protecting him from harm. The caterpillar's head was shattered, but its body continued to move. The dark green cactus embedded in the caterpillar's back, the first one to appear, suddenly doubled in size, then grew even larger and longer. The dark green cactus grew larger and larger, while the caterpillar's enormous limbs shrank smaller and smaller until finally, only a thin skin remained. As the dark green cactus absorbed the caterpillar, Luotong felt his body evolving. He clearly felt it. So these cacti were his superpower. He could evolve by absorbing the energy of other animals. And the swarms of cacti rooted in the soil were absorbing nutrients. And as they did, Luotong could feel his body recovering. He could recover like this. Luotong was overjoyed, his smile impossible to hide. As the giant green caterpillar's head was shattered, a green crystalline core fell out, round like an egg. Luotong picked it up and tried to absorb it but found he couldn't. He put it in his pocket, retrieved the 3 dark green cacti, keeping only one, and took all the other ordinary rooted cacti. Just then a deafening voice rang out. "Mosquito, your friend is looking for you on the rooftop, and Senior Zheng is up there too." They were on the rooftop. He had found them. He had to find Lin Bing and the others. He had to meet them up at the very top. Just then, a giant cactus suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet. He stood in the very center of it, and the enormous cactus rose from the ground, climbing higher and higher until in the blink of an eye, it was as tall as the building in front of him, no, even taller. "Stop! Stop it!" Luotong thought to himself. The giant cactus stopped growing. But Luotong discovered that 2/3 of his newly recovered superpowers were now gone. He tried to make ordinary cacti sprout from the ground and absorb nutrients from the soil to restore his powers, but he found that this wouldn't work. At that moment, Luotong realized that physical fatigue could be restored by ordinary cacti absorbing nutrients from the soil. But these giant cacti, and the dark green ones, required his own superpowers to sustain them. Besides self-healing, they could also absorb nutrients from plants and animals to recover. So these two were different. He had been too optimistic. Now his powers were almost completely depleted. However, to his delight, he saw the building where Lin Bing was, and there were several people on it. Luotong waved happily and shouted, "I'm here!" Lin Bing and the others were quite wary when they saw the giant cactus appear, until Lin Bing saw Luotong standing on it. At this moment, Lin Bing couldn't help but wonder if this Luotong was real or fake. She could see Luotong, but because they were too far apart, she couldn't hear what Luotong was saying. Seeing Luotong waving happily, she guessed he was greeting her. Lin Bing also raised her hand and waved to Luotong. Luotong thought for a moment, then channeled his supernatural power into the dark green cactus in his hand. The cactus began to lengthen, and he hurled it towards Lin Bing's building. The cactus, seemingly connected to Luotong, clung tightly to the rooftop, following his will. Luotong held the other end of the cactus, and following its trajectory, he landed on the rooftop of Lin Bing's building. By the time Luotong landed, he had exhausted his last bit of supernatural power. He had the strength, but his supernatural abilities were useless. The dark green cactus that had pulled him there had shrunk into a thin, wiry strand, wrapped around his wrist, its thorns now soft, making his hand feel like it had a thorny green chain. Lin Bing was quite surprised to see Luotong use the cactus to reach them. Dr. Su then said, "He's real, not an imposter." This reassured Lin Bing. She approached Luotong and asked in surprise, "Where did this cactus come from? You can control it." Luotong smiled smugly and pointed to the giant cactus in the distance, saying, "I know my ability now. Look, I can control cacti." "I see." Lin Bing nodded with a smile, then asked, "Have you seen Dr. Bai? Mosquito and I landed here. He's down there. I'm going to find him." "Dr. Bai, I haven't seen him." Luotong frowned. He was the only one who landed near the dead tree. I see, Lin Bing said, somewhat disappointed. Dr. Bai wasn't with Luo Tong. Where did he land? Lin Bing shook her head, looked at the giant cactus, then at Luo Tong and asked, how much of your ability do you have left? Luo Tong's ability level wasn't high. It was uncertain how many times he could use it. Luo Tong lowered her head, saying apologetically, I just finished using it, so I probably can't be of much help right now. But I can help once I recover. I think I'll be back to normal around 1 a.m. Okay, then you rest here. I'll go downstairs directly. That's Mr. Zheng. Lin Bing finished speaking and prepared to go down the stairs. The stairs were originally locked in the middle. But since Dr. Su and the others knew they could leave, they didn't need to keep it locked, so they unlocked it. When Lin Bing went down, Dr. Su had Xiao Wu go with her, saying that in case of any accidents, Xiao Wu could call from below so they could hear her. Lin Bing was now hesitant to go down the ivy-covered wall. Dr. Su had briefly explained how terrifying the ivy was, but even that brief explanation sent chills down her spine. However, Dr. Su said that these vampire ivy preferred to hunt at night and should be more docile during the day. Unbeknownst to them, the reason the ivy had been more active at night in the preceding days was initially because the daytime sun was too intense, and they disliked moving under the high temperatures. Later, it was due to the energy rain. They absorbed the energy rain at night and digested it during the day, busy upgrading and evolving, and hadn't had time to deal with Dr. Su and his companions. The two hurried down the stairs, their footsteps the only sound in the entire building. The mosquito's eyes were tightly closed, but he still had some awareness. After his eyes closed, the ivy's antennae no longer merely sucked his blood, but instead pierced deeply into his flesh, relentlessly drilling deeper. Simultaneously, something strange seemed to want to burrow into his head. Faintly, he received a message in his mind, a kind of spoken language. Give me your body. It's these ivy. It's them. They want to possess his body. What do they want his body for? Even if he's dead, he can't give his body to them. If he can speak and possesses his body, does that mean the ivy wants to use his body to enter the human world? This thought jolted the mosquito awake. With his last ounce of strength, he opened his eyes a crack. The room was dark. The lights had been switched off sometime during the night. Through his glare he saw a huge dark shadow slowly moving towards the window. The mosquito was still conscious. At that moment only one thought occupied his mind. He couldn't let them succeed, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Perhaps because of his overwhelming obsession, the mosquito found he could control his hands. He laboriously reached for his thin wire at his waist, finally managing to grasp it. The dark shadow outside the window drew closer, the ivy around him scattering as it entered. The mosquito smiled inwardly. Was it it? Even if he bled to death, even if he was dying, he would stand up and perish with it. Come closer, closer still. Closer, even closer. An antenna several times thicker than the ivy clung to the mosquito's body. This was it. The mosquito suddenly opened its eyes and leaped up, a thin wire in its hand. The wire seemed to come alive in its grasp, deftly binding the dark shadow tightly. Then the mosquito's legs moved, a right kick, a backflip kick, a straight kick, kick after kick. With a final strike, the mosquito, still holding the military knife, slammed into the large dark shadow, the knife piercing straight into its opposite head. At the same moment of impact, the ivy near the window trembled, retracting rapidly into the soil. Light streamed in and the mosquito, squinting, finally saw what it was. A large ivy, almost as tall as a person. At the position of a person's hands and feet, this thing had 2 hands and 2 feet, different colors, attached to the ivy's body, the severed limbs still connected to the ivy's antennae, as if they were growing out of its body. Where the human head was, there was a large, thick red ivy leaf with veins resembling a human face. It even had a gaping mouth. The mosquito's dagger pierced straight into this large red leaf, and red sap splattered out, covering the mosquito. The mosquito's body finally went limp, collapsing to the ground, mouth agape, gasping for breath. Seeing the human-faced ivy wounded, it was enraged. Its large antennae were about to suck the mosquito dry when suddenly, a crimson tongue flashed past the window. The ivy was swept away by the enormous tongue, and a piercing scream came from outside. The human-faced ivy was slowly digested within that giant mouth. The mosquito laughed, its vision blurring again. In its hazy state, it seemed to hear someone calling its name. As Lin Bing went downstairs, the little broken book's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The spiritual spring can cure illnesses. I'll give you a sip and the rest is all mine, okay? Of course not. Lin Bing answered in her mind as she ran. This little thing was always trying to take advantage. She clearly remembered not letting this little guy out. How did it slip out? Hearing Lin Bing's words, the little broken book angrily popped out of Lin Bing's hat, transforming into a small blue-haired, blue-eyed doll. It flew around Lin Bing, glaring. Why won't you give it to me? You don't need it now. The spiritual spring comes out a little every day, and it will appear again tomorrow. You don't need it, but I can level up if I use it. When the delicate little blue-haired creature suddenly appeared around Lin Bing, Xiao Wu behind her was startled. Lin Bing turned to him and said, "This is a pet." Xiao Wu nodded, running alongside and curiously staring at Lon Pippi for a while. It was really pretty. All sorts of things had appeared in the apocalypse, so it wasn't surprising that this thing existed. However, Lon Pippi and Lin Bing were communicating directly in their minds, so Xiao Wu couldn't hear what they were saying. Lon Pippi wanted to continue talking to Lin Bing, but Lin Bing said, "Shut up, we'll talk later. Finding our accomplices downstairs is more important now. I'll talk to you slowly when we get back." Upon hearing this, Lon Pippi pouted and stopped talking, simply fluttering its little wings and following behind Lin Bing. They quickly reached the first floor. They hadn't seen a single mosquito along the way, and the first floor was quiet. When Lin Bing arrived, she called out from the stairs, "Mosquito!" But no one answered. Both doors of the two apartments on the first floor were open. Lin Bing said to Xiao Wu, "You over there, I'll over here." Xiao Wu nodded. "Okay." The room that was flooded was the one where Mosquito was. It was pitch black inside. Xiao Wu groped along the wall and found the light switch, turning it on. As soon as the light came on, he saw a person covered in blood lying by the window. Xiao Wu turned and shouted to Lin Bing, "Look, there's someone there. Isn't that your companion?" Lin Bing withdrew her foot, which was about to step into the water to find the person, and walked towards Xiao Wu's room. Before even entering, she saw Mosquito covered in wounds. Lin Bing ran over, only to find that Mosquito was barely breathing, struggling to stay awake. Chapter 68, Talismans. Lin Bing was about to pretend to help the mosquito up when Xiao Wu stopped her with a grave expression, warning, "Don't touch it. Look closely at his arm." The mosquito was covered in blood, and brown antennae were embedded in its skin, seemingly sucking its blood and flesh. Lin Bing was shocked, her face growing even paler. She looked up at Xiao Wu and asked, "Is there any hope?" Xiao Wu slowly shook his head. Lin Bing's heart sank. She squatted down, conjured a small ice knife, its blade not very sharp. She gently scraped at the mosquito's arm, seemingly trying to remove the brown antennae. The ice knife scraped away the top layer of the brown antennae, and Lin Bing felt a glimmer of hope. But then she discovered that while the brown antennae were gone, the fine roots attached to them had already pierced into the mosquito's flesh, almost reaching the bone. Lin Bing's heart sank further, and she stopped using the ice knife. "Mosquito, wake up, mosquito." Lin Bing tried to wake the mosquito, but it was no use. The mosquito didn't respond at all. Xiao Wu whispered beside her, "Once you're entangled by this blood-sucking ivy, there's no saving you. Many of our companions have been afflicted by this ivy." Xiao Wu's voice trailed off until she couldn't continue. Her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes filled with sorrow. Lon Pippi circled the mosquito. A moment later, Lon Pippi's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Bing's mind. "You can try using the water from the spirit spring. You know the spirit spring, right? It's the one that evolved after the space upgrade, the one in the middle of the stream. You can only give him a sip. The rest is mine. Will it work?" "I've tried it. Because this is only the first upgrade of the space, the specific effects are still uncertain, but the spirit spring will definitely repair his body. If his body is strong enough to absorb or expel these tiny tentacles, then he can still be saved. Ugh, he's lost too much blood. One sip of spiritual spring water definitely won't be enough. Ugh, I'll just give him mine too. You have to remember to make it up to me next time." Blue Pippy's face scrunched up as she said she was giving up her share of spiritual spring water. Useful? Since it can repair the body, then it's worth a try. How do I get the water out of the spiritual spring? Do I have to go inside to get something to put it in? Lin Bing asked Blue Pippy in her mind. This was a mental dialogue. With Xiao Wu here, she couldn't expose her spatial dimension. If she had to go inside to get spiritual spring water to save the mosquito, then exposing her spatial dimension was fine. Anyway, her leveling speed was pretty fast, she shouldn't be weak, and even if her spatial dimension was exposed, she could protect herself. Of course not. Blue Pippy's voice was very firm, then she slowly told Lin Bing. Spiritual spring water can't be stored in ordinary things, it needs a special jade bottle, which you don't have here. Place your hand directly over the mouth of the person on the ground, think of the spirit spring in your mind, and try to communicate with it. If successful, the water from the spirit spring will come directly from your palm, and drip into the mouth of the person on the ground. Lin Bing's expression relaxed upon hearing this. She placed the hand with the mole on its palm over the mosquito's mouth. Xiao Wu was about to stop her but heard Lin Bing explain, "I won't touch it." Xiao Wu then stood quietly to the side, curious about what Lin Bing was trying to do, but didn't ask. Lin Bing slowly closed her eyes, concentrating on trying to communicate with the spirit spring in the space. After a long time she felt nothing, and fine sweat appeared on her forehead. Lon Pippi, unusually, clenched her small fists and comforted her. "It's okay, try again, you'll definitely succeed." Lin Bing calmed down and tried again. After an unknown amount of time, a small drop of water appeared in Lin Bing's palm, one drop after another, slowly dripping down from her heart. Just in time, it dripped into the mosquito's mouth. The water droplets gradually increased, the dripping sound incessant. The pale mouth was slightly open, just as it had been before losing consciousness. Water dripped into its mouth, flowing down its throat into the mosquito's body. After a few drops, the mosquito's face visibly regained its color, and its body gradually returned to normal. Xiao Wu, standing behind Lin Bing, brightened up, his lips moving in disbelief. He tightly covered his mouth with his hand, afraid he would make a sound and interfere with Lin Bing's rescue. At this moment, in Xiao Wu's eyes, Lin Bing possessed a healing-type superpower. Because Dr. Su had said that all kinds of superpowers could exist, and Lin Bing's was an ice-type superpower, which could also be considered a water-type. Water-type superpowers had a much higher probability of saving lives than other superpowers. The spring water was scarce, only about 3 or 4 large drops. As the last drop fell into the mosquito's mouth, Lin Bing opened her eyes and withdrew her hand. Holding the same position for too long had made her arm stiff, but she ignored that. Her gaze fell upon the mosquito's arm, where tiny brown antennae and roots struggled desperately to break free of its skin, but seemed trapped. No matter how they moved, the brown antennae and roots remained motionless. The mosquito's cells were constantly metabolizing, and its injured skin was repairing itself. The invading antennae were now covered by intact skin. As for the fierce struggle between these brown antennae and roots and the mosquito's body cells, Lin Bing couldn't see it. All she knew was that when Mosquito's complexion turned a little rosier, Lin Bing thought he was waking up. Unexpectedly, Mosquito suddenly curled up, his face contorted in agony, and he rolled around on the ground in pain. He had been awakened by the agony, sweat pouring down his forehead. The pain made him feel like he was in hell. It wasn't until he saw Lin Bing that he realized he was still alive. He was still in this damned room. Wave after wave of excruciating pain washed over him as he rolled around on the ground, almost rubbing the mud off. At his worst, he banged his head against the ground, wishing he had died already. Despite the intense pain, Mosquito didn't cry out. Only his facial expressions and body movements revealed that he was truly in unbearable pain, and on the verge of collapse. This was because his body had absorbed the spiritual spring, which, while repairing itself, strengthened his slender frame and eliminated impurities and toxins from his body. That's why Mosquito was reacting so strongly. Half an hour passed, and the mosquito was still writhing in pain on the ground. During this time, however, a thick layer of black impurities, filthy and foul-smelling, was expelled from his body. At the same time, his once dark skin had become fair and smooth. As the saying goes, fair skin hides 3 flaws. The mosquito had suddenly become fair, almost like a handsome Korean guy with his white eyelids. Lin Bing turned her head, about to tell Xiao Wu that the mosquito had suddenly undergone a dramatic transformation. But Lin Bing's words caught in her throat, because behind her were two Xiao Wus, with the exact same expression and the same movements. Xiao Wu was slumped in his chair, dozing off, seemingly asleep. Xiao Wu! Lin Bing suddenly called out. What's wrong? What's wrong? Both Xiao Wus in the chairs were startled and asked at the same time, their expressions of surprise identical. Xiao Wu himself noticed there were two of him, and both of them stood up in shock, backing away. Lin Bing looked at the two little fives warily, thinking to herself, is this what Dr. Su meant by anthropomorphic state? They're really good at it, I can't tell the difference at all. Blue Pippi perched on Lin Bing's shoulder, curiously watching the two identical people. Lin Bing glanced at Mosquito, who was still lying on the ground convulsing, and mentally asked Blue Pippi, how long will it take for him to recover? Blue Pippi blinked its blue eyes innocently and replied, I don't know. Everyone's situation is different. His body is still detoxifying. It'll probably take a while. Lin Bing was annoyed. Mosquito wasn't better yet, and Xiao Wu had encountered another problem. She checked her watch. It was already past 11. They had to be back at the car before 3 o'clock. It was a 2-hour journey, and they should be back in the safe zone by 5 or 6 o'clock for safety. Although it wasn't raining anymore, who knew if it would rain again tonight? If it was energy rain, the open space outside would definitely be teeming with plants and animals. Look at this place. Because of the apocalypse and the energy rain, it was unrecognizable. Humans could hardly survive in this environment. It was already so abnormal during the day. What would happen at night? There would definitely be even stranger things appearing. The two fake Xiao Wus sized each other up, both frowning. One suddenly walked towards Lin Bing, and the other, seeing him approach, did the same. Stop! Don't come any closer! Lin Bing called out, stopping them. She stepped back beside Wenzi, her expression icy as she looked at the fake Xiao Wu. What do you want? One of them must be a fake. Since she couldn't tell, she couldn't let them get close. What if they suddenly attacked? Just as Lin Bing finished speaking, one of the fake Xiao Wus attacked the other, kicking him directly. Caught off guard, the other Xiao Wu groaned and stumbled back several steps. Then the two began punching and kicking. Lin Bing stood by, unable to help, only watching anxiously, her eyes carefully observing their movements, trying to figure out which one was the real Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, she had only just met the fake Xiao Wus and wasn't very familiar with them, so she couldn't tell them apart. The two young men were exhausted, and soon they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, Lin Bing slowly walked towards them, each holding a large, newly formed ice blade that looked exceptionally sharp. A smile played on Lin Bing's lips as she spoke. Since we can't tell the real from the fake, then let's not try. If you both die here, then there's no need to try. As she spoke, Lin Bing secretly observed their expressions. One showed fear, the other disappointment. It was hard to tell which emotion was genuine. So she decided to try again. Then Lin Bing's smile vanished, her expression turning cold. Suddenly, she raised the ice blades high and brought them down towards their necks. The icy wind of the blades swept across their faces. Suddenly, the two young men reacted differently. One closed her eyes while the other abruptly stood up straight, pushed Lin Bing away, rushed out the door, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Bing immediately chased after it, but the door was empty, and she couldn't even hear footsteps. Her gaze fell on the house across the street. The room was filled with dirty water, ripples gently. Had it gone over there? Should she go after it or? Lin Bing stared at the zombie across the street, now only its chest and head remaining, for a long time. Finally she retreated. Turning around, she saw the real Xiao Wu looking at her excitedly. That's great. I thought I was really going to die here. As she spoke, her eyes reddened slightly. Lin Bing then realized that Xiao Wu was indeed a sentimental young man. Her lips twitched and she changed the subject, asking Xiao Wu, how did you fall asleep? By the way, are these things that mimic human figures plants or something? Xiao Wu sniffed and said, I don't know. I was standing in the back. Then suddenly I felt sleepy, and then I think I fell asleep. I don't know how I ended up on the chair. If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have woken up. Lin Bing thought for a while but still couldn't figure it out. She looked at Xiao Wu again and asked, "By the way, is your special ability your voice like before, making your voice very loud?" "Yes, yes." Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly, a shy smile on his face. Unconsciously, he had already walked to the mosquito's side. Just as Xiao Wu nodded in answering the question, goosebumps suddenly rose all over Lin Bing's body. A strong sense of unease appeared in her heart. Suddenly, 3 thick layers of ice enveloped her, the mosquito and Xiao Wu. Even the ground beneath their feet was covered in thick ice. Bang! A large gap was bitten into the large block of ice protecting Lin Bing's shoulder. The gap stained with filth, seemingly containing black water. Simultaneously, smaller pieces of ice fell from the gap. Bang! Another bite. The one biting Lin Bing was the zombie across the street. Lying in the puddles, its chest and head the only remaining parts. Only at this close range did Lin Bing notice the zombie's unusually large head, its black eye sockets filled with rotting eyeballs, its nose marked with lividity, and its enormous mouth, but only 2 rows of sharp teeth remained, devoid of lips, the teeth protruding outwards, looking extremely bizarre. Below its chest cavity were dense, gray tentacles, similar to the tentacles of ivy, but much larger, with many small, seemingly moving legs extending from them. These tentacles were tightly clinging to a swollen lower body female corpse, the tentacles binding the lower half of the body tightly. From a distance, although the zombie's upper and lower body appeared strangely disproportionate, it was moving, even though the lower half wasn't its limbs. This bizarre zombie had incredibly sharp teeth. After a few bites, a large chunk of Lin Bing's ice block was missing. Lin Bing quickly replaced it, and at the same time she glanced at Xiao Wu and Mosquito. They seemed unharmed. Their ice was intact. Only then did Lin Bing fully focus her attention on the zombie before her. This zombie could survive so comfortably in this plant-dominated environment. It must have some skill. Could its small tentacles be what made it different? The zombie rolled its rotting eyes and bit down again at Lin Bing's protective ice block, this time taking a bigger bite. Lin Bing's thoughts raced. Her gaze fell on the female corpse grafted onto the zombie's lower body. Bang! The ice block shattered. Simultaneously, Lin Bing conjured another large block of ice, this time freezing the half-zombie. The ice's temperature continued to drop, freezing the zombie solid. Lin Bing kept her hand on the ice. After freezing the half-zombie, Lin Bing removed the ice shields from Xiao Wu and Wenzi. She then told Xiao Wu, "You take Wenzi up first to find Dr. Su. I'll cover your retreat. You guys hurry up and don't worry about me, I can keep up. Also, if we haven't made it up in 30 minutes, you guys find a way to leave. Luotong knows where the car is, so you wait there. If I still haven't arrived by 3 p.m., go directly to the safe zone. Understand?" As soon as Lin Bing spoke, Xiao Wu's tears started falling. Lin Bing couldn't bear it anymore and shouted at him, "Stop crying. Get them out of there. Also, shout upstairs now, and ask Dr. Su to send someone to meet you at the middle floor staircase if possible." Seeing Xiao Wu's condition, Lin Bing felt a headache coming on. Despite her tears, Xiao Wu deftly slung the mosquito over her shoulder. Lin Bing tossed her the gun she'd gotten from the police station, saying, "For self-defense, and you still have a few bullets." Xiao Wu sniffed. Lin Bing restrained the zombie and pulled it away from the doorway. Xiao Wu, carrying the mosquito, dashed out quickly, leaving behind the words, "I'm about to say it." Upon hearing this, Lin Bing immediately covered her ears, pressing them tightly shut. Sure enough, the next second that deafening voice rang out again. "Dr. Su, get Wang Ma down to pick us up quick." Finally finished speaking, Lin Bing lowered her hand, this time holding it tightly, much better than before. Only when Lin Bing could no longer hear the footsteps did she release her hand from the ice block, conjuring an ice blade. She sliced the ice block horizontally in half, severing the legs of the female corpse whose lower body was grafted onto the half-zombie, dividing them into 2 large ice blocks. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bing shattered the ice block holding the grafted lower limbs into fragments, small pieces falling to the ground. The half-zombie was now only left with its chest cavity and head. It shouldn't be able to move now, Lin Bing thought. After dealing with the lower half of the zombie, Lin Bing was about to walk to the ice block holding the head and completely eliminate the zombie. But suddenly a huge crimson tongue shot in through the window like lightning. Lin Bing broke out in a cold sweat. She stopped standing motionless. She recognized the tongue. It belonged to a mutated toad. The tongue had beads that could stick to people, and once entangled, escape was nearly impossible. The only saving grace was that this creature only had stereoscopic vision of moving objects, so standing still was safer. However, her stillness didn't mean the zombies were still. The half-zombie howled and broke free of the ice, its tentacles under its chest growing incredibly long, reaching towards Lin Bing. Lin Bing still didn't move. She stared at the large tongue at the window, which was about to retract, thinking that if the tongue retracted, she would avoid the tentacles. If it didn't, she would have to stand there for now. The half-zombie's tentacles moved violently, and just as it was about to touch Lin Bing, suddenly the tongue, which had already retracted, stretched out again, almost sweeping across the room. The half-zombie, along with some furniture, was rolled into its mouth by the large tongue and dragged away. Lin Bing stood there drenched in sweat for a long time. Only when there was no more movement outside the window did Lin Bing slowly move her stiff body. It seemed that going out from downstairs was not an option either. Something was guarding outside and she couldn't get through. She had to hurry upstairs and tell them to avoid this area. Lin Bing moved her neck to regain her mobility and began running quickly upstairs. However, just as she reached the doorway, she was suddenly lifted up, her body lifted off the ground. Then she was thrown backwards in midair. Bang! Her head hit the top of the window frame. The tongue that was holding her paused briefly, then lowered its grip before quickly dragging her backward again. The sticky fluid from the tongue dripped all over her body, constantly eroding her ice armor and draining her powers. Can this go on? Lin Bing thought, panting. I have to try. The sticky fluid was almost choking her, making it difficult to breathe. Blue Pippi was stuck to her shoulder, its little wings wet and unable to fly, seemingly unable to enter the space either. Blue Pippi, go back to the space. Lin Bing thought to herself. Wah, can't go back. Blue Pippi wanted to go back too, but somehow it seemed unable to enter. Wah, the outside world is so scary. There's no other way then you can protect yourself, right? After thinking this through her mind, Lin Bing watched as Lan Pippi shrank smaller and smaller until it burrowed into her hair. That way she could use that trick. A smile appeared on Lin Bing's lips. Just then, countless sharp ice spikes emerged from Lin Bing's body. She was like a hedgehog. These tiny ice spikes were the hardest. Countless ice spikes pierced through the slime and stabbed fiercely into her large crimson tongue. Her tongue throbbed in excruciating pain, and suddenly loosened its grip. Lin Bing plummeted from midair. Just as her head was about to hit the ground, Lin Bing covered her head with her hands, curled her body into a ball, and rolled directly onto the ground. The ground was flooded. As she rolled, Lin Bing got soaked. Luckily, she was wearing the hiking clothes from her spatial dimension, which were highly waterproof. Surrounded by trees and vegetation, Lin Bing chose a secluded spot and hid herself. The toad was definitely nearby. Since it could see into the window, it wasn't far from here. She decided to hide for now and come out when the toad was far away. After Lin Bing pricked the toad's tongue, it flailed wildly, slapping at the nearby trees. Blood dripped from its tongue, some falling onto branches, some into the water. The blood droplets on the leaves were slowly absorbed by the trees and disappeared. The blood that fell into the water seeped into the water, gradually fading in color, and then disappeared as well. The toad, unable to find its stabber, angrily leaped between the trees, flattening the entire area. The bushes grew shorter and shorter, and Lin Bing, initially standing, bent over and then crouched, concealed herself among the trees. A clump of trees stirred, seemingly carrying a shadowy figure. The toad, incredibly sensitive to movement, licked at the spot with its large tongue, which was now coated in an even thicker sticky substance, one it couldn't shake off no matter how hard it struggled. After licking, its tongue revealed a person, not the one who had injured it earlier. The toad hesitated for a moment, then decided to eat it anyway. It had lost a lot of blood and needed to replenish its strength. Yes, that was it. Just as the toad's tongue was about to retract into its mouth to swallow its food, Zhang Shu panicked. The tree had been knocked down and he was hiding there. Of course he had to hide. He'd barely moved when this huge creature spotted him. How unlucky he was. He hadn't eaten and was already weak. He hadn't even had a chance to run. He felt a deep sense of malice from the world. "Help!" he shouted in midair, desperately looking down, searching for Dr. Bai's direction. Where was that guy? A few trees had fallen, and the two of them had scattered when they hid, not in one place. Help! Had he shouted too softly and not been heard? Oh, come save him! Regardless of whether Dr. Bai heard him or not, Lin Bing did. He peered through the leaves towards the toad's tongue. Because of the distance, he could only see a figure encased in the tongue. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and the person flailing its limbs on the tongue seemed familiar. Due to his upgraded superpower, Lin Bing's hearing and vision had improved slightly, so he could still see some things clearly from this distance. "Old Bai, come save me. If you don't save me soon, you won't see me anymore. Hurry up or I'll turn into toad dung." Seeing no movement, Zhang Shu felt even more grief and anger. He still had the best years of his life ahead of him. His family's skills hadn't even been fully developed yet. How could he die? "Brother, where are you? Come save your dearest little brother." A flash of black light appeared, and a black scalpel suddenly pierced the large tongue. The blackness spread across the tongue, but no blood flowed. However, the toad felt even more pain and discomfort than before. This time, however, it didn't let go of Zhang Shu. It was prepared to fight to the death. The toad's bulging eyes widened even more. On its back, small bumps slowly burst, spraying thick yellow liquid. Where the liquid hit, branches emitted a wisp of yellow smoke before slowly dissolving. Its injured tongue landed on the tree trunk, but Zhang Shu was now even more tightly bound by it, almost strangled. His mouth was also trapped, unable to speak, only able to whimper. Another black scalpel slashed into the base of Zhang Shu's tongue. The toad screeched, and the thick yellow liquid on its back sprayed everywhere as if suddenly pierced by needles. The toad jumped higher, landing harder. It began to spin 360 degrees, spraying the thick yellow liquid in various places, trying to dissolve the humans who had attacked it. Those despicable humans. I hate humans the most. It leaped and bounded frantically, howling, enduring excruciating pain as it retracted its tongue into its mouth. It wanted to swallow the human who had injured it. It had to swallow him. Lin Bing grabbed the top of a still-standing tree, bending it down, bending it again and again until it was close to the ground. Standing there, holding onto the top branch, she gently released it. Using the tree's momentum, she was thrown into the air. Her distance was calculated with extreme precision. She landed precisely on the toad's tongue, almost touching Zhang Shu. She grabbed Zhang Shu's feet. Only his hair and the soles of his feet were visible. His hand was pressed against the toad's tongue when a huge ice blade sliced horizontally down from it. The section of tongue that was wrapped around Zhang Shu, the section Lin Bing was stepping on, was suddenly severed, breaking off from the toad's tongue root. It fell straight down. The tongue that had been wrapped around Zhang Shu finally loosened, and Lin Bing pulled Zhang Shu out. Zhang Shu's face was purple. If it had been wrapped any longer, he probably would have suffocated. The severed tongue drew closer to the ground. Lin Bing, carrying Zhang Shu, leaped in another direction before it hit the ground. Otherwise, the toad would kill them instantly, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Bing nimbly darted into the bushes with Zhang Shu. They couldn't stay there long. Now was the perfect opportunity to escape while the toad wasn't paying attention. Lin Bing ran quickly with Zhang Shu. Suddenly, they heard a very faint voice from one direction. "This way." It was Dr. Bai's voice. Lin Bing ran towards Dr. Bai, dragging Zhang Shu along by the arm. At that moment, Zhang Shu recognized Lin Bing. It was the young lady who lived in the same building as him. And it seemed he had tricked Lin Bing into buying his talismans. That's right, talismans. The Swiftness Talisman and the Immobilization Talisman. With the Swiftness Talisman he could escape. Dr. Bai seemed to have scouted the area beforehand, leading him through a maze of twists and turns. Soon they left the green thicket and arrived at a place filled with dead trees. However, the dead trees looked damaged, lying haphazardly on the ground. There was also a giant tree ahead, but its outermost bark appeared to have been gnawed away. Dr. Bai pointed to the area and said, "There's no water here. I checked. There don't seem to be any other aggressive plants or animals, so it's relatively safe." Lin Bing released Zhang Shu's arm and began to look around until she saw a giant cactus, taller than the building next to it. At that moment Lin Bing smiled. This was where Luotong had been. It was from the top of the cactus that Luotong had seen Dr. Su and the others. Seeing Lin Bing's expression, Dr. Bai asked in surprise, "You've been here before?" Lin Bing shook her head and pointed to the giant cactus, saying, "No, but Luotong fell here before. Look at that cactus, he's the one who made it. If we climb up we can see them." Zhang Shu followed behind Lin Bing awkwardly. He wanted his 2 talismans back, but since this person had just saved him, he felt a little embarrassed to speak up now. Lin Bing followed Zhang Shu like a tail. She thought for a moment, then pulled out a few sealed fruit candies from her pocket and handed them to Zhang Shu, saying, "This is all we have right now. Some dry food and water are in the car. Eat these to replenish your energy." Zhang Shu held the candies in both hands, his eyes welling with tears as he looked at Lin Bing. "Good person. Such a good person," he exclaimed. He then tore open the candy wrapper and popped it into his mouth. So sweet. High-calorie treats. They'd replenish his energy for escaping later. At this moment, Zhang Shu abandoned his desire for the talisman, deciding to wait until the atmosphere was calmer and the opportunity was right. Lin Bing knew Zhang Shu was definitely hungry because he was so thin, just skin and bones. When she dragged him along earlier, she realized how incredibly light he was. He seemed to have jumped off her tongue. She felt that if she hadn't been holding him tightly, he might have flown away. He was so thin, his stomach was sunken in so flat. Lin Bing knew all too well how many meals he hadn't eaten. "By the way, I'm Zhang Shu. What's your name? I asked you last time but you still haven't told me." Zhang Shu mumbled, his mouth full of candy. "Lin Bing," Lin Bing replied readily. It was clear that Zhang Shu had been staying in this godforsaken place since the apocalypse. Since he could survive in such a place for so long, he must have some skills. Having a capable friend wasn't a bad thing. After Zhang Shu finished talking with Lin Bing, Dr. Bai looked at Lin Bing seriously and asked, "Did you really find Mr. Zheng?" Lin Bing nodded and said, "Yes, we found him. He was with 4 people on the top floor. Oh, and there's something else bad. Mosquito was injured quite badly, but he seems to be out of danger now. We just don't know when he'll recover. We need to get back quickly." Upon hearing that Mosquito was injured, Dr. Bai looked anxious. They were partners closer than others. Knowing that his brother was injured, he was naturally very worried. As a doctor, he needed to quickly reunite with Mosquito and check on his injuries. Lin Bing looked at Zhang Shu and Dr. Bai, then said, "There are 2 more problems. Even if we meet up with them on the rooftop, how will we leave here? Also, our car has 7 seats. With 4 of us, 5 of them and Zhang Shu counting, that's 10 people in total. I'm afraid we won't be able to fit everyone." Lin Bing's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Dr. Bai's head. Yes, how would they get out and how would they get back? He hadn't expected so many people. As Lin Bing and Dr. Bai were talking, they suddenly saw movement on the giant cactus, as if someone was talking. Lin Bing had a guess in her mind, and a smile appeared on her face. Lin Bing quickly walked to the base of the cactus and looked up. Sure enough, it was as she thought. Luotong and Mr. Zheng were standing on the very top of the cactus, along with Su Hang. "Luotong!" Lin Bing called out from below. Luotong heard the voice, looked down, and seeing Lin Bing immediately grinned. Xiao Wu had said that Lin Bing had been attacked by zombies down there, and he had wanted to go rescue her. Xiao Wu relayed Lin Bing's words and told Luotong, "Didn't you use up your superpower? If you go to save people, you might just become a burden." This dissuaded Luotong from going down to save people. "Are you all right?" Luotong's tone was very happy. Lin Bing was the partner he had spent the most time with, and the trust between them was unmatched by anyone else. "Yes. You go ahead and do your work. We can talk later if anything comes up," Lin Bing said to Luotong. Zhang Shu, chin in hand, walked around the giant cactus, seemingly lost in thought, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly he stopped, ran to Lin Bing's side and shook her arm, saying, "I have a way. I have a way to get us all out. We have to get up to this cactus." "What way?" Lin Bing looked at Zhang Shu in surprise. Zhang Shu grinned and said, "Use a magic talisman. Stick the swiftness talisman on the cactus, and we'll definitely get out of this cursed place." As he spoke, Zhang Shu suddenly stopped smiling, seemingly remembering something, and asked Lin Bing anxiously, "By the way, isn't it like this outside too? Is it surrounded by trees as well?" "No, only here. It's much better outside," Lin Bing replied. "That's good." Zhang Shu breathed a sigh of relief, then excitedly pulled Lin Bing and Dr. Bai. "Come on, let's go up. Tell the people up there not to come down." Lin Bing and Dr. Bai were skeptical of Zhang Shu's words, but they still obediently cooperated. Lin Bing looked up and called out to Luo Tong. "Luo Tong, we have to go up. Is there any other way besides climbing?" Beside them, Dr. Bai and Zhang Shu stared longingly at Luo Tong. They really didn't want to climb up. The thorns were too sharp. Hearing this, Luo Tong threw down a dark green cactus and said to the people below, "Wrap it around yourselves, wrap it all around, it'll be fine. Then I'll pull you up." "But what are you doing up here? We're just one person short, and we were about to go down." "Don't come down. Don't come down," Zhang Shu shouted from below. Luo Tong stared at Zhang Shu for a while, certain he didn't recognize him. He wasn't from their team and he wondered where he came from. Dr. Su, however, stuck his head out. He seemed to hear a familiar voice, and looking down, sure enough, he exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Shu, you're alive. I haven't heard from you for 2 days. We didn't think you were dead." His voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Zhang Shu waved even more enthusiastically when he saw Dr. Su, grinning from ear to ear. "Someone as spirited as me, of course I won't die. Haha, wait for me, I'll be right up. I Hu Han-san am back." A long dark green cactus was thrown down. The three of them gathered around it and tied it up. After they were tied, Lin Bing looked up and said, "Okay, you can pull now." Soon the three of them were pulled up. Standing on top of the giant cactus, Lin Bing noticed that the cactus was truly enormous, and all the sharp spines were soft and harmless. The last person was also pulled from the building. Everyone was together. Lin Bing stood on the cactus and pulled Zhang Shu, who was chatting animatedly, over, asking him carefully, "You said you had a way, what is it?" Zhang swallowed the last bit of the last piece of candy in his mouth and said, "A teleportation talisman. You take out the teleportation talisman, and I'll stick it on the cactus. That way I can dash out very quickly. Of course, this cactus is quite large, so the distance might be shorter, but the speed won't be affected." Zhang Shu was very proud of himself for being able to use his skill. Lin Bing frowned at him. "A teleportation talisman? What teleportation talisman? I don't have any talismans." Could it be one of those tattered talismans she put in her spatial dimension? If so, how would she know which one was the teleportation talisman? If she took out a bunch, it would be too conspicuous, they would probably know she had a spatial dimension. What should she do? Just as Lin Bing was troubled, Dr. Su suddenly took out 2 yellow paper talismans from his pocket and carefully handed them to Zhang Shu, smiling. "These are the paper talismans you dropped in the corridor before. I was planning to return them to you, but I didn't see you. After the apocalypse I did see you, but the talismans were on the 8th floor. I was in a hurry to escape and didn't take them. Later I thought you were dead, and I didn't even see your body, so I went back to the 8th floor and took out these 2 paper talismans. After all, these are the last things you left behind. I was originally thinking that if I survived, I would make a cenotaph for you." Zhang Shu's ancestors were in this business and were very superstitious. They believed that if a person died, they must be buried even if there was no body. He had specifically instructed Dr. Su that if he died and his body was never found, he should make a cenotaph for him so that he would have a place to rest in the afterlife. Zhang Shu happily took the 2 paper talismans and held them carefully in his hands. "I didn't expect them to be with you. I thought she picked them up and even followed her." Old Zheng and the others looked at the paper talismans curiously, wanting to see what Zhang Shu wanted to do with them. Paper talismans were a lost art, only heard of in books, never seen, and everyone was incredibly curious. Zhang Shu carefully put the immobilization talisman into his robes. Then, holding the teleportation talisman, his expression suddenly changed. His previous lewd and smirking demeanor vanished. He was still the same person, but his entire aura had completely changed. His eyes swept over the others and he slowly said, "Hold on tight, I'm about to begin." Luo Tong, upon hearing this, thought for a moment, then stretched out the dark green cactus, binding everyone together to the giant cactus, ensuring no one would fall. Of course, after consulting Zhang Shu, he bound him as well. Zhang Shu stood ramrod straight, holding the teleportation talisman between his right index and middle fingers. He closed his eyes, muttering incantations in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, loud enough for everyone to hear, but no one could understand what he was saying. Suddenly his right hand moved, and a yellow paper talisman flew from his heart, sticking to the very center of the giant cactus. The talisman flashed with golden light, and the entire cactus was enveloped in a faint, pale gold layer. Suddenly the cactus seemed to move. Lin Bing only felt the wind constantly whipping across her face, incredibly fast, and the surrounding objects receding at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 69 Encounter. The giant cactus suddenly stopped. Luckily, Luotong's dark green cactus had bound everyone, otherwise, they would have been thrown out. The giant cactus stopped on the overpass, right in the middle of the road. Lin Bing's head was still spinning. Her face had been swollen from the wind the whole way, and now both sides of her face were numb. The overpass was quite far from the safe zone. At one end of the overpass, the road was above water, the kind of waterway teeming with zombies. It seemed that the giant cactus with the teleportation talisman had only carried them across the entire waterway and half of the overpass. In that case, it was a good thing, at least they stopped in the middle of the waterway. Luotong untied the dark green cactus binding them. As soon as it was untied, Xiao Wu rushed to the edge of the giant cactus, stuck his head out, and started vomiting violently. They hadn't eaten much in the past few days, so what they vomited was just bile. Dr. Su helped old Zheng to his feet, with the two people who had come out with them beside him. Dr. Bai hurriedly checked on Mosquito. Mosquito had fainted, his face pressed against the soft thorns of the cactus, his back to the sky. He was in pain and dizzy, his strength hadn't recovered, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Dr. Bai turned Mosquito over, intending to examine him more closely, but upon turning him over, Dr. Bai froze, staring incredulously at Mosquito's face. Was this Mosquito? In Dr. Bai's memory, Mosquito was dark-skinned and thin, with poor skin, looking older than his age, and with small eyes, one double eyelid and one single eyelid. The double eyelid on his left eyelid had a faint scar, making it appear double from a distance. This scar was especially noticeable when his eyes were closed, and Mosquito particularly disliked sleeping in front of others. When he closed his eyes, people would see his scar and ask all sorts of questions, which annoyed him terribly. But who was this fair-skinned, single-eyelid, Korean-style handsome young man in front of him? Dr. Bai silently turned her head and called Lin Bing over. Her finger trembled as she pointed uncertainly at the drastically changed Mosquito on the ground, asking Lin Bing, "Are you sure this is a mosquito? You didn't bring the wrong person, did you? Could the mosquito still be there?" Lin Bing also looked at the mosquito's face. She touched her nose and hesitated. "It should be right. Why don't you wake him up and take a look? It should be the mosquito." She had personally fed it the spiritual spring water. Perhaps because of the spring water, people had become whiter. Their skin had become whiter, and even minor old scars seemed to have healed. However, the mosquito wasn't this white when it was on the first floor. Nevertheless, the fact that the spiritual spring water could make people beautiful secretly pleased Lin Bing. She would try it when she had time. What woman doesn't want to be more beautiful? Dr. Bai still felt that the person in front of him wasn't the mosquito he recognized. However, he politely began calling to Mosquito, but after calling for a long time, Mosquito still didn't wake up. Finally, Dr. Bai couldn't help himself, and fearing that Mosquito really wouldn't wake up, he pulled Mosquito up and shook him vigorously, shouting, "Mosquito, wake up, wake up! Hu Ziwen, did you hear me? Open your eyes quickly." After a while, Mosquito finally managed to pry open his small eyes a crack, looking at Bai Xen groggily and asking blankly, "What's wrong?" Seeing that he was awake, Dr. Bai put him down and then cautiously asked tentatively, "Mosquito, what?" Mosquito looked up at Dr. Bai, rubbing his eyes as he looked. His body seemed to be in pain again. Finally the pain is gone. Just thinking about the excruciating pain he had just felt made Mosquito's teeth chatter. Dr. Bai stared at him for a while, puzzled. "Are you really Mosquito? Did you just get plastic surgery? Otherwise, you look like you've completely changed your face. Plastic surgery? What nonsense. This is my natural face, even if it's ugly, I won't get plastic surgery. Mosquito glared at by Xian. What's going on? A perfectly good man like him, why would he get plastic surgery? He doesn't have that kind of free time. He almost died just now, where would he find the time for plastic surgery? Perhaps the mosquito's fierce gaze was too much for Dr. Bai to bear, for he fell silent. He muttered to himself, could it be a whitening injection? But whitening can't possibly erase that scar on my eyelid. Besides, whitening injections don't work that fast. Look at this skin, so soft and smooth like a baby's. The mosquito climbed off the cactus and immediately thanked Lin Bing. He solemnly said, thank you this time. I owe you my life. If you need anything in the future, just say the word if it's within my power. The mosquito had initially wanted to add that he wouldn't do anything wicked, but then thought Lin Bing probably wouldn't, so he didn't. It's all right. Oh, by the way, I should tell you beforehand that because your wound is quite bad, I might have given you a little too much water. Your face. Lin Bing didn't finish her sentence because the mosquito had disappeared. Upon hearing Lin Bing mention his face, before he even understood what she meant, the mosquito went to Dr. Bai with a long face. Had he become even uglier? I wasn't exactly good-looking to begin with, and if I get even uglier, how will I ever find a wife? No way. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. Mosquito grabbed Dr. Bai with a mournful face, sniffing, his voice trembling. My face. Has it changed? Dr. Bai nodded heavily, staring at Mosquito with a strange look. It had changed. He looked younger and better looking after getting whiter. But how did Mosquito become like this? Dr. Bai was very curious. Mosquito looked utterly hopeless. He really had become uglier. Seeing by Xian's heavy expression, Mosquito felt even more hopeless. He lowered his head and slowly walked to Lin Bing's side, saying listlessly, I won't blame you. Even if I'm ugly, it's okay. I was just trying to save someone. Lin Bing was quite puzzled by Mosquito's dejected appearance, and even more puzzled by his words. She looked at him in surprise. Ugly? Who's become ugly? Did Mosquito think he himself had become uglier? No way, doesn't he even look at his own arms and the backs of his hands? They're so white, how could his face not be white? They didn't scratch his face, how could he be ugly? But seriously, why didn't I ever think Mosquito's face shape and features were good-looking before? Was it because his dark skin was too eye-catching? Wasn't it me? Didn't you say my face was like that because of that water? And him little white, that expression. Isn't that what they all meant? Mosquito was even more surprised than Lin Bing. If he hadn't become ugly, why would everyone look at him like he'd seen a ghost? Staring at his face like that. Mosquito suddenly saw the cactus thorns on the ground and started to have wild thoughts again. Did those thorns prick his face? Thinking this, he reached out and touched his face. This feeling wasn't right. Lin Bing slowly pulled a small mirror, about the size of a palm, from her pocket. She'd taken it from her spatial storage. She handed it to Mosquito, saying, Look at yourself and you'll see. Mosquito took the mirror and saw his pale hand. He stared at it for a few seconds, then stopped looking, though countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But when he pointed the mirror at his face, he cried out, Ah! He almost dropped the mirror, but luckily he caught it in time. After catching it, he looked at his face again and again, touched his left eyelid and even pinched his cheek. It hurt. After chuckling foolishly for a while, he leaned closer to Lin Bing with a particularly fawning expression. You mean this face? Ha. He gloated for a moment, then continued to tell Lin Bing, I used to be pretty good-looking except for being a bit dark-skinned. Look, now that I'm fair-skinned again, I've really become a handsome young man. Ha. By the way, can I have this mirror? The mirror is yours, take it. Lin Bing got goosebumps from his laughter. Hee, do you still have any of that magic water? Maybe I can drink some more and see if I get even more handsome. Mosquito stared at Lin Bing with shining eyes, wishing he could get some of that magic water from her. Lin Bing looked at him speechlessly. No more, I used it all on you. There's only a little bit left, and I don't even know how many days it will take to get it again. It's expensive, you're already healed, why would you need it? Mosquito reluctantly gave up, then took out the mirror and admired his face again and again. Mosquito with his face swaying in front of Dr. Bai. Look, isn't it handsome? Let's see if you can still say I can't find a wife. Nonsense. Look at this face, so handsome, lots of young girls and married women will flock to me. Dr. Bai rolled his eyes at him several times, but he pretended not to see them, complaining to Dr. Bai. It's all your fault for misleading me. Why didn't you just tell me I became handsome before? You even made me sad for a little while. Dr. Bai glanced at him sideways. During this process, Xiao Wu stopped vomiting, wiped his mouth, and then went to Dr. Su and Old Sheng. He told them everything about the mosquito covered in ivy antennae, and how Lin Bing had saved it. Dr. Su and Old Sheng were quite excited. Dr. Su rolled up his sleeve, revealing several small brown antennae on his wrist that had been there for a long time. Dr. Su applied medicine to his wrist every day to temporarily suppress the antennae. Many of them had some on them, and he was thrilled to hear from Xiao Wu that Lin Bing could remove them. Dr. Su lowered his sleeve, and just then the mosquito was circling around him. Dr. Su grabbed the mosquito and stared intently at its arm. The mosquito was quite thin and its arm was thin too, but he was looking at the skin. Sure enough, not a single faded antennae remained. They were all gone. Seeing Dr. Su holding his hand and looking at him, Mosquito couldn't help but feel a little smug. Look, my skin is white, isn't it? Don't just look at my hand, look at my face, look how handsome I am. Please, no one has ever seen what you looked like when you were dark-skinned. Dr. Su, amused and exasperated, released Mosquito's hand and agreed. You are quite good-looking. Hearing this, Mosquito became even happier, laughing so hard his eyes almost disappeared. His squinty eyes hadn't changed, but the scar on his left eye was gone, and both eyes were the same size, small but bright and slightly upturned, so overall, he was quite handsome. Jump down! Luotong suddenly shouted. The others reacted at varying speeds, but Lin Bing immediately jumped down. Just as she landed, there was a loud bang, and the giant cactus exploded, its green flesh shattering and flying everywhere. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Bing immediately dropped to the ground, covering her head with her hands and facing down. Just as she assumed this position, the next second splattering green liquid and bits of cactus fruit pelted her back, legs and hands. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and escaped injury. Zhang Shu, Wenzi, Dr. Bai, Dr. Su and Xiao Wu also reacted quickly. Dr. Su even had time to protect Old Sheng, and Xiao Wu pulled a companion down with him. One person, caught off guard, was knocked unconscious and then flew through the air with the cactus fragments. Luckily, Luotong reacted quickly, throwing the dark green cactus away and catching the person, pulling them back to safety. Only after nothing else flew towards them did Lin Bing look back to make sure everyone was all right. She stood up, brushed off the fragments and began searching for the others. Fortunately, everyone was nearby and unharmed. Luotong carefully placed the person he had pulled back on the ground, then patted his chest, still shaken, and said to Lin Bing, who had come over, "That scared me to death. I felt something was wrong with the giant cactus, and it turns out it couldn't hold on any longer. It probably stopped working after using the teleportation talisman. Luckily I noticed." Lin Bing nodded as well. It was all too sudden. Dr. Bai, while discarding the bits of fruit from his body, walked over and said, "We need to get the car back, otherwise it's a long way to go, and we won't be able to get back until nightfall." He had jumped close enough to be near the exploded cactus, and his body was covered in green sap, wet and sticky, with green fruit bits all over him, some even falling into his neck and getting into his clothes. Quite a mess. Zhang Shu took off his clothes and shook them vigorously until there was no more green fruit bits on them before slowly putting them back on. The others, seeing him do this, followed suit. After Zhang Shu put on his clothes, he came over looking extremely weak and said, "I can't go. My limbs are weak. I need to rest properly, have a meal and get a good night's sleep. I think I'll have to stay here." He didn't want to go. He'd been in that place long enough, and the thought of it made his hair stand on end. If he went, he might just die there. He wouldn't do that. He'd rather walk to the safe zone than go back to get his car. Unfortunately, he was out of his swiftness talisman, golden shield talisman and flying talisman. What bad luck. His older brother must still be alive. His brother's talismans were only slightly inferior to the ancestral ones, and they were very effective. If only he could find his brother. Sigh, what a miserable life. The others slowly approached, forming a circle. Mosquito, looking in the mirror and fiddling with his hair, said to Dr. Bai sitting next to him, "Dr. Bai, look how black my hair is, so smooth and silky." Dr. Bai slapped him on the back of the head. "All right, stop fiddling. Let's get down to business. We need 2 more people to get the car back. Otherwise we won't be able to get back to the safe zone today." Hearing this, Mosquito put away his mirror, his expression turning serious and his posture becoming ramrod straight. They found a clean spot on the overpass, and everyone sat in a circle. The person who had fainted was also woken up and sat groggily next to Xiao Wu, discussing the situation. "How about we find another car and just drive back, abandoning that one?" Lin Bing suggested to Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai frowned deep in thought. The others took Lin Bing's words to heart and thought the suggestion was good, especially Zhang Shu, who immediately exclaimed, "That's a great idea. Let's look around nearby. There's bound to be a car that isn't broken." Luotong looked at Zhang Shu hopefully and asked, "Do you still have any swift travel talismans? If you do, we can sit in the car and stick them on it. That way we can get back quickly." Zhang Shu shook his head rapidly, glaring at him. "How could I possibly have any? I've used them all. You need to gather everything to draw this. You need a special brush, yellow paper and even special ink. It's not that simple." Luotong was disappointed and didn't say anything more. As the group was discussing, they suddenly heard the sound of a car engine. Turning their heads, they saw their green train coming from the flooded road in the distance, moving at a very fast speed, getting closer and closer. They all stood up, stepped aside, and looked in surprise at the green train that had come to a steady stop in front of them. The train stopped, the engine was turned off, and the door was pushed open from the inside. Everyone stared warily at the door of the green train. Who was it? People got off, and a very familiar face appeared before them. Zhang Shu's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Hui, it's Hui, isn't it? A big star. His goddess with a beautiful face and a great figure. She was exactly his type, his dream girl." Hui smiled slightly. "Hello, I'm Hui." She spent the entire day on the rooftop, and another day searching for food. Finding a safe place with few zombies and plenty of food was incredibly difficult. Luckily, she found some food in an empty house. There wasn't much, but after eating and drinking her fill, she found a large travel bag in the house and stuffed it with everything she needed: food, drinks, and other necessities. Holding the bag tightly, she flew through the air. Suddenly, she saw a conspicuous cactus. Initially thinking it was just another evolved plant and trying to avoid it, she heard human voices there. Excitedly, she flew over and indeed saw several people. However, not knowing their personalities or character, she initially hid in the shadows, observing them. Following them, she discovered that they at least wouldn't abandon their companions and cooperated well. Their character seemed decent, and hearing them mention a safe zone, she could go with them. Safety, what a tempting offer. Just as she was about to go up and chat with them, suddenly those people sitting on the cactus vanished in a flash. She was stunned in mid-air, forgetting to flap her wings and nearly falling. Coming to her senses, she secretly regretted not meeting them sooner, but it was too late. She was tired of flying, so she circled around for a while, then was pleasantly surprised to find a green train. It had fuel and worked. The seats were high and the wheels were large. It was a good train. She flew down and landed on the roof. The doors were locked, but no problem. She smiled slightly, rhythmically flapped her beautiful wings twice, and with a soft bang the doors popped open. She grabbed her bag and crawled inside, gently tapping the keyhole with her wings. The next second something strange happened. There was no key, but the train started and the engine roared to life. Hui closed the door, retracted her wings and began to drive. The ivy on the distant wall heard the commotion and began to move towards them. Ivy! Hui knew how powerful it was. She had seen it entangle people in the air. She quickly accelerated to top speed and drove off along the highway. There was only one road leading out, and as she drove, she suddenly saw the group of people from before, sitting in a circle on the overpass, seemingly discussing something. Hui stopped the car in front of them. Is something wrong? Lin Bing asked Hui calmly, her gaze falling on the green train. It was indeed the train they had driven on. but directly claiming the train as theirs seemed like robbery. I want to go to the safe zone. Can you take me with you? If you don't mind, we can ride this train together. Hu Yi's smile was very friendly and easy to like. Her voice was also pleasant and melodious. She was a smart woman. Lin Bing exchanged a glance with Dr. Bai and Luo Tong, asking questions. Understanding their meaning, she nodded, then approached Hu Yi with a smile, asking, "Of course, but there are many of us, so we might have to squeeze in." Hearing Lin Bing's words, Hu Yi's smile became even more genuine. 11 people in a 7-seater car. Lin Bing and Hu Yi occupied the 2 seats in the first row, while the remaining 9 were crammed into the second row, some even sitting on laps practically arm to arm and leg to leg. It was incredibly cramped. Lin Bing drove and Hu Yi offered to let their group drive, as she didn't know the location of the safe zone. Since Lin Bing was a woman, it wasn't appropriate for her to be squeezed with the men in the back, so she had to drive. Before she got in, Wenzi handed her the keys to the green train. Hu Yi sat in the passenger seat, preparing to start the car for Lin Bing. When she saw Lin Bing start the car with the keys, she was quite surprised. This was their car. Thinking about it this way, Hu Yi suddenly felt that these people were really nice. It was their car, and seeing her driving it, they didn't try to take it away. She couldn't help but laugh at what she had said earlier. Lin Bing accelerated to the maximum speed, with all the windows closed. It was stuffy inside, and because of the high speed and the bumpy road, the people sitting on the laps in the back were practically dangling in midair, not getting any down and constantly being jolted, their heads hitting the roof. It was incredibly uncomfortable. They didn't speak the whole way, only thinking about getting back to the safe zone as quickly as possible. Around 2 a.m., they finally arrived outside the safe zone. Lin Bing and Hu Yi were relatively okay. At least they got out of the car normally. But the others in the back were numb in their limbs. The one on the outside had to be dragged out by Lin Bing. Then one by one they got out of the back seat. The people outside the safe zone stared dumbfounded at the 7-seater car. One person, then another 7 people already. Wow, one more. And another one. My God, 1, 2, 3, 11 people in total. How did they even manage to fit? The bus wasn't crushed, that's amazing. As the men behind were getting off, Lin Bing was talking to Hu Yi. This is the safe zone. You need to be checked before you can go in. If you have wounds, you'll need to be observed outside for a few days. As long as it wasn't a zombie scratch, you can usually go in. Since we're here, let's say goodbye. Lin Bing finished speaking and turned to leave, but Hu Yi stopped her, smiling. This bus is yours, right? You can drive it back. Don't worry about me, I just found it on the road. Lin Bing nodded slowly, her impression of Hu Yi growing even better. Originally, whether Hu Yi wanted the bus or not was none of her business. With Dr. Bai here, it wasn't her place to interfere. However, Hu Yi's words and actions were indeed quite pleasant. At least her personality was good. Thank you everyone, goodbye. Hu Yi smiled and thanked everyone. Then, carrying her large black bag, parted ways with the group and went alone to the medical examination area in the safe zone. As soon as she got out of the car, she attracted a crowd. A big star. She looks exactly like she does on TV. The staff at the checkpoint were actually Hu Yi's fans, incredibly excited to see her, even pulling out pens for her autographs. She was incredibly popular. She wasn't injured and entered the safe zone smoothly. Zhang Shu, who was sitting on someone's lap, was a little unsteady on his feet when he got out of the car. He watched helplessly as Hu Yi walked in, getting further and further away. He wished he could sprout wings and fly in, constantly shouting that he wanted to be with his goddess. Dr. Su, Old Sheng, and the other 4 were all injured to varying degrees and were left outside. Dr. Bai decided to stay outside to protect Old Sheng, while Mosquito wanted to go in and show off to Xiao Dao before coming out to carry out his mission. Mosquito thought to himself, if only the captain and the others were here, I could show off properly. Zhang Shu also had wounds and, with a long face, was left behind with Dr. Bai. Finally, only Lin Bing, Luo Tong, and Wenzi entered the safe zone. When Zhang Shu learned that Lin Bing and the others would bring food, he kept shouting, "Bring more! I can eat at least 3 bowls, so make sure there's enough." After Lin Bing went inside, Dr. Bai and the others were assigned a small 2-room apartment outside the safe zone. The security personnel recognized Dr. Bai, so this was a special arrangement. The small 2-room apartment was quite nice, with 2 large beds and makeshift beds on the floor next to them, Enough for all of them to sleep in. Once there, everyone took turns showering, preparing to eat and then sleep. Even the usually composed Dr. Su couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been since I had a good night's sleep? It's so nice to be in a crowd. While showering, Dr. Su realized that they had forgotten to tell Lin Bing about the tentacles on their bodies. Oh well, they'd tell her after showering. Lin Bing and the others would be coming back later anyway, so it wouldn't matter. When Lin Bing returned to the two-story villa, she was surprised to see Xu Shui sitting on the sofa, her face sallow but smiling, talking to Tang Yinyan, who was also sitting on the sofa. The two were eating fruit. She remembered that Han Dongdong hadn't given her any fruit here. It was probably from Tang Yinyan's own space. Seeing Lin Bing, Xu Shui's expression changed. Then she panicked and rushed towards Tang Yinyan, her eyes suddenly reddening, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Lin Bing smiled. Xu Shui was at it again, always the same trick. Wasn't she tired? Actually, her hatred for Xu Shui wasn't as intense as before her rebirth. Not to mention things like past is past. In this apocalypse, if Xu Shui hadn't appeared before her, perhaps she would have gradually forgotten about her and stopped bothering to deal with her. She just hadn't expected Xu Shui to always find her place and appear again and again. Xu Shui had no space, no special abilities, yet she had still survived. She was incredibly resilient. Xu Shui, what's wrong? Tang Yinyan grabbed some tissues from the coffee table and wiped away Xu Shui's tears. Tang Yinyan had only known Xu Shui that morning. Xu Shui had helped her chase away a thug who was trying to harass her, saving her life. Tang Yinyan had intended to give Xu Shui some food as a thank you, but Xu Shui refused it completely. Xu Shui kept saying no, her eyes reddening with distress. It's what I should do. I'm not after your little things. If you look at me like that, then I'm leaving. Tang Yinyan finally gave up and took the food back. Little did she know, Xu Shui's heart was bleeding. It wasn't that she didn't want it. She really wanted it. But she knew she had to play the long game, and she couldn't be so easily swayed. Xu Shui, what's wrong? Xu Shui seemed to be crying endlessly. Tang Yinyan, tired of wiping, pushed the box over, letting Xu Shui wipe her own tears. Xu Shui suddenly stood up, staring at Lin Bing with a complicated expression. After a long while, she finally uttered two words. Lin Bing! She called out while clutching her chest, tears streaming down her face, as if she had 1,000 words to say to Lin Bing. Lin Bing slowly approached Xu Shui, a smile playing on his lips. Seeing Lin Bing getting closer, Xu Shui stopped crying. She rushed forward and, taking advantage of Lin Bing's inattention, grasped his hand, her voice filled with deep affection. I missed you so much. Lin Bing shook off Xu Shui's hand, but Xu Shui gripped it tightly again. Suddenly, she grabbed Lin Bing's sleeve and pulled it back. His fair wrist was empty. There was nothing there. Xu Shui froze. Lin Bing kicked Xu Shui away. At that moment, Lin Bing understood why Xu Shui had come. Probably for her jade bracelet. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Bing knew his guess was correct. Tang Yinyan's eyes widened, looking at Xu Shui in confusion. Didn't you say she hid your jade bracelet on her wrist? Why isn't it there? Xu Shui still looked hesitant and aggrieved, gazing at Lin Bing. Lin Bing, where did you hide my jade bracelet? Give it back to me. Luo Tong and Wenzi also entered at this moment, standing at the top of the stairs watching them. They couldn't interfere in women's affairs. Lin Bing looked at her with a cold smile. Your jade bracelet? Where did you get a jade bracelet? It's laughable that your jade bracelet would be on my wrist. In this safe zone, open killing was not allowed. Lin Bing wondered if she should teach her a lesson now, and then deal with Xu Shui completely that night. Xu Shui sobbed even harder, covering her face with her hands. That was the only keepsake my mother left me. You said you liked it and wanted to borrow it for a couple of days, so I lent it to you, but you never gave it back. Wah, I never thought you were this kind of person. Lin Bing was utterly disgusted with Xu Shui. She grabbed a chair, ready to smash it at Xu Shui, but halfway there her hand was grabbed. It was Mosquito. Mosquito took the chair from Lin Bing's hand, put it back on the ground, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. There are security guards hiding in the house. I've arrived. It's not advisable to move. Lin Bing's anger flared when Mosquito grabbed her. He had thought Mosquito was the kind of person with a strong sense of justice, and now she was standing up for Xu Shui. Thank goodness she wasn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be friends with this kind of person in the future. The painting in the living room reflected the light, and she saw that there were indeed several people hiding in the corner. They were wearing the uniforms of the high-ranking security team here. There were definitely people there. Xu Shui was really thoughtful, but how could Xu Shui possibly get those people to come to her aid? Lin Bing quickly thought it through. Only profit could attract these people, and right now what could be the most tempting target? Food spatial storage. Xu Shui must have told these people she had a jade bracelet with a built-in spatial storage. Xu Shui must have promised them some enticing benefits if they helped her get the bracelet back. I see. These people don't care whose bracelet it is for the sake of profit. Perhaps they also want the bracelet with the spatial storage. Lin Bing gave Xu Shui a cold look, then turned and walked towards the second floor. Passing Luotong, Lin Bing looked at him and asked, "Is that skinny woman over there your friend? If not, tell her to get lost." The skinny woman Lin Bing was referring to was Tang Yinyan. Luotong shook his head quickly without hesitation. "I only met her once at the police station. We're not close, I don't know her." Tang Yinyan's face changed instantly upon hearing Luotong and Lin Bing's words. She deeply regretted bringing Xu Shui back. She knew Lin Bing was ruthless, but she never expected her to be this ruthless. Now that things had come to a head, Tang Yinyan didn't care about anything else. Pointing her finger at Lin Bing's nose from a distance, she yelled, "You just use your looks to seduce men. What else can you do? You're so heartless. You stole your best friend's jade bracelet, and then you tried to seduce her boyfriend. When you failed, you went around saying you were the wife and her friend was the other woman. I've never seen such a disgusting woman." Lin Bing wanted her gone, and those men were allies of Lin Bing. They wouldn't tolerate her anymore. Anyway, they wouldn't see each other again, and the security team was watching over them. If Lin Bing made a move, they could arrest her. Yelling at her would make her feel better, so of course she would. Shameless, filthy woman. Lin Bing, who had already reached the halfway point of the stairs, stopped and slowly turned around to look at Tang Yinyan. Tang Yinyan instinctively shrank back when she saw Lin Bing's cold gaze. Lin Bing smiled. "Is your space still full? Do you want to go outside and get some more?" Tang Yinyan's face turned green as soon as Lin Bing finished speaking. At that moment, the high-level security team rushed out from the shadows, pressing Tang Yinyan's face against the coffee table. They said coldly, "Miss Tang, you are suspected of assault. We need to take you back for a thorough investigation." Tang Yinyan's head was pressed against the coffee table, and she struggled to turn it. When they held her down, they pinched her mouth, and her teeth accidentally hit her tongue, causing it to bleed and ache terribly. But this pain was nothing compared to Lin Bing's words. As they dragged her away, she knew she couldn't escape. She used all her strength to turn back and look at Lin Bing, gritting her teeth. "I will never let you go. If I have the chance, I will kill you. I will kill you." These 5 words echoed in the room. Luotong and Wenzi pretended not to hear, shutting their mouths and running to the kitchen, one washing vegetables and the other chopping them, busy as bees. Xu Shui was still standing by the sofa, Lin Bing looking down at her with icy eyes. Lin Bing's gaze made Xu Shui uneasy. She wanted to run away, but she suppressed the urge. She looked up at Lin Bing, her expression no longer a fake cry or a fake smile, but one of unprecedented malice. "The jade bracelet is with you, isn't it?" "What jade bracelet? I don't know anything about it." "Don't pretend. It's my birthday present. When are you going to give it to me?" Before Lin Bing could answer, Xu Shui added, "I'll make you give it to me. It's mine." Luotong and Wenzi, though physically in the kitchen, were in the living room. Their ears perked up, afraid of missing a single word. After speaking, Xu Shui, without waiting for anyone to shoo her away, slowly walked out. At the door, she suddenly turned back to Lin Bing and said, "By the way, how did you feel when you found out your fiancé said he loved me?" Luotong and Wenzi in the kitchen covered their mouths tightly with their hands, their eyes wide with shock. Such explosive news. How does it feel? This question dragged Lin Bing back to her past life's memories. She remembered the first time she learned that Chu Fei and Xu Shui were together. She was heartbroken and overwhelmed with joy. Pa hadn't slept for 3 whole days. She still remembered how cold those 3 nights were. She lay in bed, unable to sleep, her hands and feet icy, her chest aching in waves. Because Chu Fei was her fiancé, And because Chu Fei had treated her fairly well, she actually had some feelings for him. Lin Bing stood on the stairs, her lips tightly pressed together, her hands clenched into fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Her face was expressionless, but others could sense her deep sorrow and heartbreak. Xu Shui smiled and left. Lin Bing returned to her room and sat on the bed. She thought she had moved on, but it seemed she was still haunted by the events of her past life and hadn't forgotten. Back then, after learning that Chu Fei and Xu Shui had an affair, after learning they had slept together, after learning they had done so many things together, all of these things had gradually chilled Lin Bing's heart. Actually, her feelings for Chu Fei had long since disappeared, and her friendship with Xu Shui had been eroded by Xu Shui's repeated mockery of her. But the humiliation, the feeling of betrayal, remained unforgettable. It's all in the past. Lin Bing raised her hand, looking at the black mole on her palm, and smiled softly. Perhaps letting them die wasn't the best revenge. Letting them taste the same pain as her was the best punishment. A knock came from inside the house. Chapter 70 Illness. Come in. A small head peeked out from behind the door. It was Han Dongdong. Han Dongdong rubbed his eyes. He had just taken a nap and was shaken awake by Luo Tong. He was still a little groggy. Luo Tong had told him to call Lin Bing downstairs, but Luo Tong's expression was so strange. Han Dongdong opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Bing, saying, "They said they want you to come downstairs. They need to talk to you. Let's go." Lin Bing smiled, stood up, and felt much better after thinking things through. She took Han Dongdong's hand and they went downstairs. It was time to cook. They had been tired all morning and deserved to eat and rest. Besides, last night, she and Han Li had taken turns sleeping to get some energy rain, only getting half a night's sleep. They needed to catch up on their sleep later. When Luo Tong and Wenzi saw Lin Bing come downstairs with a smile on her face, their jaws nearly dropped. The expression on Lin Bing's face when they secretly saw her standing on the stairs in the kitchen was absolutely heartbreaking. They thought she would get caught up in a romantic relationship, heartbroken, unable to extricate herself, or do something foolish, so they coaxed Han Dongdong downstairs to check if Lin Bing was all right. "Hi." The two idiots stood at the top of the stairs, greeting her like beckoning cats. "What are you two doing standing here?" Lin Bing raised an eyebrow and asked. Mosquito reacted faster, beaming. "The dishes are all ready, and the rice is cooked, just waiting for you to come." Lin Bing led Han Dongdong down the stairs, stopping as she passed the two, gently patting their shoulders, and said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You two play with Han Dongdong, I'm going to the kitchen. Oh, and after I eat I want to go upstairs for a nap. Mosquito, can you bring me my food?" Lin Bing handed Han Dongdong's hand to Mosquito, then went into the kitchen herself. After hearing Lin Bing's words, Han Dongdong's eyes were fixed on the mosquito's face. He stared at it intently for a long time, then beckoned to the mosquito with his little index finger, looking inscrutable. The mosquito bent down in confusion. Once the mosquito's face was at the same level as Han Dongdong's, Han Dongdong released the mosquito's hand, grabbed the mosquito's face with both hands, and started rubbing it vigorously, as if he wanted to pinch the mosquito's face off. The mosquito cried out, "Ouch, ouch!" incessantly, trying to stop Han Dongdong from rubbing it anymore, its mouth hurting from the rubbing. "Little ancestor, what are you doing? Stop rubbing, it hurts, it hurts." Luo Tong stood by, watching the commotion and laughing incessantly. In the kitchen, Lin Bing was cooking. Potatoes and cured meat were stewing together, emitting a fragrant aroma. Once the water evaporated, it would be ready to serve. She wondered how many more days of this peaceful life she could enjoy. The kitchen door wasn't closed, and the laughter and chatter outside could be heard clearly. The relaxed atmosphere outside cheered Lin Bing up. These people were such a lively bunch, and they were having so much fun together. Half an hour later, Lin Bing finished cooking. She brought some to the table and packed the rest to be taken by Mosquito to the outside of the safe zone for Dr. Su and the others. Xiao Dao, guarding Song Mao who had turned into a cocoon, refused to come down to eat. Luo Tong brought him a portion of the food. Afterward, Lin Bing, Luo Tong, Mosquito, and Han Dongdong ate around the table. 8 dishes were cooked in total, and the 4 of them ate everything, except for Xiao Dao's portion. Han Dongdong had a small stomach and ate less, but Lin Bing ate the same amount as Luo Tong and Mosquito. How did this woman's stomach grow? Those two men ate 3 bowls each. After lunch, Luotong volunteered to wash the dishes, while Wenzi delivered the packed lunch to the safe zone outside where Dr. Su was staying. Han Dongdong planned to go up with Lin Bing. But Lin Bing said she wanted to take a nap, so Han Dongdong went to find Xiao Dao and Song Mao instead. Han Li had told Han Dongdong that she shouldn't go out unless accompanied by an adult, as it was too dangerous for a child to be out alone. Lin Bing went back to her room, took a shower, and then slept soundly in bed. When she woke up, it was a little after 4 o'clock. It was quite quiet outside, so it seemed Han Li and the others hadn't returned yet. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Bing went into the bathroom, locked the door, and entered her spatial dimension directly from the bathroom. As soon as she entered the spatial dimension, she felt a refreshing breeze. Once inside, Lin Bing remembered Lan Pippi. Where was it? She remembered that it seemed to have hidden in her hair. She had washed her hair before going to bed, and she hadn't seen Lan Pippi. Just then she saw a tattered blue book wobbling towards her, its cover wet and dripping water as it flew. Could it be from when I was washing my hair? Lin Bing thought with a dark expression. The little blue book seemed to see Lin Bing, and upon seeing her, it started wailing, the water dripping from its cover even more violently. Bad guy. You've soaked my pretty cover and book, wah. It shrunk and hid in Lin Bing's hair, then found a particularly warm spot and fell asleep. When it woke up, it was already in her spatial dimension, back as a book, all wet and unable to shrink back to its original size. Lin Bing suppressed a laugh. The way the tattered book pattered down its water droplets was really funny, but she couldn't laugh now, or knowing the little book's temper, it would definitely turn on her. The little book's temper flared up quickly and subsided just as fast. After a couple of whimpers and a couple more hums, its expression brightened instantly. It eagerly begged Lin Bing for some energy, then transformed into a tiny creature with blue eyes and blue hair, flapping its transparent wings and spinning in circles in midair. Watching it, Lin Bing suddenly thought of the profound ice technique. To her surprise, the mere thought of the technique brought to mind a line of text. Profound ice technique, level 2 ice arts activated, internal energy cultivation method activated. Activated. Lin Bing silently repeated in her mind. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Lin Bing frowned. What was going on? This couldn't be happening. Last time she could clearly see level 1 ice arts. Blue Pippi flew over, its clear, tender voice coughing twice, drawing Lin Bing's attention. Then Blue Pippi placed its small hand on its chin and hummed twice before saying, wait, after I turn into a book, you can attach your ice power to me, and then you can open the book and see its contents. Actually, Blue Pippi wasn't too keen on turning into a book right now. It would become old and not as attractive as its current human form. However, in the end, it still transformed into the old book Lin Bing had seen on the table earlier. It flew to Lin Bing and hovered in the air. Lin Bing gently held the book with her left hand and channeled her power into it, testing it little by little. After almost exhausting her level 2 power, the book flashed with white light and slowly opened. The book jumped directly to the second page, which read, Ice Hockey Technique. Below it was a dense row of small characters explaining the usage and functions of the ice hockey technique. Lin Bing quickly memorized the words on the page, then turned the page to the third page, which read, White Mist. Below White Mist were densely packed small characters, describing its uses and functions. This white mist made Lin Bing's eyes light up. She had never imagined that ice magic could create something like white mist. It could not only confuse enemies but also trap them within it. Within the mist, one could conceal their movements, making it one of the best escape tools. Learning this by expending all her supernatural power was worth it. Lin Bing, close your eyes. Lan Pippi suddenly said. Lin Bing was currently overjoyed and completely trusted Lan Pippi's words. He did as instructed, and even with his eyes closed, a smile played on his lips. The moment Lin Bing closed his eyes, Lan Pippi transformed into a book, rushed into Lin Bing's mind, just like the first time. Simultaneously, the first chapter of the Xianbing technique's internal attack method appeared in Lin Bing's mind. It was entirely composed of traditional Chinese characters, and in classical Chinese at that. It took Lin Bing a full hour, along with Lan Pippi's translation, to completely memorize the chapter. The Xianbing technique has 9 chapters. Lin Bing could have learned the first chapter when he was only a level 1 ability user, but he leveled up too quickly. After his spatial ability was upgraded, he was already a level 2 ability user. The second chapter could only be learned after completing the first chapter. The first chapter was merely a basic technique, simply increasing physical strength and endurance. If the practitioner had good aptitude, their physical strength and power would increase many times over. It all depended on the individual. The increase in people's numbers was less than double, while some people's increases were tenfold or even 100-fold. Anyway, the situation was unpredictable, and Lon Pippi couldn't be sure which situation Lin Bing was in. After Lin Bing completely memorized the first chapter of the Profound Ice Technique, Lon Pippi flew out of her sea of consciousness. At this moment, Lin Bing was extremely tired and collapsed on the ground, panting, her mind still recalling what she had just memorized. She had stayed in the space for too long and had to go out. Looking at the ripe grains and vegetables on the black soil, Lin Bing could only helplessly tell it that she would see it next time. She had come in today intending to pick these things and put them in the warehouse, but it seemed that she wouldn't be able to. After Lon Pippi came out of Lin Bing's sea of consciousness, it became a beautiful little creature with blue hair and blue eyes again, happily flying back and forth by the spiritual spring, muttering, "Mine, mine." Lin Bing just smiled when she heard this. Before leaving the space, she asked Lon Pippi, "Do you want to come out with me?" Lon Pippi stared at the spiritual spring for a while, then silently flew onto Lin Bing's shoulder and left the space with her. Stepping out of the space and opening the bathroom door, Lin Bing heard a loud knocking. No, a pounding sound. It was almost like someone was pounding on the door with their fists raised. After hiding Lon Pippi, Lin Bing quickly went to the door and opened it. Outside was Han Dong Dong, but this time her face was covered in tears. As soon as she saw Lin Bing, she threw herself into her arms, sobbing, "It's almost 6 o'clock and my brother still hasn't come back. Didn't he say he'd be back by 5? They won't let me go look for him, boo-hoo, what should I do?" Han Dong Dong's tears fell in a steady stream, wiping them onto Lin Bing's clothes. Lin Bing glanced at her watch. It was already past 6. Had Han Li and the others not returned yet? If so, it meant that Han Li and the others were in a worse situation than they were. Lin Bing led Han Dong Dong into the room, gently wiping his smeared face clean with tissues. She softly coaxed him. "He'll be all right. Be good, don't cry. It's not dark yet, let's wait a little longer. Maybe they'll be back soon." Han Dong Dong looked up at Lin Bing anxiously. "Really? Will my brother really come back?" he asked, his little hand still tightly clutching Lin Bing's clothes. Lin Bing patted his head and whispered, "He'll come back, he definitely will." Han Dong Dong's face brightened slightly and he gave a firm though he was still somewhat listless. Lin Bing's room connected to a small balcony, from which one could see the street. At that moment, the noise from the street drifted in. Lin Bing slowly walked over and stood on the balcony, intending to see what was happening. Many people were running through the streets, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. Some ran recklessly, bumping into people without stopping, heading straight for the inside. Others shouted as they ran, and those around them, hearing their shouts, became just as terrified. Lin Bing was too far away to hear what they were saying. A moment later, the security team of the safe zone surrounded the group of people who were running and shouting. They fired a shot into the air, startling the fleeing people, who stopped. When the security team appeared, Lin Bing quickly returned to her room, moved to the window and stood behind the curtain, observing the scene outside. The security team, with a fierce expression, arrested the group and took them all away. Before leaving, they warned the onlookers, "Don't spread false information. If we hear about it, you'll suffer the same fate as them." After the security team took the people away, the street quieted down. However, people still whispered among themselves from time to time, their expressions changing as they talked. Something might have happened. She had to go out and find out. Lin Bing had just reached the sofa when she noticed Han Dong Dong asleep, his head tilted to one side. Children's stamina is naturally weaker than adults. She guessed Han Dong Dong had been watching the time since 5 o'clock, waiting for Han Li to return. Han Dong Dong was asleep, but his little face was still scrunched up, as if he was having some troubled dream. Lin Bing took off Han Dong Dong's shoes and coat, put him on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. Lin Bing let Lan Pippi out, instructing him, "You stay here and I'll watch him. Don't let him go out. Pippi, you're the strongest. You have to protect him, understand?" Lan Pippi was easy to coax. A few words were enough to make him smile broadly, nodding repeatedly. Lin Bing placed Lan Pippi next to Han Dongdong's pillow, putting them close together. Then Lin Bing closed the doors and windows and went downstairs. Blue Pippi, left beside the pillow, was curiously observing Han Dongdong. "So this is what human babies look like. They look pretty much like it, big eyes, fair skin." Upon opening the door, Lin Bing saw Lin Kara push open the door and walk in. She seemed to be carrying something. She paused when she saw Lin Bing, then silently walked towards her room. Before pushing open her door, she deliberately glanced back at Lin Bing. Her eyes filled with sarcasm. She had no desire to associate with such a flirtatious woman. Lin Bing wasn't blind. She naturally saw Lin Kara's disdainful look. She couldn't be bothered arguing with such a person. Did she really think she was something special? Lin Bing thought to herself, "You'd better not have to beg me one day." Lin Bing went outside and found a kind-looking middle-aged woman. She traded a bag of biscuits for the woman's information. A small group of zombies had gathered outside the safe zone. Those who were outside, wounded or injured, were terrified at the sight of the zombies and were clamoring to enter the safe zone. Currently, the safe zone was heavily guarded, allowing only exits. Those trying to rush into the safe zone were shot dead by the guards. The people outside were somewhat more subdued, but the conflict had escalated. After gathering the information, Lin Bing returned to the two-story house. As soon as Lin Bing returned, Luo Tong saw her. He was pacing anxiously in the living room. He had gone out that afternoon to the market in the safe zone to look for seeds. Surprisingly, he had found several good seeds and even brought back a pot of daffodils. He placed the daffodils in the living room, intending to show them to Lin Bing and Wenzi, but when he called out, he realized something was wrong. No one was there. Lin Bing wasn't there, and neither was Mosquito. He went upstairs. Han Dongdong was asleep and Xiao Dao was still guarding Song Mao. Xiao Dao said he hadn't seen Mosquito all afternoon. Luo Tong came downstairs and paced anxiously in the living room. Just then Lin Bing pushed open the door and came in. Upon seeing Lin Bing, Luo Tong breathed a sigh of relief and went up to her saying, "Isn't Mosquito with you? Have you seen him?" Xiao Dao said he hasn't seen Mosquito all afternoon. By the way, Mosquito and the others haven't turned around either. Xiao Dao looked worried upstairs and asked me to inquire about the situation. He said he can't leave now. Something seems to be wrong with Song Mao's cocoon. Lin Bing listened carefully to everything. When she heard that Mosquito hadn't returned all afternoon, her heart skipped a beat. The safe zone's access control only allowed exits, not entry. Had it started at noon? This was terrible. Were Han Li and the others also stuck outside? After Luo Tong finished speaking, Lin Bing asked him, "Is there any news about Song Mao's cocoon? Has he come out?" "By the way," I inquired, "the safe zone's entrance only allows people to leave, not enter. I don't know when it started. Mosquito might be trapped outside. I'm afraid Han Li will be trapped too, even if he comes back." Luo Tong looked troubled. "What should we do?" After thinking about Han Li and his group, Lin Bing thought of Dr. Su and the others. Han Li had come to pick up Old Cheng. Judging from the current situation, they were all outside except for Xiao Dao, Ning Mao and Han Dongdong inside. Perhaps Han Li was waiting for them to come out so they could travel together. If that was the case, what would she and Luo Tong do? She had thought it through. She definitely had to go with Han Li. Han Li had lived so long in his previous life he wouldn't die so easily. After encountering the terrifying mutated plants and animals outside, Lin Bing felt more and more that going with Han Li and his group was the right thing to do. After arriving at Han Li's base, she would go find her family. Then there was Luo Tong. She had to ask Luo Tong about his plans and ideas. Lin Bing shared her guesses and thoughts with Luo Tong, then asked, "Luo Tong, have you thought about what to do next?" Luo Tong lowered his head and thought for a long time before finally saying firmly to Lin Bing, "I want to go to the village to find my parents, to find my family. I need to know if they're still alive. If they are, I can't abandon them. I have superpowers now. I can protect them." Lin Bing sighed. She had wanted Luo Tong to go with her, But since he had a goal, it was a good thing. She asked Luotong, "Are your family members in H City or somewhere else?" Luotong shook his head and said, "Not in the city, outside the city, in a village. I know the way, but I don't know if the road is passable." Deep down, Luotong wanted a companion to go with him, but he also knew that risking his life for him alone wasn't realistic, so he never said it. Lin Bing pondered deeply. In the village? Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said to Luotong, "That's right, we can ask Han Li for directions. If it's on our way, we can go find your family. If not, we can separate from them temporarily, ask for their directions, and then I'll go with you to pick up your family and catch up with Han Li's group. They have more people, we have fewer, so we should be faster." Luotong looked at Lin Bing excitedly. "Are you really willing to come with me?" He was afraid to go alone, even more afraid of seeing his deceased parents alone. He was afraid he would lose all hope of living. He didn't want to go alone. "Of course we're partners. You've helped me so much before, how could I abandon you?" Lin Bing smiled. Luotong grinned foolishly at Lin Bing's words. Just then, a loud bang was heard on the second floor. The door to a room was blown apart, scattering debris all over the hallway. Lin Bing and Luotong looked up simultaneously and saw it was Song Mao's room. They exchanged a glance and started running upstairs towards Song Mao's room. Soon they arrived at Song Mao's room. Xiao Dao was holding down Song Mao, whose eyes were bloodshot. There were some debris on Xiao Dao's body, probably from the explosion that had gotten into his flesh. Lin Bing and Luotong quickly ran over and helped Xiao Dao restrain the agitated Song Mao. Xiao Dao held down Song Mao's hands, while Luotong went over and held down Song Mao's feet. He found that Song Mao's legs were extremely strong, and he could hardly hold them down. Luotong turned his head and sat down on Song Mao's legs. Sure enough, this time he was firmly pinned down, and the legs stopped moving. Song Mao kept raising his head, seemingly wanting to bite Xiao Dao. Lin Bing pressed Song Mao's head down to immobilize him. At the same time, she asked Xiao Dao, "What happened? I think I heard an explosion." Xiao Dao mumbled. Just now, his cocoon suddenly exploded and he came out, but he seemed not to recognize me. His eyes were red, and look at his teeth. He has 4 very sharp teeth. He just bit my shoulder. I don't know what happened to him. Where's Xiao Bai? Luotong chimed in. Dr. Bai is outside the safe zone guarding Old Zheng. The gate is locked outside. They're allowed to leave but not enter. They probably can't get in. Xiao Dao's voice was even more muffled. Then what do we do? Lin Bing said hesitantly. I do have an idea, but it's a bit risky. Xiao Dao frowned. Tell me, could things get any worse than this? Lin Bing slowly said. We can pack our things and go out together to meet up with Dr. Bai and the others. As for whether Han Li is outside, we can't be sure. Xiao Dao wasn't stupid. He understood Lin Bing's meaning immediately. Everyone was outside, so they would meet up outside. Whether to leave or stay could be decided later. At least they would all be together. They wouldn't be staying in the safe zone for long. Neither the leader nor they intended to stay for long. Xiao Dao's brow relaxed and he said, Let's do it this way. I'll take Song Mao out. What about you guys? Are you coming out with me or staying here? Although Lin Bing and the others lived with Xiao Dao's group, he didn't consider them teammates, only temporary companions. Besides, the area outside the safe zone was more dangerous, and he thought these two probably wouldn't go out with him. However, he had to bring Han Dongdong along. After all, he was the leader's younger brother, and it would be safer for him to be with him. Luotong, what do you think? Lin Bing had already decided when she asked. She would definitely go with everyone. Moreover, she understood better than anyone that the safe zone in H City would be breached by zombies sooner or later. Since the apocalypse had arrived early, this place might be attacked by zombies earlier, perhaps half a month earlier. I'll go with you, Luotong answered without hesitation. Okay. Lin Bing smiled slightly and said to Xiao Dao, You guys are in charge of tying him up. I'll go wake Han Dongdong up, pack our things, and once we're ready we'll head out. Okay. 5 minutes later, Lin Bing was carrying Han Dongdong. Lon Pippi had successfully completed his mission and returned to his space, while Xiao Dao was carrying the bound Song Mao, whose mouth was stuffed with a towel to prevent him from biting. Luotong was carrying several bags and Han Dongdong's doll. The bags were just for show, as it would be strange not to have any luggage after so many days. Luo Tong walked in front and before leaving he knocked on Lin Caru's door. But there was no response after knocking for a long time. Luo Tong knew Lin Caru had come with Han Li. Seeing that he couldn't get the door open, he looked at Xiao Dao with some concern. Is no one home? Or is she asleep? Should I break down the door? Xiao Dao shook her head. No need, let's go. Luo Tong looked at her in surprise. Isn't she your partner? Aren't you going to take her? Xiao Dao coldly replied. We rescued her on the way. This is a safe zone anyway. We have no obligation to take her. Besides, she might not even want to come with us. Xiao Dao and Lin Bing walked ahead. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Tong finally kicked the door open. The room was empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. Since no one was home, he thought, never mind. Afterwards, Luo Tong jogged to catch up with Lin Bing and Xiao Dao. Worried about Song Mao's condition, the three walked quickly. When they reached the gate, they were surprised to find the guard stopping them, refusing to let them out. The guards impatiently said, Don't you know what time it is? Still coming and going. Luo Tong, being the most accommodating, went forward smiling and pleading, but the guards still wouldn't let them out. Lin Bing suddenly laughed out loud saying, Since this brother won't let us out, then forget it. My wound is small anyway. Even though it's a zombie bite, it might not get worse. No need to rush to send him out. Upon hearing this, the guard almost jumped up, immediately moving several meters away, staring at them in horror. How dare you sneak in someone bitten by a zombie? Lin Bing replied in surprise. No, we were checked before coming in. The comrade who checked the wound said it was small and didn't look like a zombie bite, so he let us in. However, you just noticed something was wrong with my little brother. I thought there were rules in the safe zone that people like him weren't allowed in, so we were just about to send him out. The guards, disgusted, waved their hands frantically. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't stand here, you might get infected. It's so annoying, those people checking wounds are so meticulous. Even the smallest wound should be checked outside. How could they let him in? The guards shooed them away like flies, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the crowd outside. 5 minutes after they left, a group of uniformed men with guns rushed into the 2-story house, searching every room, but couldn't find a single person, let alone a woman. Some of them with fiery tempers smashed the furniture. Damn it! Those people escaped quickly. Someone just said they saw them upstairs. The captain, his face cold, said, We'll split into 2 teams. One team will search the entrances and exits, and the other will search the surrounding area. Be thorough. Orders have been given that we must find that woman surnamed Lin. One team searched the vicinity, while the other quickly went to the entrances and exits of the safe zone, carefully inquiring whether anyone had left. The guards panicked. Had they let someone out and alerted their superiors? No, if they knew, they wouldn't be so polite. With that thought, the guards felt reassured and kept shaking their heads, saying, No, how could anyone have left? The officer gave a death order. How could we dare let anyone out? This team cursed their bad luck and had no choice but to search the other entrance and exit of the safe zone. The entrances and exits outside the safe zone were practically bursting at the seams. Lin Bing and her group had a very difficult time squeezing through. When the three of them found Dr. Bai and Old Cheng, it was already 6:30. Dr. Bai and the others were all obediently staying in their assigned rooms. Several were fast asleep, except for Dr. Bai and Mosquito, who was sitting there, Mosquito discussing plastic surgery with Dr. Bai. When Lin Bing and the other 4 appeared, Mosquito was startled. Why are you all out here? They're not letting us in anymore, and you still came out. It's almost dark, are you crazy? Xiao Dao tossed Song Mao to Dr. Bai and said, He's awake. The tree cocoon burst open and he came out. He's acting strangely. He doesn't seem to recognize me and even tried to bite me. Can you take a look and see what's wrong with Song Mao? Mosquito's voice woke up Dr. Su, who was sleeping on the floor. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Bing. He immediately became alert, grabbed his glasses from beside his pillow, put them on and got up to walk over to Lin Bing. He exclaimed with delight, Finally, I see you. Mosquito said you have healing abilities. I wanted to ask, did you heal the tendrils on the ivy that Mosquito had before? We all have some on us. If you can heal them, we'd like you to take a look at us. After saying this, Dr. Su looked at Lin Bing somewhat uneasily. He was a doctor himself, yet he was seeking healing from someone else. It was quite amusing to admit it. Lin Bing paused for a moment. The healing technique was a good excuse. She could use it later. However, the spiritual spring water was used up today, so it probably wouldn't be able to heal. Lin Bing hesitated and said to Dr. Su, "I'm afraid it won't work today. It can only be used once a day. I can only try tomorrow. I can't guarantee it will heal." Dr. Su smiled when he heard Lin Bing was willing. "It's all right, it's good to try." After speaking to Dr. Su, Lin Bing walked over to Mosquito and asked him, "Mosquito, haven't Han Li and the others returned yet? Aren't they with you?" "No, they haven't returned at all. I haven't seen a single green train," Mosquito replied dejectedly. Just as Mosquito finished speaking, Xiao Dao grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away, staring intently at him. His face almost contorted. Mosquito understood why Xiao Dao had that expression. He chuckled, pinching his chin and striking what he thought was a particularly handsome pose. "How about it? Pretty cool, right?" Mosquito was especially happy to finally show off to Xiao Dao. He had been planning to boast to Xiao Dao after delivering the food, but he hadn't been allowed in and he couldn't go back. He had been incredibly disappointed then. Thankfully, now the opportunity had arrived. Zhang Shu was sound asleep in bed when he suddenly jumped up with a start, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He shakily scrambled out of bed, kicking awake the people sleeping on the floor beside him. While quickly dressing, Zhang Shu shouted, "Quick, get up! The zombies are coming! Quick, we need to get out of here or it'll be too late." Zhang Shu's loud voice alerted Lin Bing and Dr. Bai. "What did you say?" Dr. Su stared at Zhang Shu in disbelief. Zhang Shu's words made his heart tremble. Without waiting for Zhang Shu's reply, he quickly went to old Zhang's bedside and woke him up. Dr. Bai's expression tightened. He touched Han Dongdong's forehead and sure enough he had a high fever. He tore open the children's cold medicine Lin Bing gave him, found a bottle of water in his bag, and forced the medicine into Han Dongdong's mouth, then tried to give him water. He couldn't swallow it. Zhang Shu was already dressed. He squinted at the window. It was getting dark and time was of the essence. Xiao Dao reacted quickly, closing the doors and windows and drawing the curtains. Zhang Shu lowered his voice, his face grave. "I dreamt that this place was littered with corpses and countless zombies appeared here. Quick, before it gets dark, we have to leave here. We can't stay in H City anymore, we have to get out of here." Mosquito's breathing became rapid. "The boss hasn't come back yet. If we leave like this, we'll definitely get separated from them." Dr. Bai, however, forced himself to remain calm, his voice composed. "Don't talk nonsense, wake up those who are asleep. We need to pack our things and leave immediately. We only have one car, which is definitely not enough. We need to get another car. There's no time to look outside. We'll trade food with others." Lin Bing wanted to wake Han Dongdong, but found that Han Dongdong's forehead was very hot. He had a fever. Damn it, why now? Lin Bing took a large backpack from Luotong, then pretended to take something out of it. She pulled out some children's cold medicine from her spatial storage and handed it to Dr. Bai, saying, "Han Dongdong seems to have a fever. It's inconvenient for you to hold him. Could you help feed him some?" Dr. Bai cupped Han Dongdong's face, put his mouth to his and blew hard into his mouth. After some effort, Han Dongdong finally swallowed the medicine. At this moment, Dr. Bai realized an even more serious problem. Han Dongdong was sick, his spatial ability was unusable, and the food they had was definitely insufficient. They couldn't possibly exchange food for vehicles. If Han Dongdong didn't wake up, they would have to go find food again. The worst-case scenario was that Han Dongdong wouldn't make it. "Wait, I have to say we're out of food to exchange for vehicles. One vehicle definitely can't fit so many people." Dr. Bai's voice was somewhat urgent. Hearing Dr. Bai's words, everyone's expressions turned grim. Dr. Su, however, felt this was indeed the case. They hadn't seen Dr. Bai's group carrying large bags or anything like that. How could they possibly have any food? Even the old green train only had a small amount. He had been wondering earlier, where did they get so much food for exchanging vehicles? Han Dongdong was squirming uncomfortably against Lin Bing, who gently patted his back. Hearing Dr. Bai's words, she said, The car horns are too loud at night. They'll definitely attract all sorts of things. We'd better find a relatively safe place nearby and stay for the night. If Han Li and the others haven't returned by tomorrow, we'll discuss what to do then." Everyone agreed with Lin Bing's suggestion. The difficult task of finding a safe place was entrusted to Zhang Shu. "Let's go." Zhang Shu stood at the front, holding a few copper coins in his palm, his eyes fixed on them. They followed the calculated safest location. The others followed Zhang Shu one after another. Lin Bing was carrying Han Dongdong in her arms and a large black bag on her back. Dr. Bai and Xiao Dao almost took Han Dongdong from her. But although Han Dongdong had a fever and was unconscious, she clung tightly to Lin Bing, refusing to let go. Dr. Bai and Xiao Dao gave up. Not long after Dr. Bai and Xiao Dao left, the place they had just settled was surrounded by a group of people. These people were in uniform and carrying guns. They kicked open the door, but the room was still empty, and the blankets were still warm, indicating that they had just left. The team leader was so angry that he threw his gun to the ground. "Damn it! So unlucky, why are they always one step too late? Those people must have heard the news and run away. They must have a secret space, otherwise how did such a large group of people manage to eat and drink? We didn't see them buying food." They smashed the place again, vented their anger, and told the people living nearby that if anyone returned, they must report to the security team. They would give them 3 packs of instant noodles. The sky is getting darker and darker. Chapter 71. The zombies are coming. At the entrance to the safe zone, a middle-aged woman with yellow teeth happily accepted 3 bowls of instant noodles from a guard. She then found a secluded spot, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and quietly stuffed the noodles into her clothes. Afterward, she casually emerged from her hiding place, suppressing her joy and rubbing her face into a sour expression, before striding home. As she walked, she thought to herself, "I need to get some water. The neighbor's tap water is still running. I'll borrow some." The tap water supply outside the safe zone hadn't stopped, but it was rarely used for cooking. It was mostly used for boiling water and bathing. Drinking water was provided by the safe zone. Every day at 7 o'clock, people outside the safe zone would gather around the water truck, queuing to get water. For the past 3 days it had been raining heavily, and the safe zone's water truck had stopped supplying water, telling them to use rainwater directly. Many people, finding rainwater unclean, secretly used tap water instead. They'd turn on the tap and see the water was perfectly clean. They could boil it and use it without any problems. The middle-aged woman, however, was unaware that from the moment she emerged carrying instant noodles, despite her best efforts to conceal it, she had been spotted. A man quietly followed her, holding half a red brick. Taking advantage of her momentary lapse in attention, he smashed the brick against her head, striking her squarely. Instantly, blood flowed. The man ripped open her clothes, snatched the noodles and ran off, disappearing into the crowd. The middle-aged woman, her teeth stained with yellow, ignored the blood on her head and scrambled to her feet, intending to give chase. But after only a few steps, she felt extremely dizzy, her vision blurred, and she could no longer see where she was going. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her head, a greedy glint in its grayish-white eyes. With its filthy hand, it pulled her hand away and bit down hard. The middle-aged woman was still dizzy, but seemed to sense something was wrong. She tried to back away, but her body was being pulled back. She only managed half a step before the large mouth snapped at her. However, it didn't bite the bleeding part of her head, but instead tore off half of her face, leaving it a bloody mess. The middle-aged woman felt excruciating pain in her face. She touched it and found her hand covered in blood. Only then did she see clearly what the person holding her looked like. A zombie. The zombie was coming. She screamed. "The zombie is coming. Help!" The zombie still wouldn't let go and bit at her again. Her whole body trembled as she watched helplessly as the zombie's black, foul teeth drew closer and closer. With a crunch, half of her head was bitten off by the zombie, which chewed it in its mouth. Her eyes slowly lost their light, and she died just like that, without even daring to resist. The dead were no longer fresh. After the zombies sucked her brains, they tossed the middle-aged woman's corpse backward, and a swarm of howling zombies pounced on it, tearing the fresh body to pieces, its mouth full of blood. The middle-aged woman's earlier screams had drawn the attention of those around her. Zombies. A whole bunch of zombies. When did zombies become so fast? The crowd screamed and rushed towards the entrance and exit of the safe zone, desperately pushing and shoving. The gunshots no longer frightened them. The entrance and exit doors were tightly shut, but those outside ignored them, pounding and banging on the doors, crying and shouting to get in. Some even brought ladders, placed them against the wall, climbed up and jumped in, sneaking inside. The ladders remained outside, and some cleverer individuals followed suit. Soon numerous ladders were erected outside the safe zone wall, and countless people sneaked in. People on the ladders were packed tightly together, constantly jumping in. Perhaps because there were so many people, many had wounds, some old ones bleeding again. The smell of blood attracted several zombies. As darkness fell, more and more zombies gathered outside the safe zone, more and more. People died and the stench of blood grew stronger, attracting even more zombies. This cycle repeated until, by the time the security team arrived at the entrance wall, only the sounds of zombies devouring human flesh remained outside the safe zone. Some didn't run into the safe zone. Those who ran fast escaped, while those who ran slowly perished on the way. Lynn Carew trembled as she listened to the zombie roars outside the safe zone. Carrying a large bag, she hid in an uninhabited house inside the safe zone, filled with regret. She should have gone out with Han Li and the others this morning. Did Han Li and the others know this would happen? Which is why they didn't return all day and deliberately left her behind. Lynn Carew felt increasingly distressed. She had never imagined that the H-City security zone would be so unsafe. The room was pitch black, but outside, a flash of light seemed to come from a handheld camera. Lynn Carew stood up and cautiously glanced out the window, only to see a familiar face. Tang Yinyan. It was her. A large group of people were running alongside Tang Yinyan carrying guns. One of them was the head of the security zone. She recognized him. She had seen him when he saw Han Li off after dinner. Were they trying to escape? So those armed men were the security zone's guards. They had changed out of their uniforms and into ordinary, high-quality clothes, leading some high-ranking officials and their families, along with their own relatives. Were they preparing to flee? Lynn Carew's heart pounded, and her breathing tightened. She couldn't secretly follow them. These people were well-trained and armed. If she followed them, she would definitely be discovered. Moreover, if they were to escape, they would need a vehicle or other means of transportation. How could she possibly keep up with them on foot? Since she couldn't sneak away, she would go with them. After making up her mind, Lynn Carew's gaze sharpened, and suddenly she stuck her head out of the window and called out to Tang Yin. Tang Yin, wait for me. As soon as Lynn Carew spoke, the guards drew their guns, all pointing them at her head. Lynn Carew trembled as she pushed open the door and stepped out, forcing herself to remain calm. Tang Yin looked at Lynn Carew, a look of surprise flashing across her face. What are you doing here? She wasn't very familiar with Lynn Carew, but they had exchanged a few words this morning since they were both on duty, and her impression of Lynn Carew was all right. Lynn Carew smiled wryly. They abandoned me. I couldn't find anywhere to go, so I hid here because it was secluded. Actually, she had secretly slipped out of the room. While Lin Bing and the others went upstairs, she grabbed the large bag Han Li had given her and ran out. On her way back, she had overheard the security team talking about arresting someone surnamed Lin. Hearing this, she immediately returned to grab her things and left. The security team member was very close to her, at least 20 meters away. Because she heard the name Lin, she focused her attention on the man. Unexpectedly, she heard everything he said afterwards. When Lin Carew calmed down, she realized she shouldn't have heard such distant sounds. Could it be that she had the same superpower as them? Thinking of this, Lin Carew felt a surge of joy. When she eavesdropped on Tang Yinyan and the others' conversation by the window, she was completely certain of the answer. She had a superpower. She could hear very far. She kept this joy to herself. The feeling of joy without anyone to share it with wasn't pleasant. After Lin Carew finished speaking, Tang Yinyan looked knowing and said with a sneer, "That group of people are just like that, Humph. None of them are good people, especially that Lin Bing. She can't tolerate anyone. I knew she wanted to steal your boyfriend. You came with Han Li, right? He's your man, right? That Lin Bing is always following Han Li around trying to seduce him." Tang Yinyan kept badmouthing Lin Bing for a full 3 minutes before the person in charge finally interrupted her. If it weren't for the woman's spatial ability, they definitely wouldn't have kept her. As for this woman, Han Li's woman? Han, the Han family. The Han family is said to be doing quite well in the apocalypse, and their base's defenses are excellent. Why don't they retreat to the Han family's base? Besides, this woman is Han Li's woman. If they safely deliver her to the base and get her to say a few good words for them, the Han family won't treat him badly for this favor. Thinking this, the person in charge smiled broadly and said to Lin Carew, "Are you Han Li's girlfriend?" Lin Carew hesitated, then nodded with a smile. "Yes, introduced by Old Master Han. My grandfather and Old Master Han were old acquaintances. They had a good relationship when they were young." She thought for a moment, then added, "They were originally planning to get engaged, but then this happened." Sigh. After saying this, Lin Carew lowered her head sadly. The leader kindly invited Lin Carew to join their team. After preparations were complete, the group quietly went to a dilapidated house and went inside. There was an underground passage leading to the parking garage. The cars were already prepared. They would get in, the truck would lead the way, crushing the zombies in front, and the cars would follow, allowing them to escape the zombie horde. The leader had been preparing all this for a long time, with loyal subordinates secretly preparing everything. A large amount of gasoline was also prepared, stored in large oil drums. Most importantly, they had found Tang Yanyan, a spatial ability user. However, the subordinates were somewhat incompetent actually capturing her. Why capture her? They should have invited her. They acted recklessly without a word of instruction. Fortunately, after a detailed conversation with Tang Yanyan, and learning that she had gone to capture a woman surnamed Lin, Tang Yanyan decided to travel with them and carry their supplies. She took all the food, ammunition, and some daily necessities. The leader thought that since the zombies had arrived, this group was only meant to be bait and would die here sooner or later anyway, so keeping the supplies was pointless. They quietly entered the underground passage and disappeared into the house. "Did you hear anything?" Luo Tong asked anxiously, looking at the group in a low voice. "The sound of zombies," Xiao Dao said coldly. He then glanced back at the direction of the safe zone, where it was brightly lit and the noise could be heard even from here. Lin Bing, holding Han Dongdong, followed closely behind Zhang Shu. They couldn't see the road at night, and Zhang Shu had said not to turn on the lights. Walking in the dark, they were constantly on the verge of tripping over things, making the journey difficult. Lin Bing didn't know how Zhang Shu had chosen the route. She felt like they were heading into the city. Shouldn't they be moving away from H City? Hearing the voice beside him, Zhang Shu's expression grew increasingly grave. The scene from his dream, people screaming and being torn apart, flashed through his mind. He said urgently, "We need to hurry. I'm starting to run, you guys keep up." Zhang Shu began to jog ahead. Lin Bing, with good stamina, managed to keep up while carrying Han Dongdong. Old Zheng, in poor health, was carried by Wenzi, while Song Mao, still bound, was carried by Xiao Dao. The others followed closely behind, running at a brisk pace. They had only run a short distance when gunshots rang out from where they had just passed. "Someone's coming." Bang bang bang, several more shots followed. At the same time, another voice rang out from not far behind. "Hey guys in front, stop running. Hands up and come back with us, you can't escape." Zhang Shu's expression changed upon hearing their words, and he turned around and cursed behind him. "Shut up, idiots. Your gunfire will attract zombies." Zhang Shu sneered twice and said, "Go back? Go back where? The safe zone. It's full of zombies now, who knows how many people have died. Is your nose deactivated? Can't you smell the blood? Going back is just throwing your life away." After saying that, Zhang Shu didn't wait for the people behind him to answer and started running faster. An unease surrounded him. This premonition had never been wrong before. He had to run faster. His intuition told him that this was the direction, and he couldn't be wrong. The others followed Zhang Shu and sped up. After being in the darkness for so long, their eyes gradually got used to it and seemed to be able to see some things clearly. The group behind Zhang Shu didn't believe him at all, but they stopped firing. The leader stood still, glancing uneasily in the direction of the safe zone, seemingly hesitant about whether to turn back. One of his men whispered, "Captain, did you hear screams?" The neighboring team listened carefully, and sure enough, besides screams, There were also monster roars coming from the direction of the safe zone. The neighboring team leader's expression changed. He looked in Zhang Shu's direction, then back at the safe zone and finally made a decision. He said in a deep voice, "We'll follow those people. Go quick. They're almost out of sight. Don't stand there, follow me." He then shot off like an arrow, following Zhang Shu and his men at a distance. Some of the neighboring team's men followed their leader, while 2 or 3, not believing them, quietly ran back towards the safe zone. Zhang Shu's final destination was an unfinished building, eerily quiet and uninhabited. It had no electricity, was completely dark, and looked sinister. Zhang Shu led them to a spot on the first floor and stopped. He told everyone, "The divination indicates there's a glimmer of hope here. I've decided to stay." Lin Bing approached Zhang Shu, her expression calm. "I'm in the same boat as you." Han Dongdong in her arms was still unconscious. His fever had subsided somewhat, but his forehead remained hot. Dr. Bai asked Zhang Shu, "Will there be snakes or rats on the first floor at night? Should we go up to the second floor?" Zhang Shu shook his head. "No, only here, and only this area shows a chance of survival." The others remained silent, simply gathering around Zhang Shu. The unfinished building was only partially completed. Even the ground beneath their feet was still dirt, unpaved. They would likely have to stand there all night. Han Dongdong was still unconscious, and they couldn't retrieve the supplies from his doll's spatial storage. They didn't even have a tent. A short while later, another series of rapid footsteps approached. It was the same group that had fired at them earlier, still wearing the uniforms of the safe zone security team, each carrying a gun. As soon as they entered, Lin Bing and his group warily watched them. However, the neighboring team of this group was more sensible. They didn't fight Lin Bing and his group. Instead, they chose a spot not far from Lin Bing and said, "Since something's happened in the safe zone, the officers might not still be there. If they don't show up, we can coexist peacefully for now." They didn't want to fight this group either. He had personally witnessed the safe zone's leader's attitude towards this group's leader. How friendly he was, giving them numerous favors. He didn't know why his superiors had ordered him to lead a team to capture one of the women, saying they absolutely had to bring her back. Sigh, annoying, making a living isn't easy these days. 2 green trains gradually approached the safe zone. Before even getting off, Han Li saw zombies roaming outside the safe zone, and screams and shrieks constantly reached his ears. He had just gotten out of the car when he heard a loud bang. The entrance gate to the safe zone had been smashed open. Zombies burst through the door, drawn by the smell of food inside, and scrambled to squeeze in. Han Li's face instantly turned extremely grim. Chapter 72 Encounters. Looking at his teammates in the car, all of whom wore expressions of exhaustion, Han Li made up his mind that he couldn't let them fight anymore. Only Yuan Qingshan still had the energy, so he would go in with Yuan Qingshan to find the others. His senior brother and his friend were in the car behind. He didn't need to worry about those outside the safe zone. The entrance to the safe zone had only just been breached, and the situation inside should be much better than outside. Han Li turned around and saw Zhou Chun getting out of the car. Han Li pressed Zhou Chun back down. "Don't get out. Stay in the car. Your hand is useless now. Coming out is just suicide, you know." After saying that, Han Li turned to Yuan Qingshan beside him and said, "Qingshan, come with me to find the others. I don't know if Xiao Bai's team has returned yet. We have to go in and check." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingshan immediately got out of the car. Zhou Chun protested, "Boss, why can he go in with you but I can't? My stamina is no worse than his." Zhou Chun, a male, was the team's sharpshooter and sniper, a second-generation military officer. In this world, he only respected Han Li, and didn't even listen to his father. He and Han Li had known each other since childhood. Initially, they were rivals, but later, when Zhou Chun was kidnapped, Han Li almost risked his life to bring him back. At that time, they were both just kids. After that, Zhou Chun looked at Han Li with new respect and acknowledged him as his leader. When Han Li enlisted, Zhou Chun went with him. His father laughed at him, saying he would definitely run home crying in a couple of days. Later, he proved his father wrong with his actions. A resounding slap in the face. "You drive. When Qingshan and the others come out, you pick us up. You have good eyesight, so we can't do without you for work," Han Li told him. Yeah, that's true. My eyesight is the best in our team. Zhou Chun finally relaxed his brows and smiled smugly, then sat down in the driver's seat that Yuan Qingshan had just been sitting in. The green train car behind them carried Xiao Yuan, Lu Xian, and another of Han Li's teammates, Tianzhuan, the youngest at only 19. Senior, you guys don't need to come out. You and Zhou Chun discuss finding a safe and secluded spot. Qingshan and I will go in, find the people, and then come pick us up immediately. Han Li spoke into the walkie-talkie to Xiao Yuan in the green train car behind them. After Han Li finished speaking, he handed the walkie-talkie to Zhou Chun, and then instructed Yuan Qingshan. Remember, finding the people is the priority. Don't fight them to the death. Remember, survival is the priority. If anything seems wrong, run. Got it. Yuan Qingshan nodded obediently. After giving his instructions, Han Li sprinted towards the entrance of the safe zone. Both of them had flames on their hands, which they waved as they ran, burning any zombies they encountered to ashes. Yuan Qingshan followed closely behind. They quickly reached the entrance of the safe zone, where zombies were everywhere. Some were pushing their way in, some were gnawing on human legs, and some were attacking humans. It was a chaotic scene. The first reaction of people in the safe zone upon seeing zombies was to run. Very few would attack unless their lives were threatened and they couldn't escape. Most simply awaited their death. Han Li clasped his hands together, and a large fireball appeared in his palms, covered in pale yellow flames. He raised his hand and threw the fireball towards the entrance of the safe zone. The moment a zombie touched the fireball, the flames spread directly to its body. Han Li rushed forward, and before the zombie could even howl, the flames suddenly intensified, burning the zombies at the entrance to ashes in moments. Han Li then rushed inside. Yuan Qingshan followed closely behind. Someone nearby, seeing Han Li's actions, immediately cried and waved for help. Help! Save us! This person hadn't been bitten by a zombie yet and was dodging left and right. Seeing Han Li rush into the safe zone without even glancing at him, the person hesitated. It wasn't safe inside either. But he decided to risk it. Staying with that capable person was better than staying outside. If he escaped with that person, his chances of survival might be better. After entering, Han Li identified the path and headed straight for the two-story villa. From afar, he could see the house was completely dark, without a single light. Han Li's heart sank, but he didn't stop and rushed inside. Outside the villa, two zombies were ramming against the door. These two zombies eventually died at Han Li's hands, but Han Li found it strange. These ordinary zombies were much more agile. They had even dodged earlier, and one of them even tried to sneak away when he attacked. Had they developed intelligence? Han Li didn't dwell on it. He kicked open the door of the villa and went inside. As soon as he entered, he heard gunshots. Guns were being fired at him. Han Li dodged the bullets and entered the dark house, calling out, "Xiao Dao Dong Dong?" The gunfire stopped. Han Li was overjoyed. Xiao Dao and Dong Dong were all right. But the next second, his heart sank as if doused with cold water. He heard a strange voice coming from inside. "Are you human?" It was a woman's voice. Han Li narrowed his eyes. "Of course I'm human. Who are you? I remember this is the house I used to live in. How did you get in? Where are the people who lived here before?" Light footsteps echoed in the dark room, and the unfamiliar voice continued. "When I hid here, there was no one in the house. See for yourself if you don't believe me. I'm Hu Yi. Who are you?" Hu Yi. Never heard of her, didn't know her. Han Li ignored her and rushed upstairs. He checked room after room, but no one was there. When he came downstairs, Yuan Qingshan had already finished checking the first floor and said to Han Li with a worried expression, "No one's here either, not a single person." Han Li asked him, "Where are your things? Your backpack? Dong Dong's toys? Are they there?" Yuan Qingshan shook his head. "They're all gone." Han Li's face was grim. He was pondering the situation. There were no signs of cooking in the kitchen, meaning no dinner was prepared. They must have left before dinner time, and quite some time ago. If they left at that time, they must have left the safe zone, meaning they were outside the safe zone. Also, there were 5 people left behind, and more than 6 plates still had a little water on them, which meant that Lin Bing and the others had returned. Another possibility is that some plates and bowls were missing from the kitchen, presumably because food was being delivered. Someone was staying temporarily outside the safe zone, and Xiao Yuan and the others went out with him, meaning it was someone else. The most likely explanation is that Bai Xian and Lin Bing found someone and brought old Zheng back. Thinking of this, Han Li felt a little better. He then thought, if they left the safe zone and saw the zombies coming, they would definitely run away. Where would they run to? Xiao Bai would definitely think they would come back and look for Xiao Bai and the others, so they probably wouldn't go too far. Where would be a good hiding place? Hui looked at the man in front of her in surprise. After hearing her name, he didn't even glance at her. Did this man not even know her name? Where did this monster come from? Doesn't he use the internet or watch TV? The man searched the house carefully before leaving with the tall, burly man behind him, who he immediately followed. The tall, burly man was wearing a military uniform and was probably a soldier. He couldn't be a bad person. Following him was the right thing to do. When Han Li noticed the little tail following them, he turned around and glanced at the person coldly saying, "Don't get in the way." Hui smiled. "No, I won't cause you any trouble, I promise." She only knew that having more people meant more safety. She was tired of being alone on the rooftop, terrified and afraid, unable to sleep alone. Yuan Qingshan glanced at Hui a few more times. He recognized her face. She was always in commercials. He thought she was some kind of celebrity. He'd heard from gossip forums that she'd landed leading roles right from the start, because she had a powerful backer. He thought she was just a pretty face with no acting skills. Yet she was playing the lead on the big screen and getting criticized on Tianya, a Chinese online forum. Yes, Yuan Qingshan was a gossip-loving guy who frequented Tianya. Han Li suddenly stopped. Standing in front of him was a strange-looking mutated zombie. This zombie had 4 arms and 4 legs, like a spider, and black shell-like wings on its back. Its eyes were bulging out like insect eyes and grayish-white. It had 2 long protruding grayish-white double-pointed teeth like pincers. When the mutated zombie saw Han Li, saliva dripped from its mouth, burning a large hole in the ground. Han Li stared at the mutated zombie, then turned to Yuan Qingshan without turning his head and said, "Stay away, go back to the car. I'll pack this and catch up. Tell them Xiao Bai and the others are back." They left the safe zone with Xiao Dao and probably found a secluded place nearby. Sensing Yuan Qingshan hadn't moved, Han Li's tone hardened. "Go quickly. Be careful. Take the walkie-talkie and remember to talk as you walk. If there's any noise, it means Zhou Chun and the others are nearby. Qingshan, go quickly. The one who came with you, you should also stay away, remember to stay far away." With them around, Han Li felt somewhat constrained. Yuan Qingshan took the walkie-talkie from Han Li, put it in his pocket, and slowly walked away. Hui followed Yuan Qingshan this time. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Yuan Qingshan was back. This thing was clearly strange. It wasn't afraid of people at all. He could even feel its pressure. It seemed extraordinary. He hadn't expected this strange-looking, even somewhat comical, thing to have such strength far exceeding his expectations. Suddenly the thing leaped forward. Its 4 hands and 4 limbs transformed into segments covered with a thick black shell. Its fingertips clasped together, forming a black dagger-like object. It lunged at Han Li, screeching and drooling even more profusely. Simultaneously, it spat a large mouthful of saliva at Han Li. Han Li swiftly dodged the spittle attack, but just as he avoided it, its 4 dagger-like hands thrust forward one after another. This time Han Li didn't dodge. He took a large step forward, tightly gripping one of the black daggers in one hand. Instantly, red flames surged from Han Li's hand towards the creature. In that instant, the mutated zombie's entire body turned black, hard and solid like a black stone. Even its hands, feet, and head hardened. The red flames clung to its black shell, diminishing until they gradually ceased burning. Han Li was startled and quickly retreated. While Han Li was fighting the creature, Yuan Qingshan quietly returned and hid in a house not far from Han Li, keeping a close watch on the situation. He was worried about his boss being alone. He knew his boss was concerned for him, but this place was too dangerous, and he couldn't abandon him. Behind him, Hui also quietly entered and squatted beside him, remaining silent. Han Li retreated, and the mutated zombie's stone-like hardness vanished. It moved again, turning its back to Han Li. Han Li frowned, puzzled, unable to understand what it wanted to do. Suddenly, the creature flapped its wings twice, bent over, and turned its rear end towards Han Li. Sensing danger, Han Li jumped forward and kicked the creature. Suddenly, a loud plop was heard, and a black thing emerged from its rear, lunging towards the spot where Han Li had just been standing. Unfortunately, Han Li was no longer in that position. The thing continued flying backward until it finally struck a zombie with a missing nose. The black thing clung to the zombie, and its body began to thin, with chunks of flesh disappearing wherever the black afterimage touched it. In the end, only the head and feet remained of the zombie with the missing nose. Han Li kicked the thing in the head with tremendous force, causing the strange zombie's head to spin 360 degrees. Surprisingly, after its head was twisted, the strange zombie seemed unaffected, its grayish-white, insect-like eyes flashing. Han Li's face darkened. Then, as if suddenly discovering something new, the bizarre zombie stretched out a hand and slapped its own head hard. Its head began to spin again, this time not 360 degrees, but 720 degrees, 2 full rotations. It spun incredibly fast. The strange zombie howled and chuckled, then played with its head more and more enthusiastically. Fire had no effect on it and physical damage was useless. This thing didn't need fire resistance. Its shell was hard. Its head was already damaged, and its body's toughness was unimaginable. Its neck was like that. Its head was even worse. Aside from its insect-like eyes, its head looked like it was wearing a helmet. He had to think of something. There was a zoo nearby when they were looking for people, full of mutated animals. They had almost died there. It was a near-death experience. He had also used up a lot of energy there, so now he could only use red and yellow fire. White, black, and all other fires were unusable because he didn't have enough energy. Damn it. This strange zombie in front of him was quite playful. Perhaps he could use it as a breakthrough. Han Li thought to himself, his mind racing as he considered a solution. On a dark street, Su Qiao, Cho Cheng, and Kong Ji stood back to back in a circle. Su Qiao's face was full of bitterness. The three of them were trapped in a supermarket. The truck was only half loaded with food, and there were too many zombies in the supermarket. They encountered several other people in the supermarket. Seeing that they were outnumbered, these people wanted to steal their food, which Su Qiao and the others naturally refused. Taking advantage of their numbers and seeing that Su Qiao and the others were young and weak, the group hatched a wicked plan. They pretended to agree to Su Qiao's idea and cooperate with them, then secretly attacked them. Kong Ji was their first target because he was the thinnest. Kong Ji wasn't paying attention and was hit on the arm. Su Qiao was both shocked and furious, and she fought with the group of people. In a moment of inattention, one of the middle-aged men tripped over a supermarket shelf, smashing the door and bleeding profusely. Su Qiao had chosen this supermarket because it had fewer zombies. But now, with the blood flowing and the night wind carrying the smell of blood far and wide, it attracted a large number of zombies. Su Qiao and her companions fought off the zombies as they formed a circle and headed towards their truck. However, Su Qiao discovered that the zombies were becoming increasingly difficult to kill. They were stronger and faster, and they were even wielding weapons like wooden sticks and iron bars. The zombies could use weapons. Su Qiao was utterly astonished. More and more zombies surrounded the three of them, and Su Qiao grew increasingly desperate. Unfinished building. Lin Bing, who had been sitting, picked up a few red bricks, placed them on the ground, spread out a piece of clothing and sat down. Han Dongdong lay sprawled in her arms fast asleep. Suddenly, Lin Bing raised her head and looked at Zhang Shu and the others. "Did you hear anything?" Lin Bing tilted her ear and listened carefully, her breathing becoming heavier. Hopefully she misheard. Zhang Shu, after hearing Lin Bing's words, squatted down, pressed his ear to the ground, and listened carefully. After a moment he sat up, remaining silent for a long time. Dr. Bai looked at Zhang Shu and asked, "What did you hear? Is something coming?" Lin Bing also looked at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu touched his face, trying to make his expression look better, forcing a weak smile. "Something's coming in groups very fast, seems to be coming from this direction. I don't know if it's a mutated beast or a mutant." Zhang Shu didn't finish his sentence. Dr. Bai didn't press further. Lin Bing lowered her head and gently called to Han Dongdong. "Dongdong, did you hear that? Wake up." She heard a faint rustling sound. If a group of things really attacked, she had to wake Han Dongdong. It was safer for Han Dongdong to be awake than asleep, because Han Dongdong's ability could keep him alive and allow her to hide very well. They're coming. Zhang Shu suddenly stood up. Chapter 73 Chaos. In the pitch-black night, the squeaking sounds grew clearer. Lin Bing felt the ground beneath her feet becoming increasingly soft, and the squeaking was coming from beneath her feet. Beneath this unfinished building lay rat burrows, from which rats would emerge at night to forage. This unfinished building had been there for several years, and the rats had made their home there and lived there for just as long. Rats were incredibly prolific and easy to kill. Unknowingly, this large expanse of wasteland had become their territory. When she first heard the sounds, Lin Bing guessed it was just rats. But when she sensed something was climbing up her leg, she looked down and saw a large black rat crawling towards her. It was indeed a rat, much larger than before, glistening with oil. Lin Bing hated this kind of thing and didn't want to touch it. She used her supernatural ability to freeze the rat attached to her leg, kicked the frozen rat off, and crushed it with a powerful stomp. Countless squeaking sounds echoed around her. Among these rats were mutated rats, extremely agile and almost silent. There are rats. Lin Bing whispered a warning to those around her, her voice trembling. Han Dongdong was still asleep. Ah, these rats bite. Just then a rat thudded to the ground, followed by someone stomping on it, seemingly trying to stomp without success. Below were rat holes and mutated rats too, and these rats could bite. Zhang Shu, is this the good spot we chose? A glimmer of hope, huh? Xiao Dao asked Zhang Shu, suppressing his anger, his face dark. He was carrying Song Mao on his back, so his pace was slower than usual. Zhang Shu shrank his neck, muttering, I didn't expect it to be like this. Sai, could he have miscalculated? Impossible, he'd calculated several times, and it always showed a glimmer of hope. Sai, he didn't know what was going on. If his older brother were here, he wouldn't have to do all this trouble. Bang bang bang, gunshots rang out. The neighboring team and their subordinates who had come with Lin Bing and his group also discovered the rats. One of their teammates was bitten by a large black rat and cried out. Only then did they realize that these rats could bite people on their own. The bitten subordinate was terrified and opened fire in all directions with his gun. Captain, I think I should go back. It's too dangerous here. I don't want to stay here. After saying this, he hurriedly left the unfinished building with his gun. The neighboring team hesitated for a moment. Seeing the flustered Lin Bing and his group, they thought about it and decided to leave this hellish place with the teammate who had just left. Maybe other places were much safer than here. Another rat crawled onto his foot. Roll. Bang. The rat's head was blown open by a bullet. Rat juice and blood gushed out. Another group of rats came attracted by the smell. This place really couldn't be stayed in. The neighboring team thought to himself, gun in hand, running towards the entrance of the unfinished building. He was just one step away from getting out, but he stopped abruptly. Just outside the unfinished building, 2 steps away, lay the corpse of the subordinate who had just emerged. He wasn't dead yet, his body riddled with bite wounds and swarmed with rats. No, not rats, but zombie rats. Grayish-white eyes, deformed claws, some zombie rats hairless with grayish-white skin. Others half-rotten yet still alive and kicking, eating flesh. A zombie rat with red eyes had torn open the man's stomach, ripping out his intestines, leaving a gaping hole. A swarm of zombie rats, drawn by the smell of blood, crawled through the hole and began tearing at the fresh flesh inside. The man wasn't dead yet, howling in agony, his gun still in his hand, unable to even fire a single bullet. He wanted to die but couldn't. Bang! The neighboring squad, unable to bear it any longer, painfully aimed their gun at the subordinate and fired, striking him squarely in the head. He finally died, finally free. The gunshot stopped the zombie rats gnawing on the corpses, and they looked up in the direction of the gunfire. Their small, grayish-white eyes were particularly eerie in the night. The neighboring team member felt a chill and took a step back. Seeing zombie rats running towards them, he didn't have time to think. He turned and ran into the abandoned building. At that moment he realized how cute the mutated rats inside were. At least 100 times better than the zombie rats. Even if bitten by a mutated rat, he wouldn't turn into a zombie. His subordinates also saw the swarms of zombie rats outside, almost covering the entire road. They dared not go any further and followed the neighboring team member, turning and running into the abandoned building. The neighboring team member shouted as soon as he entered, "There are swarms of zombie rats outside." He was panting as he spoke. Lin Bing was shocked. Zombie rats outside. Inside the abandoned building, there were at most mutated rats. Compared to that, it was indeed much better. But what if those zombie rats came in? She asked the neighboring team. "How many are there? Did they follow us in?" The neighbor, still panting, replied, "So many. The road is covered in them, black and gray ones, some with red eyes. This one seems to have particularly sharp teeth. They saw me when I turned back. I don't know if they followed." He mustered his courage and looked back, only to see zombie rats lingering at the entrance of the unfinished building, seemingly hesitant about something. Not a single one had entered, though they were hissing. The corpse on the ground had been gnawed down to bones. They felt there wasn't enough food and wanted to eat more. "We can't kill all the mutated rats inside. The zombie rats outside are guarding the entrance. Probably because they're mutated, that's why they haven't come in. We need to leave some mutated rats," Lin Bing said to them, while carrying Han Dongdong and dodging another mutated rat. Dr. Bai, hearing Lin Bing's words, put away the black scalpel in his hand and replaced it with a white one. Luo Tong suddenly spoke up, saying, "There might be a rat king down there. Those zombie rats outside might have lived here when they were alive, so they're afraid of this land." This was his guess. Just as Luo Tong finished speaking, someone suddenly threw a mutated rat out of the unfinished building, landing it among the zombie rats outside the door. Instantly, the plump mutated rat was swarmed by the zombie rats and devoured clean. It seemed these zombie rats weren't afraid of ordinary mutated rats. At that moment, a tremendous roar suddenly came from underground. The entire area inside the unfinished building was sinking. Even the building itself shook, seemingly about to collapse. The sinking was happening faster and deeper. At this moment, Luo Tong rushed into the courtyard, shouting, "Everyone come here! Come to me!" Lin Bing, carrying Han Dongdong, quickly ran to Luo Tong's side. Just as Lin Bing stood still, the ground beneath their feet suddenly gave way, and they began to fall. Lin Bing grabbed Luo Tong to steady herself. She guessed that Luo Tong might use his materialistic ability, such as creating a giant cactus to give them a foothold. Moreover, earth nourishes wood, and Luo Tong's ability would be very effective here. Sure enough, as she expected, a giant cactus emerged from the ground, firmly catching them. Although the ground continued to sink, the cactus continued to grow larger, its roots deepening, completely unaffected. The sinking finally stopped. The unfinished building finally collapsed, revealing a huge black hole in its center. Something was slowly crawling out from underground, and the zombie rats outside began to riot. After playing its head-turning game for a while, the strange mutated zombie got bored and began to focus its attention on Han Li. While the mutated zombie was enjoying itself, Han Li had been standing still, recovering his strength. Seeing the zombie's gaze return, he began to move. He stretched out his hand, yellow flames burning in his palm. He clenched his hand into a claw shape and used his supernatural ability to compress the flames in his palm, compressing them continuously until they turned black and shrunk into a small ball, about the size of a marble. Suddenly, the four-armed, four-legged mutated zombie sprawled on the ground, moving towards Han Li with the speed of a spider, leaving small craters where its hands and feet touched the ground. Han Li didn't move, waiting for the mutated zombie to arrive. When it was still 2 meters away from Han Li, the mutated zombie suddenly straightened up, appearing instantly in front of Han Li, its 2 sharp teeth stabbing fiercely at Han Li's head. Han Li's body didn't move, but his hand attacked the mutated zombie with lightning speed. A black flame the size of a marble was precisely shoved into the mutated zombie's mouth from his palm. Simultaneously, Han Li gripped the zombie's head and jaw with both hands and slammed them shut. His timing was impeccable. The moment he closed the zombie's mouth, it was as if a small nuclear explosion had occurred inside. With a bang, the zombie's jaw was completely blown off. Unfortunately, the head and above remained unharmed, incredibly tough. Having finished his attack, Han Li quickly retreated. The jawless mutated zombie lost all its playful mood. Its insect-like black eyes glowed green as it stared intently at Han Li. Suddenly, it turned and leaped behind Han Li, towards the spot where Yuan Qingshan and Hui had landed. Yuan Qingshan was startled. He tried to escape, but it was too late. The strange mutated zombie was already upon him. Its hand formed into a blade, slashed at Yuan Qingshan. For flashes of cold light appeared, and Yuan Qingshan's hiding place was sliced into pieces, revealing his figure, which could no longer be concealed. Hui stood behind him, her face deathly pale. The mutated zombie's stomach rumbled, its mouth wide open, but it could no longer utter a sound. It was even more enraged. It wanted to devour the food, before it to replenish its nutrients and allow its jaw to grow back. The mutated zombie moved even faster, completely invisible to the naked eye. Yuan Qingshan only saw the half-mouth, its tongue blown off, getting closer and closer. Oh! A suction force appeared in the mutated zombie's throat, preparing to send Yuan Qingshan down its esophagus. However, it found itself having missed its target. Its howls grew even more ferocious. Its insect-like eyes suddenly bulged from their sockets, connected by a large blood vessel, and began to rotate 720 degrees. Finally, it found the person who had dodged. In the sky, Hui spread her beautiful blue wings, her two hands gripping Yuan Qingshan's arm, lifting him into the air and dodging the mutated zombie's attack. It was truly a close call. Just a second's difference, and they would have become the mutated zombie's food. Han Li initially didn't react when he saw the mutated zombie dodge him and attack in another direction. But when he recognized Yuan Qingshan, he rushed towards him to rescue him. However, the mutated zombie moved first, a step faster than him. By the time he arrived, the mutated zombie was already standing where Yuan Qingshan had been. A chill ran through him. But when he saw the mutated zombie's furious movements, he knew Yuan Qingshan had dodged. Thankfully, he looked up, following the mutated zombie's gaze, and saw a woman with blue wings pulling Yuan Qingshan's arm, flying through the air. It was the woman he'd seen before, said to be named Hui. This woman was too thin, and Yuan Qingshan was large and heavy. He doubted she could hold on in the air for long. As Han Li was thinking this, he suddenly saw the mutated zombie spread its black, ladybug-like wings, flap twice and slowly take flight, its four legs already off the ground. Without thinking, Han Li jumped up and lunged at the mutated zombie. By a narrow escape, Han Li grabbed one of its black wings and yanked hard, pulling the zombie down. But the mutated zombie leaned back and pressed down, pinning Han Li down. Once pinned down, Han Li noticed that the mutated zombie had many small but extremely hard barbs on its body. The moment the mutated zombie touched Han Li, countless tiny bloody welts appeared on Han Li's chest. This pain was nothing to Han Li, but the smell of blood made him uneasy. He was still holding the mutated zombie's wings, and with another tug, the wings slipped from his grasp, not breaking off. The mutated zombie was pressing Han Li down with its back, chuckling. It hadn't expected this delicious food to dare get so close. It had thought it would need to eat the less palatable food first to replenish its energy before it could have the strength to devour this delicious food. Chuckling so easy. The mutated zombie's back was facing Han Li, its rear end also facing him. From beneath its rear end, another black thing emerged, this time different from the last wet. Han Li's face was extremely pale. The substance gushing from that place looked like a pile of excrement. Han Li grabbed the mutated zombie's arm again, simultaneously bending his knee and slamming it hard against the mutated zombie on top of him. If it weren't for the zombie's filth, he would have bitten its neck off. He felt his pants were wet. Could this blackness be annoying? Han Li's anger flared. He abruptly turned sideways, pinning the mutated zombie beneath him, and swung his elbow hard at the back of its head. Just as the attack was about to land, the mutated zombie's head suddenly turned 180 degrees, its foul-smelling, jawless mouth pointing directly at Han Li's elbow. Han Li calmly withdrew his hand, jumped up, and kicked the zombie's head to the side, then delivered a powerful kick to its ear. Immediately after the kick, Han Li noticed that the mutated zombie's insect-like eyes suddenly emerged from their sockets, wrapping around its crossed legs. Behind each black eye was a thin, long piece of black flesh, the sockets themselves completely black. The mutated zombie's eyes crawled up Han Li's body, upwards and upwards, still upwards. Han Li suppressed his nausea and coldly stared at the creature. Suddenly, black flames erupted from his body. A slight smile played on his lips, and his eyes grew even colder. The mutated zombie's black eyes recoiled upon contact with the black flames, seemingly burned and retreating. Just then, Hanli swiftly grabbed the two insect-like eyes with his hands. The black flames spread from the zombie's eyes across its body. Under Hanli's control, the flames burned ever brighter, and the mutated zombie howled in agony. Suddenly, it flapped its black wings, severing its arms and legs, and used the wings to encase its head and upper body. The two black wings formed a sturdy sphere. Even Hanli's black flames could only burn on the outer layer of its black wings. After that, the mutated zombie fell silent. Hanli picked up a large rock from the side and smashed it hard against the mutated zombie's wing, cracking the rock, but the mutated zombie still didn't react. Hanli stood there with a cold face for a while, but finally left. Finding someone was more important. Unbeknownst to them, the mutated zombie inside was screaming in pain from being smashed. It was just that its wings were strong. It wasn't without feeling. This evolved level 2 zombie was gradually beginning to feel pain. Hanli looked up. The flying woman and Yuan Qingshan had vanished from the sky. The vast sky above was empty, devoid of anything. He had told Yuan Qingshan to go find Zhou Chun and the others. They should meet there, Hanli thought. Without further hesitation, he strode towards the edge of the safe zone. As for the zombie on the ground, he was in a hurry. He'd deal with it another time. It seemed he needed to intensify his training. His leveling up was still too slow, and his stamina was still insufficient. In the air, Hu Yi, carrying Yuan Qingshan, began to dodge left and right. Behind them followed several swarms of zombie bats, their ultrasonic waves locking onto their position. Yuan Qingshan was heavy, and she was finding it difficult to hold him. Chased by bats, they flew and flew, eventually leaving the place where Hanli had been. She didn't know where she was. All she knew was that she was far from the safe zone, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything. What do we do? I can't carry him anymore. Hui gasped as she flew. The bats attacked again, and she began to descend. Find a place to put me down. Look over there, it's quite dark and looks open. The road hasn't been destroyed, and it's not too far from the safe zone. I need to go back, Yuan Qingshan said, pointing to the road to his lower right. Okay. Let's go down and rest for a bit. Hui carried Yuan Qingshan, spinning him around in the air to temporarily shake off the bats. She flew lower and lower, until she saw an open space and was about to put Yuan Qingshan down when suddenly, countless red dots emerged from the open area, staring intently in their direction. Yuan Qingshan's expression changed, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. What's that? Hui opened her eyes, staring intently at the ground below. She lifted Yuan Qingshan and flew higher, afraid to get too close to the ground. Before she could see what was below clearly, the bat she had shaken off chased after her again, its claws tearing at her wing, leaving a gash. She cried out in pain, then lifted Yuan Qingshan and flew forward quickly. Yuan Qingshan turned to look at her, his expression gradually calming. He said, "Let me down." "Not now. We don't know what's down there. Let's find another place," Hui refused. Just as she finished speaking, one of her hands slipped, and Yuan Qingshan's body lurched in midair, almost slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Falling to the ground in midair would surely result in him being smashed to pieces. "Let me down. You can't hold on much longer. The bats are coming again. We'll die here together." Yuan Qingshan's voice was urgent, his expression somber. For the first time he felt like a burden, and it was unbearable, very unbearable. "I can hold on, let's go somewhere else, these bats are fine." "Ah!" Hui cried out again. More bats appeared, and Hui was hit by one again. "All right, put me down. We're not related, you don't need to do this. Besides, I'd rather die a normal death than be smashed into a pulp, understand?" Yuan Qingshan didn't want to be a burden to Hui. This woman had helped him for so long, and he would definitely remember her kindness. If he survived this, he would repay her. Hui didn't speak but slowly lowered herself again. It seemed she was preparing to put Yuan Qingshan down this time. Just as Yuan Qingshan's feet were about to touch the ground, a gray shadow suddenly darted onto him. Hui looked closely and saw it was an old rat. No, it was grayish-white with reddish eyes. A zombie rat. Quick, these are zombie rats. There are zombie rats all over the place. Don't go down, you'll be eaten alive. I'm afraid I'll knock the one off your feet, hurry. Hui was frantic, shouting as she flew upwards, refusing to land this time. The zombie rat that had climbed onto Yuan Qingshan's feet was pulled off by his hand. The rat fell from midair, landing lower body first, its bones shattered, but its head was intact, at least it was still alive. Yuan Qingshan looked at his palm, where the zombie rat had bitten him, his expression growing increasingly somber. He had been bitten. He looked up at Hui and said, "Put me back in the safe zone, my partner is there." Hui nodded, speechless. She dared not speak again, afraid that if she opened her mouth again, or if she became emotional, the man before her would slip from her grasp. She truly had no strength left. The bats came again, this time for some reason. There were twice as many, and their target was still Yuan Qingshan in her hands. She struggled to dodge left and right, watching as the zombie bats surrounded her. Gritting her teeth, she began flapping her wings frantically, preparing to break free. Her wings flapped faster and faster, incredibly fast. Suddenly, something white scattered from her wings, but unfortunately, she couldn't see it in the darkness. Suddenly, the zombies seemed drunk, falling one after another. Just then, Hui used all her strength, lifting Yuan Qingshan, and rushed out, intending to fly towards the safe zone. But suddenly, she heard a loud bang not far away, and then she seemed to see the outline of a cactus in the darkness. A giant cactus, those people. Hui's eyes lit up, and she flapped her wings, flying towards the cactus-like figures. Yuan Qingshan, meanwhile, was stunned, clutching his hand, seemingly lost in thought, and didn't notice where Hui was flying. The old factory. The warehouse lights were on. The group inside had been helping Su Qiao drive the truck out to bring back grain. But Su Qiao still hadn't returned. The warehouse windows were empty, with nothing blocking them, and gusts of cold wind blew in from outside. At the same time, zombies were slowly moving towards the windows. The group inside cursed under their breath. Su Qiao really is a scoundrel. He didn't even spare this kid's life. He must have run away. After cursing, they looked worriedly at the windows, hearing the zombie footsteps getting closer. One of them hesitated and said, "Should we use the cart to block the windows? Otherwise, how will we get through the night?" Someone objected. "No, the cart isn't tall enough. It'll only block the sides. Besides, we're leaving tomorrow. What if the cart breaks down?" Another person disagreed, scoffing. "If we don't block them, we'll all die here tonight. Is the cart more important than our lives?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Have you seen that fat guy? His girlfriend isn't here either. Did he know this was going to happen and run away?" Only then did the others realize that the fat guy and the prettiest girl were gone. Panicked and anxious, the thin woman with slightly high cheekbones cursed and regretted her actions. "That fat guy must have taken the stuff. He's crying wolf. Now look what's happened. They're definitely in cahoots with Su Qiao. They even tricked us into taking the truck. How could we be so stupid?" Her anger flared as she spoke, convinced that Su Qiao and the others had run away and wouldn't be coming back. The thin woman turned her head, about to complain to her husband, but her eyes immediately fell on Xiao Badu. Her anger flared even more, and she slapped Xiao Badu's face, making it twist to the side, spitting out, "I thought you were so important. You're just something nobody wants. I was blind to have taken you hostage. Anyone else would have been better than you." Little Badu huddled in the corner, head down, silent. The thin woman's husband pulled her back, telling her to stop talking. For a moment the warehouse fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly stood up, exclaiming in panic, "Listen! What's that sound? Could it be a rat? Right, should we turn off the lights? With the lights on and the window locked, it might attract something." As they were discussing this, a bloodied zombie face appeared by the window, and screams erupted from inside the warehouse. The zombie punched through the wall below the window and walked in, its expression eerie. Little Badu shrank even further, watching the iron door. She quietly stood up and moved towards it. The iron door was locked from the inside and easy to open. Taking advantage of the other's fear, Little Badu quietly opened the iron door, slipped out, and disappeared into the night. "Ah! Where's the child? Quick, feed him to the zombies," Once they're full, they won't bite us. Ah! Help! Chapter 74. The Role of Crystal Nuclei. The Old Factory. The cries for help from the warehouse grew weaker and weaker until finally, none could be heard anymore. The number of zombies inside increased, and only the sounds of the monsters gnawing could be heard, bloody and terrifying. Outside, a small figure crouched in a low corner, almost blending into the wall. He covered himself in mud. The ground was wet and sticky from the recent rains, and he smeared the sticky mud all over his body, leaving him covered in mud except for his eyes and nostrils, reeking of earth. Fortunately, the earthy smell masked his human scent. He listened to the screams from inside the warehouse, his small body trembling violently. He was afraid, terrified, but he wanted to live. He still had to find Cho Chang, Su Qiao, and Kong Ji. They wouldn't abandon him. Something must have happened to them. Ah! A scream came from behind him, followed by the sound of a concrete cover moving. Then a chubby figure crawled out from underground, frantically slapping its body. With each slap, a dark shadow fell off. Little Bean held his breath, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. The scream attracted the attention of zombies nearby, who slowly approached. Little Bean lay prone, crawling inwards into the darkness, burying his face in the dirt at the slightest sound, trying to suppress his breathing. The chubby figure hopped and jumped around, slapping the things off its body with unusual noise. Soon 2 or 3 zombies came at the sound and lunged at the chubby figure. 2 small rats remained on its body, but it didn't care. It started running for its life, trembling as it ran. The zombies chased after it, roaring all the way. The zombies actually caught up with it, but unfortunately a half-zombie grabbed its foot. It was too dark to see the road at night, and she didn't notice anything. Now she couldn't escape. Her ball-like body began to writhe and thrash wildly. Her mind was filled with fear, and she had only one thought: to get rid of them. She wanted to scream, but found that she was too scared to utter a sound. Looking up, she could see the situation inside the warehouse through the broken window. The ground was littered with bits of flesh, and a zombie with a blood-covered face was staring straight at her. Her obese body suddenly gained a strange strength and jumped up. Suddenly, her body grew larger and larger, like a balloon becoming rounder and rounder. In just a moment, her body was the size of a car. Her spherical body and 10 fingers were also round, as if they had been inflated. The zombie's black claws reached out, and its 5 claws grabbed her arm. She thought there would be 5 bloody marks. Unexpectedly, after her body became a huge ball, it was filled with fat, and the outside of her body was like it was coated with a thick layer of oil. Even the zombie couldn't grab her. The 2 black rats that were left on her body fell off because they were too oily. Haha! Great, this is the time. She could use this moment to escape. How? Her first thought was to fly, but without wings she couldn't fly at all. She looked at her own body. Wasn't she just like a balloon? Balloons can fly in the sky. If she became a little bigger, a little more inflated, just like a balloon, she could definitely fly. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. She started seriously thinking in her mind. Get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. She really did get bigger. She excitedly watched herself grow bigger and bigger, 10 times her previous size. For some reason, her clothes grew bigger along with her body. She finally floated up. Just then a zombie grabbed her foot. Her heart tightened and she silently chanted, "I can't hold on, I can't hold on." Ha! Sure enough, she couldn't hold on, and the zombie fell down again. Just then, suddenly a mud monkey jumped onto her body not far from the ground, pulling her clothes and climbing up her neck. Finally, it grabbed her hair and stuck to her body. She looked closely and realized it was the child from the warehouse. She'd seen him before when she'd secretly watched the people inside. And this child didn't seem to be doing well. The adults always bullied him. The child clung tightly to her hair, his lips stubbornly pursed, his dark eyes fixed on her with a determined yet tense gaze. Looking into the child's eyes, she ultimately didn't throw him down. The child was about the same age as her deceased son. She floated up, not high enough to escape the zombies' attacks. They searched for their way in the pitch-black night. Su Qiao and the others had been fighting the zombies for another hour, their strength waning. The truck was very, very close, but this short distance was crammed with zombies, all holding weapons. their original color obscured by black blood and brain matter. Cho Chang's Spike Club was almost worn smooth. Two heads emerged from the back of the truck. A fat man and a beautiful girl. They stayed in the back of the truck. While Su Qiao and the others loaded food, they would sneak out and hide under the truck. Once they finished loading and closed the door, the two of them would quietly slip inside. Half a day had passed, and the truck still hadn't moved. The fat man heard the howls of zombies outside, and he also heard sounds of fighting. He knew that Su Qiao and the other two must have encountered zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited so long without moving. What to do? Help or not? If they helped, what if they got scratched or bitten? But if Su Qiao and the others died, leaving only him and his girlfriend, life would definitely be much harder. If they didn't help, they could wait in the truck until dawn. The fat man thought for a long time and finally stood up. He took out the fire extinguisher he had secretly found in the supermarket from the trunk. He gently said to his beautiful girlfriend, "Hurry up and go inside, hide at the very back. I'm going to open the door." His beautiful girlfriend frowned, looking at the fat man with worry. In the end, she said nothing and hid under the food at the very back. The fat man took a deep breath and suddenly opened the trunk door from the inside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a whole bunch of zombies, all with their backs to him. The fat man shouted loudly in Su Qiao's direction, "Come here quickly." After shouting, the fat man turned on the fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the group of zombies. The zombies were sprayed back a bit, making way. Su Qiao and the others heard the sound, were first startled, then overjoyed. They smashed the zombies that were entangled around them, and then rushed towards the path opened by the fire extinguisher. One on the left, one on the right, and one behind. The three of them rushed towards the back of the truck in this formation. They didn't have time to think. The fire extinguisher was quickly used up, so the fat man took out another one and sprayed it at the zombies rushing towards him. This one was larger and much more powerful than the previous one, sending the zombies flying even further. Just then, Su Qiao and the others rushed up. Cho Chang and Kong Ji simultaneously slammed the trunk doors shut on either side and locked them tightly. Outside, the sounds of zombies crashing into the truck could be heard. The fat man sighed inside. "I just hope this truck is sturdy enough to last through the night." Su Qiao and the other two were exhausted, sitting on the ground, leaning against the truck bed. Hearing the fat man's words, Su Qiao smiled bitterly. "I hope so." The usually lively Kong Ji suddenly said something unrelated. "We drove the truck out, and it's already night. We haven't gone back yet. I wonder what that warehouse has used to block the windows." Su Qiao was taken aback, her expression changing slightly, and said, "I wonder how Xiao Badu is doing. I hope those adults won't make things difficult for a child." The fat man seemed to have thought of something interesting, his expression much better than before. Cho Chang lowered his head, remaining silent. Han Li had burned all the zombies he encountered along the way to a crisp. What was this shiny, transparent, core-like object? It had actually emerged from the ashes of a zombie. Han Li was quite surprised. At the same time, he picked up all the transparent crystal cores, and something even more surprising happened. The moment he held them in his palm, his hand suddenly heated up, white flames enveloping the cores. Instantly, the cores melted in his hand, and an unprecedented energy coursed through his body, sweeping away his fatigue and filling him with power. The zombie's body actually contained such things. Were these things the same as the green stones he had thrown to Luo Tong? Because Luo Tong's attributes were the same as those green stones, he could absorb them, and his attributes were the same as these transparent crystal cores, so he could absorb the energy within them. So that's it. Han Li looked at his palm, a smile playing on his lips. Now that his energy had recovered, perhaps that strange mutated zombie. Thinking this, Han Li turned and walked back to where he had been. Since these ordinary zombies had such abilities, then the contents of that strange mutated zombie's body must be more than just that. Running at full speed, Han Li reached the spot where he had fought the mutated zombie in 10 seconds. But now, apart from a few wandering ordinary zombies, the mutated zombie from before had vanished without a trace. Even its 4 detached arms and legs were gone. Had it left? Han Li stood there for a moment, then calmly watched the zombies devouring humans on the distant street before quickly walking over. At this moment in his eyes, these zombies were all crystal cores for replenishing energy. Perhaps others could use them too. Since there were so many, he could collect as many as possible. Hanli stayed in the safe zone for 5 minutes. His pockets were already full of crystal cores. Finally, he had to give up and leave the safe zone to search for Zhou Chun and his senior brother. He had previously felt that killing zombies was a waste of energy, but now he didn't have to worry about that anymore. He could be more proactive in the future. When Hanli found Zhou Chun and the others, he discovered another unfamiliar woman. She wasn't pretty, her skin was sallow. She couldn't possibly be their type. Shouldn't he be meddling in their private affairs at this juncture? Upon seeing Hanli, the woman quickly wiped the sallow makeup off her face with a damp towel, revealing a delicate face. She smiled shyly at Hanli and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Xu Shui, Lin Bing's friend. Chapter 75. Immobilization Talisman. Oh, Lin Bing's friend? What's it to him? Hanli glanced coldly at the woman who had suddenly appeared in the car. Although Hanli's face was expressionless, Zhou Chun could sense that he was in a bad mood. You get out. Go to the back. Leave at dawn tomorrow. Don't follow us. Hanli pulled Xu Shui out of the front green train and threw her onto the back green train. Xu Shui forced a smile, trying to make her expression more natural. After being thrown into the back seat, she saw Lu Xian sitting next to her. Only when she saw Lu Xian's face did she realize why she was being rejected. Xu Shui thought to herself, Lin Bing is really useless. This man doesn't even give her a second thought. He's been captivated by a prettier woman. Thinking about this, Xu Shui couldn't help but mock Lin Bing in her heart, and her mood improved considerably. After throwing Xu Shui to the back, Hanli returned to the passenger seat of the front car, looking at Zhou Chun with displeasure and said, Why do you put just anyone in the car? Do you know anything about them? Zhou Chun replied helplessly. She was clinging to the windshield, and the zombie was right in front of the car. We couldn't just stand by and watch her die. If we didn't help, the windshield would definitely be covered in blood, and then we'd have to clean it, which is too much trouble. I was originally going to help her kill the zombie so she could leave, but she slipped into the car herself while I was killing the zombie. He wouldn't get out of the car, nor would he speak, only saying he recognized you and that you were his friend. Zhou Chun finished speaking, then glanced at him cautiously and muttered, I knew it. He's neither good-looking nor capable, and you wouldn't like his personality either. How could you recognize him? So that's why. Hanli rolled his eyes at him, picked up the walkie-talkie, turned it on and said to the people in the car behind, Listen up, you're not allowed to let strangers into the car again. They were just there to complete a mission, not to be saviors. There were only a few of them. If they tried to save everyone they saw, wouldn't they all lose their lives? They only had 3 cars. If they wanted to follow them, they'd have to provide their own. Besides, even if they were to save someone, they could only do so when conditions allowed. They weren't bodyguards. They were outnumbered and outgunned. His first priority was protecting his teammates' lives. Only then could he concern himself with others. Hanli's deliberate emphasis made Xu Shui's smile even more awkward. She hated Lin Bing even more. He was truly useless. Hanli's voice came through again. Let's drive around the safe zone and search carefully. Qingshan hasn't returned either. I've searched the entire safe zone, but there's no trace of him. He's probably outside too. Let's go. Zhou Chun asked Hanli as he drove. Are there any survivors in the safe zone? Did they all run away? Hanli shook his head. I only saw a few still alive, but they were either bitten by zombies or running for their lives. I originally wanted to burn the safe zone down, but I thought there might be people hiding inside the houses, so I didn't. The green train had its headlights on, which were very visible in the dark night. Because they were searching for people, they weren't driving fast. Unbeknownst to them, unfamiliar vehicles slowly followed behind the green train, and gradually more people joined them. They didn't know where these people came from. As more people joined, the zombies surged forward again, and for a moment Hanli and his group were surrounded by zombies. Those following Hanli screamed again upon seeing the zombies. Some of the braver ones grabbed weapons and began killing them. Even a few superhumans were gritting their teeth and fighting the zombies. These were ordinary zombies, not too difficult to kill. The green train was stuck in traffic and couldn't move, so Hanli got off. In a few moments he burned the zombies, blocking his way to ashes. On the ground there were small transparent crystal cores. Hanli took a large backpack from the train and picked up all the transparent crystal cores, putting them in his bag. As he picked them up, more zombies surrounded him. He started burning them again. The zombies seemed endless, constantly coming closer. After collecting all the transparent crystal cores, Hanli stood up. Looking at the zombies screaming in agony as they were burned not far away, Hanli suddenly realized how stupid he had been. Why hadn't he built a bigger fire? His superpower was fire, specifically fire of different colors. Yuan Qingshan and Xiaobai both knew this. Even if they were far away in the darkness, if the flames were large and changed colors, they would definitely be able to see them from a distance. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Stupid. Now that he had made up his mind, Hanli felt much more energetic. He went to great lengths to kill all the zombies surrounding them from all sides. This time he didn't burn them directly, but instead used his military knife to stab them in the head, killing them instantly. This way he could pile all the zombie corpses together and burn them all at once. The flames would be large enough, it wouldn't be strenuous, and he could even collect energy-restoring crystals. Perfect. In a large open space in front of the green train, a mountain of zombies had been piled up. Hanli stood a distance away and threw his yellow fireball. The fireball exploded in the pile of zombies, turning into small clusters of flame that splashed onto the corpses. In moments, the entire pile of zombies was ablaze. A massive flame shot into the sky. Hanli stood not far away, controlling the flame to make it burn longer, while simultaneously changing its color. Yellow, red, green like fireworks, a truly beautiful sight. The raging fire illuminated half the sky. As the giant cactus drew closer, Hui grew increasingly excited, a smile playing on her lips. She excitedly called out to Yuan Qingshan below. "Look, we're almost there." Her voice snapped Yuan Qingshan out of his daze. He looked in the direction Hui was pointing and saw a giant cactus standing there, its body covered in long, sharp thorns, quite frightening. Yuan Qingshan's expression changed slightly. "You mean stay on that thorny cactus?" Hui smiled. "Yes, don't worry, I know those people. They're all right. They should be able to lend a hand." Yuan Qingshan looked down at the wound on his palm. His lips moved slightly, but ultimately, he said nothing. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The pain and hesitation on his face had vanished, replaced by calm. He looked up at Hui and said, "Put me down right here. I was bitten by a zombie and will turn into one. I can't be a burden to others." As soon as he finished speaking, Hui stopped in midair. But at that moment, Yuan Qingshan noticed the giant cactus was almost upon him. He smelled a familiar scent and exclaimed in surprise, "By Xen!" It was the smell of disinfectant, very faint, but he was very sensitive to it. "Yuan Qingshan." It was Mosquito's excited voice. Hui's beautiful wings gradually lit up, a dark blue. In the darkness, the blue wings were clearly visible, allowing Lin Bing and the others to see Yuan Qingshan's face, and also Hui flapping her wings. Hui said, "You'll be landing on the cactus. You don't mind, do you?" "I'm almost out of strength." Luotong readily agreed. "Of course, go ahead." Zhang Shu's eyes lit up the moment he saw the goddess. His previous despair and sorrow were completely healed by her. Yuan Qingshan, seeing Dr. Bai, felt not only the joy of finding companions, but also the hope that the wound on his hand from the zombie bite might be healed. He had faith in Xiao Bai. At least he saw a glimmer of hope. Hui landed on top of the giant cactus with Yuan Qingshan. Hui folded her beautiful blue wings. Seeing Hui panting heavily, even sitting on a cactus, Lin Bing handed her a bottle of water. Hui thanked her, unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. When half the bottle was empty, she stopped and handed the water to Yuan Qingshan, asking, "Do you want some?" Yuan Qingshan shook his head. He had been bitten by a zombie and didn't want much contact with others. Hui glanced around at the people nearby. Hearing Lin Bing say there was more water, Hui didn't hesitate and finished the remaining half bottle in one go, finally feeling a little better. Dr. Bai asked Yuan Qingshan, "Did you fly here? Is the boss in the safe zone?" Yuan Qingshan replied, "Yes, we came from the safe zone. It's full of zombies. The boss went in to find you. Luckily, you're all safe. By the way, what are you planning to do next?" After speaking, Yuan Qingshan hesitated and held out his hand to Dr. Bai, saying, "My hand was bitten by a zombie. I don't know when I'll turn into one. The wound isn't deep. Can you see if there's any hope?" Dr. Bai's expression changed. He grabbed Yuan Qingshan's wrist, took out a lighter from his pocket, and turned it on. The faint light illuminated Yuan Qingshan's hand, revealing a small wound on his palm. Although the wound wasn't deep, it was tinged with black, a bad sign. The lighter's flame quickly went out. In the darkness, Yuan Qingshan couldn't see Dr. Bai's grave expression. Yuan Qingshan withdrew his hand and asked again, "What are you going to do next?" "Stay here. We need to go tell the boss we're all right." "Is it safe to walk underground?" Lin Bing glanced down. In the center of the abandoned building, in the middle of the sunken black hole, something was climbing upwards. It hadn't emerged yet, and all the mutated rats around it lay motionless in neat rows on the ground. Lin Bing said to Yuan Qingshan, "We need to call Han Li, or we should go over there. Han Dongdong is sick, we need to tell him. Also, this area is full of mutated rats, and outside that wall are hordes of zombie rats. We don't have a car, and even if we could rush over, someone would definitely get bitten by these rats." Lin Bing had someone in mind, Hu Yi. She could fly, had wings, and was perfect for delivering messages. But Lin Bing didn't say this aloud. Yuan Qingshan had clearly lost contact with Han Li, and searching for him in such a large area would be incredibly difficult. She wondered if Hu Yi would be willing. Suddenly, a raging fire broke out somewhere outside the safe zone, almost illuminating the entire sky. Lin Bing's eyes lit up. The multicolored flames were Han Li. Lin Bing's tone was excited. She said to Hu Yi, "Do you still have the strength? Look over there, Han Li and the others must be there. Can you help us deliver a message? Whatever food or other things you want, as long as we can do it, we'll fulfill your wish." Han Dongdong hadn't woken up yet, and Lin Bing was very anxious. She was afraid that Han Dongdong would die like this, because the child was young and had a weak immune system. She didn't know if he would survive. Hu Yi stood up, spread her wings, and pointed to the firelight outside the safe zone, smiling. "Is it where the firelight is?" Lin Bing nodded. "Yes." Hu Yi stared at the firelight for a while before turning back to Lin Bing and saying softly, "Okay, but I don't want any food. Can I join you? Once we find a safe place, I'll leave." Lin Bing readily agreed. Okay. Having experienced the apocalypse, she knew which bases were the safest, so this was perfect. After Hu Yi finished speaking to Lin Bing, she began flapping her wings, about to take flight. At that moment, the ground shook, and the person standing on the cactus was almost thrown off by the tremor. Lin Bing looked down at the ground and saw two enormous white front teeth protruding from the center of the black hole. Lin Bing grabbed Hu Yi, who was about to fly away, and said, "Wait a minute, take this child with you and give him to Han Li. The thing below is climbing up, and I'm afraid I can't take care of him." Dr. Bai agreed. "Yes, quick, help take the child there." Lin Bing then looked at Luo Tong and Mosquito and said urgently, "Hurry up and help. Get Han Dongdong's hand off me. Quick. That thing on the ground is about to come out." Mosquito and Luo Tong came over and began to help pull Han Dongdong's small hand off Lin Bing's clothes. The commotion on the ground grew louder. Han Dongdong's hand still couldn't be pulled off Lin Bing. At this moment, Hu Yi had a sudden inspiration and said, "I'll take you all with me. You seem quite light, so let's go together. If we encounter an attack in the air, you can help, right?" Dr. Bai and the others especially agreed. Finally, Hu Yi carrying Lin Bing and Lin Bing holding Han Dongdong, the three of them left the unfinished building in the air. They had barely flown far when the thing on the ground had completely crawled out. It was a black rat the size of a human, with a few white tufts on its forehead. From the cactus, it looked like a twisted king character. Was this the Rat King? Suddenly, the Black Rat King lifted its forelimbs off the ground, standing upright. Its pair of small dark eyes darted around, slowly turning towards the cactus. Dr. Bai nervously watched the Black Rat King below and said, "Everyone be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, countless small black rats surged towards the cactus, beginning to gnaw at its roots. There were so many black rats that in a short time, one side of the cactus was gnawed off. The giant cactus tilted, and they clung tightly to the spines to prevent it from falling immediately. Luo Tong looked down nervously and said, I'll restore the bottom, but they keep gnawing. I don't know how long I can hold out. Be careful. Zhang Shu stopped Luotong, reminding him, You can't do that. If you run out of power, we can still protect ourselves if we fall, but you might not be able to. Besides, it's so dark here, we might not even be able to see who's who. Save your energy. Don't worry, I've calculated it, we won't die here. Hearing Zhang Shu's words, Luotong indeed stopped wasting his power repairing the roots being eaten by the rats. The Black Rat King landed on its two hind legs, its short forelimbs suddenly stretched out in a straight line, its short limbs waving and retracting incessantly, doing something very strange. More and more black rats gnawed at the cactus, making it shorter and smaller until finally, it seemed unable to hold on any longer and collapsed. Luotong and the others jumped to the ground, forming a circle around old Zhang and a few weaker individuals, protecting them. Zhang Shu also rushed to the center and nestled in, claiming to be a delicate little white rabbit who needed protection. Zhang Shu's use of the term little white rabbit sent chills down the spines of the others. It was truly disgusting. Aside from his weak physique and lack of special abilities, Zhang Shu wasn't bothered with. Seeing them fall, the little black rats seemed to receive some command. Instead of attacking immediately, they circled around them, squeaking softly but not approaching. The Black Rat King glanced at them with its small eyes, stopped moving its forelimbs, and then crawled towards them on all fours slowly. As it approached, the other black rats made way for it. The Black Rat King slowly and leisurely crawled to Luotong's side. A rat the size of a person, completely black and so close at hand it looked quite frightening. Luotong's body was trembling, and he held a dark green cactus in his hand, ready at any moment. Suddenly, the Black Rat King lifted its forelegs off the ground and stood on its hind legs, facing Luotong directly, even slightly ahead of him. Luotong's face was directly opposite the Rat King's. The Rat King sniffed at Luotong, its whiskers almost pricking his face. The Rat King continued sniffing, getting closer and closer. Luotong could no longer hold back. He yelled and lashed out at the Rat King with his black and green cactus, simultaneously kicking the black rat's belly. A mocking smile appeared on the Rat King's furry face, seemingly laughing at Luotong's overestimation of his abilities. It clenched its forelegs into fists, and suddenly lifted its hind legs off the ground, assuming a Bruce Lee-like kicking stance, aiming at Luotong. At the same time, the Black Rat King squeaked as it kicked, sending Luotong flying and crashing into the wall. The Rat King watched Luotong fly away, squeaking, its lifted legs still twitching in the air, letting out two howls, seemingly quite satisfied with its kicking skill. Luotong was kicked away, and Zhang Shu emerged from the gap in the middle. The Rat King's eyes fell on Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu shrank back a step, while the Rat King jumped forward. Suddenly, the Rat King's front paws landed on Zhang Shu's shoulders. Zhang Shu screamed in fright, his body trembling like a leaf. The Rat King grinned, revealing its gleaming white teeth, and its small eyes narrowed like a human's. It seemed to find Zhang Shu's reaction amusing. It had been placing its two front paws on Zhang Shu's shoulders without much force, but then suddenly it lifted its two hind paws off the ground, putting all its weight on Zhang Shu's shoulders. Zhang Shu's small body couldn't withstand the pressure, and he swayed and fell to the ground. The Rat King, however, nimbly turned and lay prone on the ground, avoiding the fall, while Zhang Shu's small body hit the ground with a thud. The Rat King stirred, about to crawl towards Zhang Shu on the ground, when a black scalpel suddenly appeared before it, the blade about to pierce its body. The Rat King opened its mouth wide, and with a whoosh, a hurricane erupted from its mouth, causing the surrounding area of the unfinished building to howl. The people standing on the ground swayed precariously, their faces pale. The Rat King roared angrily at the group, its eyes gleaming red. Zhang Shu lay on the ground feigning death, inwardly cursing. He had clearly told them not to attack first and they said they understood. The Rat King slowly walked towards Dr. Bai. It had seen him. This was the one who threw the knife at it. It hated knives. It drew closer and closer to Dr. Bai. Zhang Shu was to the Rat King's right rear. Suddenly Zhang Shu leaped up, a yellow talisman between his fingers, chanting as he flung it out with incredible speed. The talisman landed squarely on the Rat King's forehead, completely obscuring its white skin. The Rat King stopped. Zhang Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It was a success, a freezing talisman. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. The reason they hadn't attacked was because they had discussed that if the Rat King died, the zombie rats outside would have no more scruples, and then they would truly be doomed. The Rat King was frozen in place, its eyes unable to move. The little black rats, without a leader, scattered in all directions. Some burrowed underground, some dug holes, while the humans surrounded Dr. Bai and the others, or climbed on them. In any case, they looked harmless. Luotong nudged Zhang Shu with his elbow and asked, "How long does your talisman last?" Zhang Shu mumbled, "I don't know. It was such an old talisman." He didn't know if it had expired, but anyway, it was still usable. Hu Yi carried Lin Bing and Han Dongdong towards the firelight. In the distance, they saw the green train beside the firelight and Han Li standing by the fire. The beautiful blue wings were equally conspicuous in the air. Han Li saw them at a glance. Yuan Qingshan had been taken away by these wings. Hu Yi landed with Lin Bing and Han Dongdong. As soon as they landed, Lin Bing carried Han Dongdong towards Han Li and said, "Han Dongdong is sick. It started this afternoon. He took medicine, and his fever has gone down a bit, but he hasn't woken up yet." Lin Bing didn't give Han Li a chance to speak and continued, "We found old Zheng. He's with Dr. Bai now. Yuan Qingshan just went over too, but there are mutated rats inside where they're staying and zombie rats outside. When we came over, something was popping up from underground, probably also rats, and it should be aggressive. You've been busy all day. Do you still have the energy to go and rescue him?" Han Li approached Lin Bing and touched Han Dongdong's forehead. It was still hot. Han Li looked up and asked Lin Bing, "Has Xiao Bai treated him?" Lin Bing nodded. "Yes, he has. He said he'll be better in a few days." Han Li looked at Han Dongdong with worry, feeling a little anxious. "Hiza." Hu Yi, standing beside Lin Bing, said in a deep voice, "Thank you." Then he said to Lin Bing, "You two lead the way. We'll go now. Stay in the car and take care of Dongdong for me." Lin Bing had great faith in Han Li's abilities and naturally agreed. She added, "We're still far from there. Even that green train is still parked in the parking lot. Besides old Zheng, there are 4 people with him. 2 cars probably won't be enough. We'll have to bring the one from the parking lot." Han Li opened the car door, letting Lin Bing sit on the middle level and Hu Yi on the last level. Then he closed the door and said to Zhou Chun, "I'll go to the parking lot. Wait 5 minutes." Han Li hadn't gone far when Zhou Chun glanced at Lin Bing in the rearview mirror and suddenly said to her, "One of your friends is in the back car. There's a walkie-talkie here. Do you want to call him?" "A friend?" Lin Bing asked him. "Who?" Zhou Chun's lips curled up and he laughed. "A girl named Xu Shui." At first, she disguised her face, making it a sallow yellow. After seeing Han Li, she wiped it with a wet towel, making her face whiter and more delicate. "However, in terms of looks, she still can't compare to you." "Xu Shui? She's really persistent." Lin Bing thought for a moment. "Hey, we're on the same wavelength again. This time it's Lin Bing's home turf. Since that's the case, let's not let Xu Shui get lost yet. Let's keep her around and settle accounts slowly." Lin Bing looked at Zhou Chun's mocking expression and said coldly, "I'm not familiar with her. Didn't she say that after she stole my fiancé, we had no further relationship?" "You're engaged?" Zhou Chun asked in surprise. "This guy, your focus is completely off. Did you really grasp the main point when you were writing essays in elementary school?" "It's already dissolved," Lin Bing said calmly. "Oh." Zhou Chun turned away and didn't say anything more. He clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking, "I never expected that girl, who looks so delicate and submissive, to have such a personality. Ha, I really didn't see that coming." Zhou Chun quietly turned off the intercom. He'd accidentally turned it on, wanting to surprise his 2 good friends. Turns out it was a scare. Haha. When Xu Shui saw Lin Bing through the car window, she subtly leaned down, hoping Lin Bing wouldn't see her. She was still a little afraid Lin Bing might fight her. After all, they were Lin Bing's friends, not hers. What if Lin Bing made her get out of the car? Xu Shui glanced at the crowd following the green train, her mind racing. If Lin Bing forced her off the train, how should she plead her case to appear reasonable and make Lin Bing's friends see clearly that Lin Bing was a selfish and inconsiderate person? Xu Shui had even planned that if all else failed, she could plead with Lu Exine. Although Lu Exine didn't pay much attention to her, She hadn't explicitly rejected her either. When Zhou Chun and Lin Bing's voices came through the walkie-talkie, Xu Shui's face paled. Those few words had ruined Xu Shui's image. Lu Exine gave Xu Shui a mocking look and moved further away. Xu Shui's eyes filled with tears, and in front of Lu Exine and Xiao Yuan, tears streamed down her face as she covered her mouth and sobbed softly. The other 3 people on the train, seeing her like this, all turned their heads away, pretending not to see anything. Xu Shui, sobbing, glanced at them out of the corner of her eye. Why didn't they ask her why she was crying? Why didn't they ask her why Lin Bing said those things? Ask away. Ask away. Then she could explain herself. Until Han Li returned in the 3rd green train, no one asked Xu Shui a single question, as if she didn't exist. After Han Li returned, the passengers in the 3 trains switched places. Tianzuan, who had been in the same train as Xiao Yuan, was moved to sit with Zhou Chun. Lin Bing and Han Dongdong sat in Han Li's green train, which drove at the front, with Lin Bing directing the way. Before setting off, Han Li specifically told the large group following behind their train, "There are zombie rats and mutated rats on the road ahead. You can decide for yourselves whether you want to follow." After saying this, Han Li got into the train and sat in the driver's seat, while Lin Bing sat in the back, helping to direct the way. Han Dongdong lay across the seat, her head resting on Lin Bing's lap, covered with a thin blanket. The vehicles sped towards the abandoned building. Behind the 3 green train cars, 2 other vehicles followed alone, while the rest of the cars and people remained by the campfire. Because the distance wasn't far, the green trains arrived quickly. The engine noise attracted countless zombie rats. The front, roof, and windshield were covered in them, completely obscuring the view from the outside. The situation was identical on all 3 trains. Han Li accelerated and began drifting again. The zombie rats clinging to the cars were flung off by his drifting, and he could see ahead again. However, after a short while the zombie rats swarmed back. Han Li executed another drifting maneuver, shaking the rats off once more. Han Li was getting annoyed. He considered getting out to deal with the zombie rats, but then he worried that if he opened the doors they would rush in, and if even one escaped the people inside would suffer. Annoyingly, he couldn't use his powers inside the car, or it would melt away. Han Li thought for a moment and decided to go down anyway. Lin Bing stopped him, saying, "Just rush into the unfinished building. The zombie rats won't follow us in, but it'll be a bit troublesome when we leave." "Okay." Then, Han Li turned on his walkie-talkie and told the drivers of the 2 cars behind him, "Just rush into the building. Don't get out of the cars, don't cause any trouble." 3 minutes later, the 3 cars came to a smooth stop in the courtyard of the unfinished building. At the same time, 2 other vehicles followed behind. The zombie rats gathered in the cars all swarmed out of the cars as the cars rushed into the courtyard of the unfinished building, jumping out of the unfinished building without looking back, refusing to take another step. This was actually a good thing. Han Li got out of the car, leaving Lin Bing in the car. As soon as he got out, he saw Mosquito, Dr. Bai, and their group rushing towards them, their faces filled with joy. Finally, they were all together. No one had fallen behind. The Mosquito was the fastest to rush over. As soon as it arrived, it hugged Han Li, its eyes brimming with tears as it looked at him. Pointing to its face in the starlight, it exclaimed, "Boss, look! What's changed in my face? Can you see?" Han Li glanced at it coldly and asked, "You've gotten darker again?" The Mosquito howled. "How could that be? I've become handsome. Look. I've become handsome. Quickly light your hand and shine it on my face, you'll see. Look how handsome I am. Just as handsome as you." Han Li slapped the Mosquito's face with his palm and pushed it next to Zhou Chun, letting them deal with it. Han Li asked Dr. Bai, "What happened? Didn't they say there was something in the ground? Where is it? Where are the mutated rats? It's quite quiet here." Dr. Bai pointed at Zhang Shu and said, "There was a rat king, not particularly ferocious. His name is Zhang Shu and he knows talisman magic. He used a freezing talisman to freeze the rat king, so there's no danger inside now." Zhang Shu grinned at Han Li, his face full of enthusiasm, not at all like a master. Dr. Su helped Old Zheng over. Old Zheng looked exhausted. Han Li's expression softened upon seeing him and he asked with concern, "Why don't you rest in the carriage for a while? You must be tired after the journey." Old Jung sighed. Alas, I'm getting old, I'm useless now. Han Li helped Old Jung to the back seat of the second green carriage, and even took a blanket from the back compartment for him. Zhou Chun and Tianxian were still on the carriage, and Xiao Yuan was also in the third carriage, still sitting in the driver's seat. Someone had to be on board to keep an eye on them, otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Han Li glanced at Zhang Shu's very thin frame and said, "You should also go and rest in the third carriage. There's no one in the middle row, you can lie down and sleep for the night. There are blankets in the back compartment, go get one yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shu thanked Han Li several times before happily running towards the third green train. Heh, he thought. Someone's keeping watch now. This kid's got a sharp eye. He's definitely reliable. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Great. After Zhang Shu got into the train, Dr. Bai Yuan Qingshan pulled Han Li aside, his voice heavy. Qingshan's hand was bitten. The wound is small, but there's black poison. I tried cutting away the bat flesh, but it didn't work. The black seems to be hidden under the flesh. Han Li took Yuan Qingshan's hand and examined it carefully. Sure enough, there was a very thin layer of black hidden under the flesh. There was nothing they could do for now. Han Li looked at Yuan Qingshan and said, "We'll find a way. Don't give up, okay? No suicide, no leaving the team, understand?" Yuan Qingshan forced a smile, slowly nodded, turned and retreated dejectedly to the side. Han Li watched Yuan Qingshan's retreating figure, deeply worried. Just as Yuan Qingshan left, Xiao Dao carried Song Mao over. Song Mao was still unconscious. Xiao Dao muttered, "Song Mao is still like this, what do we do?" Han Li frowned. "He hasn't woken up yet?" Xiao Dao replied, "He's awake, but he doesn't recognize people and bites randomly." Han Li's brows furrowed even more. "Are these symptoms of a zombie?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "No, look, he bit my hand. Besides the teeth marks, there's only a shallow wound. There's no poison gas." Han Li looked at Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai smiled bitterly. "He escaped from the safe zone before we could even do a proper examination. And now with this kind of light, we can only wait until tomorrow." The night wind grew colder and colder. The gust of wind made Xiao Wu shiver and sneeze repeatedly. Han Li glanced at him, thought for a moment, then turned back to the first green train. After closing the door, he lowered his voice and asked Lin Bing, "Do you have a sleeping bag in your space?" Lin nodded and whispered to Han Li, "Bring Dongdong's doll over and say that Dongdong is awake, so it's easier to get things that way." Han Li nodded, pushed open the door and went out again. The doll named Abu was in Luotong's hands. Han Li found Luotong, who quickly handed the doll back to him. Han Li took the doll and returned to the car. A moment later, Han Li brought out 10 sleeping bags and handed them to them. "Take turns sleeping. As before, take turns keeping watch at night. Mosquito, go to the third car and tell those 2 women to come out and sleep in the sleeping bags. No one else should stay in the car except the driver and the weak." Dr. Su and his 3 companions received 3 sleeping bags. They would also take turns keeping watch at night, and 3 sleeping bags would be enough. The remaining 5 were for Dr. Bai and his group. Xiao Yuan, Zhou Chun, Zhang Shu, Old Zheng, Lin Bing and Han Dongdong were in the car, while everyone else was outside. Xu Shui looked aggrieved when Wenzi dragged her off the bus. Wenzi wasn't a kind person and wouldn't listen to her whining and crying. Anyway, Han Li had instructed that everyone should get off, so he would definitely let the 2 of them off. Lu Xian originally wanted to stay inside with Xiao Yuan, but Wenzi disagreed. These women were just acquaintances he met along the way, and he wasn't familiar with them. What if they drove off with the bus or tampered with the vehicle? He didn't trust them. Xiao Yuan said to Lu Xian, "There are people guarding us. It's the same outside, it's okay." Hearing this, Lu Xian willingly got off the bus, took her assigned sleeping bag, found her assigned spot, crawled into bed, and fell asleep without realizing it. Xu Shui glanced around and noticing Lin Bing's absence, knew Lin Bing was in the car. She immediately spotted Han Li talking to someone and ran over, tears welling in her eyes again. She gently tugged at Han Li's arm and asked sweetly, "Are you busy? What's wrong?" Han Li pulled his arm away, avoiding Xu Shui's hand. "I'm not feeling well, can I sleep in the car?" Xu Shui looked at Han Li with a pleading gaze, her eyes full of expectation. She was confident in her expression. Chu Fei had never refused her requests before when she looked at him like that. She wanted to sleep in the car, not because it was comfortable, but because she was afraid of being outside. She fell asleep, and when she woke up tomorrow morning, she'd be all alone outside. She also wanted to compare herself to Lin Bing. Why could Lin Bing do it but she couldn't? Han Li gave her a cold look. He thought this woman had something wrong with her head. He'd made it obvious. He remembered telling her to get lost by dawn. Did she even understand? Her intelligence couldn't keep up with her ambition. Han Li was too lazy to waste words with her and simply called out, "Mosquito, come here. Didn't you explain it to her clearly?" Mosquito came running over, and seeing it was Xu Shui, he rolled his eyes and glared at her, saying, "I told you we don't know you well. Who would feel comfortable leaving you inside? TSK, if you're still being unreasonable, see those zombie rats outside? I'll throw them over there right now. So annoying, can't a person get any rest?" As Mosquito said this, Han Li had already walked away. He went inside the unfinished building to check on the Black Rat King. Xu Shui lowered her head, hugging her sleeping bag with a wronged expression. Mosquito rolled its eyes at her again, pointing to the 2 cars behind the green train and saying, "See? There are still cars over there. Why don't you sleep there? You wanted to sleep in the train anyway, didn't you? Idiot, nobody's going to let you in." Xu Shui finally quieted down and hugged her sleeping bag, sleeping next to Lu Exan. Time flies. When Lin Bing woke up, it was already the next morning. She had just woken up when she saw Han Dongdong, who was resting on her lap, open his eyes. She exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake. Does your head still hurt?" Han Dongdong rubbed his head and sat up. After a while, he turned to look at Lin Bing and replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. What happened to me? How did we get here?" In the abandoned building, the Black Rat King, which had been immobilized, moved its hind legs. Chapter 76. Another superpower. Lin Bing touched Han Dongdong's forehead, asking as she did so, "You had a fever yesterday, don't you remember?" Han Dongdong's fever had indeed subsided. Han Dongdong shook his head, looking puzzled. Lin Bing's expression turned grave as she thought of last night's events. The safe zone was surrounded by zombies last night. Luckily, we left first. It seems the zombies are leveling up faster. We need to work harder too. Han Dongdong's eyes widened, his breathing slowed, and suddenly he grabbed Lin Bing's hand tightly, asking urgently, "Where's my brother? Have they come back?" Lin Bing smiled upon hearing this. "They're all outside." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Dongdong rushed out the door with his short legs. Lin Bing followed but didn't go far, standing by the car door. She watched as Han Dongdong threw himself into Han Li's arms, who picked him up and kissed him. It was only a short time before dawn, but the sun had already risen, and the temperature quickly increased. Those who had slept in their sleeping bags the night before rubbed their eyes and got up one by one, all looking like they hadn't slept well. First thing this morning, they went to find the toilet. This place was a large area with a half-collapsed, unfinished building inside and a wall outside, beyond which lay the territory of the zombie rats. Lu Exan also needed to use the toilet. She wasn't with Xu Shui, but when she saw Lin Bing standing by the car, her eyes lit up and she ran over. She whispered to Lin Bing, "Do you have any tissues?" Lin Bing took a napkin from the car and gave it to her. Lu Exan blushed slightly as she took it and said shyly, Do you want to come with me?" Lin Bing thought for a moment, then noticed Luotong's flushed face. She beckoned Luotong to get up and said, "You watch the car. You can sit, but unless it's Han Li's group, don't leave strangers in the car." After saying that, she and Lu Exan went around to the back of the unfinished building, which was a large open space with some sand and gravel piled up. Lin Bing used her supernatural ability to create an ice wall, enclosing the two of them inside. She also created a partition and, most importantly, the ice wall was thick enough to insulate them from the sound. Lin Bing washed her hands with ice water when she came out, and Lu Exan followed quickly. The two nodded and walked one after the other towards where the green trains were parked. However, after only a few steps, a sudden earthquake shook the ground. Then a large area around the unfinished building, including the building itself, collapsed, creating a deep and enormous crater in just a few seconds. All three green trains and nearby people fell into the crater. Screams erupted from within. It was a close call. The crater was only a step away from Lin Bing. Countless mutated black rats swarmed into the crater from all directions, their squeaking filling the air. Lin Bing's face paled. She looked around and realized that besides herself and Lu Excian, there was no one else there. Suddenly, she realized the ground beneath her feet was softening. Without thinking, Lin Bing turned and ran, shouting to Lu Excian, "Quick, this side is sinking too." Lin Bing ran as fast as she could, and Lu Excian followed. They ran faster and faster, but they were still a step too slow for the collapsing ground. The hard ground beneath their feet had turned into sand, and the two of them fell in with the sand. At the bottom of the pit were black rats, countless black rats. The fall was unexpectedly long, like a dozen stories high. Just as Lin Bing was about to hit the bottom, she saw countless black rats swarming menacingly towards the unfinished building, and the spot where they landed was simply where the rats had passed. The moment Lin Bing's feet touched the ground, thud. Ice suddenly appeared where her feet had touched the ground. Within seconds, the ice spread outwards from beneath her feet, covering even the pit walls with a thick layer. The mutated black rats at the bottom of the pit were frozen solid. From afar, Luotong's voice could be heard coming from the unfinished building. "Lin Bing, over here." The ice layer had reached the direction of the unfinished building, and seeing the ice, they knew Lin Bing had followed. Lin Bing ran towards the unfinished building. Since everyone was there, she naturally had to go too. She ran quickly, and when she was only a dozen meters away from the building, she saw an unbelievable scene. Countless mutated black rats jumped down from the pit, or broke through the ice layer and emerged from the ground, constantly rushing towards the Black Rat King. As soon as the mutated black rats touched the Black Rat King's body, they immediately merged with it. Countless mutated black rats merged with the Black Rat King, which was slowly growing larger. Last night it was only the size of a person, but now it was as tall as a tree. Why isn't anyone stopping it? Lin Bing thought frantically, her pace quickening. Just as she was about to reach Han Li and the others, she suddenly found that her body had frozen. She couldn't move. No, it wasn't that she couldn't move, but that the gravity had changed. It was several times stronger than usual. She only knew that even walking was now extremely difficult. Behind her, Lu Excian was struggling to stand and was already lying on the ground. Under this unknown gravity, killing the Black Rat King was several times harder than usual. First, they had to adapt to this gravity before their bodies could move freely. Han Li had fallen to the spot furthest from the Black Rat King among their group, still holding Han Dongdong in his arms, bearing the weight of both of them alone. Lin Bing was still standing, her shoes striking the bottom of the pit with a thud. She used her ability again, freezing another thick layer of ice at the bottom of the pit, blocking the rats that wanted to crawl out and merge into the Black Rat King once more. The Black Rat King had grown much larger. It was already 5 stories tall, and much wider too. At the same time, they felt the gravity getting stronger and stronger. Han Li lifted his leg and slowly moved forward. After taking just one step, his foot was forced to land heavily, thudding beneath his feet and creating a huge crack in the ice. Han Li looked up at the Black Rat King, who was coldly staring at him with its small eyes, as if mocking him. The gravity Han Li experienced was 6 times that of others. The more he used to counteract gravity, the greater the force of his footing. The closer he got to the Black Rat King, the stronger the gravity became. If Han Li insisted on approaching the Black Rat King, the pit might deepen under the force of his footing, perhaps even approaching the abyss below. Han Li couldn't move anymore. But if he didn't move, he couldn't touch the Black Rat King. If he couldn't touch the Black Rat King, he couldn't use his powers to kill it. Flames that could fly out, yellow, red, and green, were less effective against these powerful mutated creatures. They could injure them but rarely kill them. The most powerful flames required physical contact. Han Li had long been aware of the drawbacks of his ability. He was invincible in close combat, but weak in ranged attacks. Therefore, besides working harder to upgrade and overcome this weakness, he had no other options. Lin Bing had once again repaired the ice that Han Li had cracked. Besides the pit walls, the pit ceiling was also covered with a thick layer of ice by Lin Bing. This way the mutated black rats outside couldn't get in, and the Black Rat King could no longer absorb energy or upgrade. This made dealing with it much easier. The closer the Black Rat King got, the greater the gravity and the less it could move. Lin Bing could barely stand. She slowly bent over, then touched the ground with her hand. A chilling cold emanated from her palm, and even colder ice began to spread across the ice layer. With 3 loud thuds, the Black Rat King's heavy body was frozen solid by 3 layers of ice. Suddenly, numerous ice spikes appeared on the ice layer, touching the Black Rat King's skin, all aimed at it. The ice spikes were sharp, long, and extremely hard. Just as the ice spikes pierced the Black Rat King's black fur, snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, all of the Black Rat King's fur stood on end, making the entire rat look like a hedgehog. The black rat fur pierced through 3 layers of ice. The ice spikes were all shattered by the black rat fur, turning into tiny fragments that drifted through the air. Xu Shui was awake, lying on the ground. She laboriously turned her head, looking mockingly in Lin Bing's direction. Lin Bing sat on the ground, looking at the Black Rat King, thinking to herself, her ice still wasn't hard enough. What could she do? Not far from her, several people lay unconscious, some unable to get up due to gravity, others having hit their heads on the fall. Only Han Li, Dr. Bai Xiaodao, and Yuan Qingshan remained standing, while Wen Zi, Xiao Yuan, Dr. Su, and Luo Tong sat on the ground. Dr. Bai tried using a black scalpel, but due to gravity it wouldn't fly. It would fall directly to the ground whenever thrown, so he had to give up. Han Li's expression grew even colder as he looked at the Black Rat King, which resembled a hedgehog. The Black Rat King's black fur pierced the ice, squeaking and squeaking, its short forelimbs clenched together and twisting. This Black Rat King's hide was too tough. It was difficult to harm it from the outside from a distance. It seemed the only way was to attack from the inside. Suddenly, the Black Rat King lowered its head, picked up Song Mao from the ground, and then tilted its head back. With a movement of its throat, the unconscious Song Mao slid down the Black Rat King's esophagus, gurgling and letting out a loud burp. Too small, not enough to eat. The Black Rat King looked down at the tiny figure at its feet, its small eyes darting around. It picked up the unconscious old Zheng from the ground, ready to eat him, but suddenly stopped. It poked at Zheng Mao, who was in its mouth, with its paw, then pinched old Zheng's skin and lifted him up. "Pa, he's old, I won't eat him." It tossed old Zheng aside, sending him flying out of its mouth. He was about to crash into the ice wall. He would be crippled if not killed. Han Li stared intently at the flying old Zheng, his face growing increasingly grim. "Stop, stop." For some reason, old Zheng suddenly stopped in midair, then slowly, gently landed on the ground. Han Li was shocked, his heart pounded. "No way, this can't be real." He thought for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the Black Rat King, staring at it, his heart pounding wildly. "Come here, come here." He silently chanted in his mind. He saw the Black Rat King lower its head again, its black head drooping, and it was pecking at another person below. Han Li narrowed his eyes. Why wasn't it coming over? Was his method wrong? But he had clearly felt another energy within his body just now. What was wrong with it? He closed his eyes, slowly recalling the energy flow in Zheng Lao's body when he flew out. Brain, chest, hands, or feet? That's right. All of them. They all possessed an unfamiliar energy, but it didn't make sense. These were clearly unrelated. How could they all produce the same energy? Blood? No. Cells? No. This was the energy of flames. Right in the back too. The energy fluctuations in the back were extremely obvious just now. Back? What's on the back? Skin, flesh, spine. Bones. That's right, bones. The common point of all these things is bones. Han Li's eyes lit up. Bones? He'd give it a try. Humans and animals have many bones in their bodies. If he could control the movement and growth of the bones, then this ability would become extremely powerful. The Black Rat King's black fur was too strong a defense. It couldn't be penetrated from the outside. As mentioned before, the attack had to be from the inside. He was too far away to get there directly. He could control the Black Rat King's entire skeleton to bring it closer. Or he could control the growth of its bones. Yes. After memorizing the Black Rat King's location, Han Li closed his eyes again, visualizing a panoramic view of the Black Rat King in his mind. Simultaneously, he memorized each of the Black Rat King's bones. He wondered whether it would be better to let the rat's ribs grow and pierce its heart, or to let its skull shatter and grow to pierce its head. He'd try both. No, Song Mao was eaten. It couldn't have digested it all in such a short time. Attacking the head would be better. Suddenly, blood flowed from the Black Rat King's 7 orifices, and its entire body began to convulse. Just then, the gravity exerted by the surrounding Black Rat King suddenly disappeared. Dr. Bai, Lin Bing, and Han Li rushed towards the Black Rat King almost simultaneously. Han Li reached for the Black Rat King's head with one hand, tore its head off and burned it with black flames. Dr. Bai then swiftly cut open the Black Rat King's throat with a scalpel, and Lin Bing used the wound to pull out Song Mao, who hadn't fully entered its stomach. Song Mao's condition wasn't good. His skin had been damaged by stomach acid. Without thinking, Lin Bing placed her palm against Song Mao's mouth, and a sip of spiritual spring water dripped from her hand into his mouth. She hadn't expected such a large sip of spiritual spring water to be so effective. Instantly, Song Mao's external wounds began to heal at a visible speed, and within a minute, Song Mao was completely healed. Lin Bing was astonished. The spiritual spring water hadn't worked this well before. Han Li and Dr. Bai were even more surprised. Lin Bing could actually heal wounds. Dr. Bai thought, Yuan Qingshan's injuries can be saved. Han Li thought, she actually has 3 supernatural abilities. Han Li found 2 energy cores in the Black Rat King's head, one black and one light blue. Because of the different colors, Han Li guessed they might have different effects. Black gravity? Han Li pinched the black energy core and tried it out. Sure enough, the people around him who had just gotten up fell back down. Gravity had reappeared. This black energy core looked very different from the blue one, and it was much smaller. Could he really control gravity just by pinching it? Han Li handed the black energy core to Dr. Bai and said, try inputting energy into it. An even more terrifying gravity appeared than before. Such strong gravity. Dr. Bai put away the energy and looked at Han Li with surprise. It matches my attribute perfectly. Han Li nodded. That's right, it's dark type, which suits you very well. Keep it. From now on, you'll be our team's secret weapon. Dr. Bai happily put away the black gravity stone, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, and no one knew where he put it. After seeing that Song Mao's wounds had healed, Lin Bing washed Song Mao's entire body with ice water, and Song Mao shivered from the cold. Fortunately, Song Mao had regained his memory and no longer bit people randomly, since everyone was there. After Lin Bing coaxed Lan Pipi in her mind for a long time, Lan Pipi finally agreed to share some of the spiritual spring water with the others. The black aura on Yuan Qingshan's wound was getting heavier and heavier. Lin Bing dripped 3 drops of spiritual spring water onto Yuan Qingshan's wound, and the black aura on the wound indeed stopped spreading and showed signs of fading. At the same time, Lin Bing gave Dr. Su, Old Zheng, and the other 4 people 2 drops of spiritual spring water each, which they put directly into their mouths. Because their tentacles weren't too badly injured, as soon as the spiritual spring water entered their mouths, the tendrils of the ivy on their bodies gradually faded and then disappeared. Because of these 2 incidents, everyone at the bottom of the pit knew that Lin Bing had healing abilities. She could even heal people bitten by zombies. Unconsciously, Lin Bing's status in everyone's hearts rose sharply. Hu Yi flew up on her own after waking up. Han Li stood at the bottom of the pit, looking at Hu Yi's large wings, wondering if he could fly if he grew bone wings. Hu Yifei, pale-faced, shouted to the crowd below from midair. There are zombie rats all over there. What do we do? With the Black Rat King dead, the zombie rats had lost their restraint and were running rampant. After hearing Hu Yifei's words, Han Li slowly walked towards Lin Bing, handed her Han Dong Dong and asked, can you use those stairs or can you use an ice pillar to send me up? Lin Bing took Han Dong Dong and nodded. Yes, an ice pillar is faster, but it's cold. Han Li said. It's alright, just use the ice pillar to get me up here by the wall. I want to burn all the zombie rats up there. Lin Bing followed Han Li to the wall at the bottom of the pit, then shaped the ice beneath Han Li's feet into a circle. The ice pillar rose rapidly, climbing more than 10 stories before stopping. Han Li jumped from the ice pillar to the ground, and the flames beneath his feet instantly burned several zombie rats to death. About 10 minutes later, Han Li shouted down, you can come up now. Finally, they used Luo Tong's giant cactus to climb up, using the dark green cactus to entangle the 3 green train cars and drag them up together. It took 20 minutes and Luo Tong was exhausted. As soon as Lin Bing got up, she saw the ground, blackened by the fire and covered with a thick layer of ash, probably the ash from the zombie rats. This time they finally had a moment of peace. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so Han Li took some biscuits from Han Dongdong's space. 1 bag of biscuits and 1 bottle of water for each person. That was their makeshift breakfast. This place is no place to stay long, let's go. Chapter 77 Robbery. 3 green train cars, barely enough to squeeze everyone in. Lin Bing asked Han Li curiously. Weren't there 2 other cars behind you? Where are they? I haven't seen them. Han Li replied. Those weren't our cars. They followed us and left as soon as it was light. Han Li hadn't told anyone about his other ability. He didn't think it was anything to brag about, since Lin Bing had 3 abilities while he only had 2. What was there to say? Actually, after he arrived, he initially used zombie rats to test his new ability. Only after he became proficient did he burn them all. He could currently control his bones up to 10 meters away. Within 10 meters, anyone with similar or weaker strength than him couldn't break free of his control. 10 meters was his absolute domain, and what he planned to do was extend that distance to 20 meters, 30 meters, even 100 meters. Xu Shui had been very well behaved and silent since coming up from below. As soon as it was time to leave, she scurried into the 3rd vehicle, afraid of being left behind. Han Li was preoccupied with using his new superpower, and had completely forgotten about Xu Shui. So Xu Shui safely boarded the last vehicle. Leaving H City, they didn't take the highway, but the national road. There were fewer cars on the national road, and surprisingly, they didn't see any refugees along the way. It was truly deserted. This time, Lin Bing was still in the first greenskin train. Around noon, Lin Bing hesitated for a long time before finally telling Han Li, Luotong and I need to go to a village not far from H City to find his relatives. If you can tell me which way your train is going and what route it's taking, we'll get on after we find them. Han Li remained silent for a long time. Both personally and professionally, he didn't want to abandon Lin Bing. Personally, Han Dongdong was quite attached to her, and he thought she was a good person, unpretentious and reliable. From Han Li's perspective, Lin Bing possessed both spatial abilities and healing powers, and had a good personality, making her a good teammate. He wanted to help her, but he couldn't go with her. Han Li looked at her and asked, Is the place far? Lin Bing shook her head. He said it wasn't far, but he wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. Han Li thought for a moment and said to her, It's noon now. Let's find a place to rest, stay overnight, and get back before dark. We can leave as soon as we find a place tomorrow. Is that enough time? Lin Bing was overjoyed. If they got back before dark, it would take at least 5 hours, enough for a round trip. They were actually waiting for them. She had never imagined he would help her from the start. After a pause, Han Li continued, Bring Xiaobai, that woman who can fly, and that skinny charlatan. You bring Yuan Qingshan too. He's strong and good at getting things done. Lin Bing looked at him in surprise. It was rare for him to want his team to handle their personal affairs. In his past life, Han Li valued his teammates highly, even his family. He was a very protective man. Then Han Li casually added, After you're done, why don't you join our team? Of course. Lin Bing clenched her fist. Following him meant survival. Of course she'd stay with him. Han Li was secretly pleased, his face calm, but he couldn't suppress the smile playing on his lips. At noon they found a place to stay. A 3-story building with 2 detached houses by the national highway. There were a few zombies inside, but Han and his team quickly cleared them out. The house had electricity so they could have a hot meal. When Lin Bing told Luotong that he could go find his relatives, Luotong was so excited he almost cried. It was only a 5-hour round trip, so time was tight. They had brought dry food, all high-calorie, which they planned to eat on the go to save time. Han Li called Yuan Qingshan and Dr. Bai over, gave them some instructions and told them to come along, while also reminding himself to be careful. Of course, Lin Bing spoke to Hu Yi and Zhang Shu herself. Hu Yi was straightforward and gave a quick answer, while Zhang Shu mumbled something on his fingers for a while before agreeing. When Lin Bing left, Han Li generously lent her one of the old green trains and even prepared enough gasoline for her. Just a small token of his appreciation. Old Zheng was getting on in years, and he had to get him home safely, so he couldn't let him take any risks. It was clear that old Zheng was exhausted and couldn't withstand the journey. He couldn't risk it now. Luo Tong drove because only he knew the way. Before leaving, Han Li specifically instructed Lin Bing. If anything happens, remember to have Hui come back and report. I'll help you. Hui, remember this place just in case. I know, Lin Bing said, waving goodbye to Han Li. Okay, Hui nodded, then tried hard to remember the 2 3-story buildings, because the area in front of these buildings was bare, without any trees, which is why she chose this place. The remaining people were served food prepared by Dr. Su, and surprisingly it tasted quite good. Mosquito was still the same as always. As soon as everyone had some free time, he would boast about his handsome face to his companions. He only ever asked acquaintances to do this kind of thing, taking advantage of them. Every time Dr. Su saw old Zheng, a strange sadness would appear on his face. When old Zheng asked him about it, he smiled bitterly and said, "My grandfather is about your age, but I don't know if he's alive or dead. There's no news at all. And my younger brother, I don't know how he is either. He had searched but couldn't find him. He had no idea whether he was alive or dead. The sun was so scorching, yet he felt no warmth at all." After driving for nearly 2 hours, Luo Tong finally arrived at the entrance of his maternal grandmother's village. Even before entering, a stench emanated from the village, chilling Luo Tong to the bone, and he slowed down. The green train slowly drove into the village. The ground at the village entrance was littered with corpses, mostly severed limbs crawling with maggots. The village was eerily quiet, utterly devoid of life. The houses in the village were all small, detached 2-story dwellings, some newly built, others old. The walls of these houses were covered in dried blood, its color gradually turning reddish-black. Luo Tong parked the green train at the entrance and got off. His face had been deathly pale ever since he smelled the putrid stench. After Luo Tong got off, the others also disembarked, tossing the keys to Lin Bing. They followed Luo Tong into the village streets. After walking for about 10 minutes, Luo Tong stopped in front of a 2-story house that was neither new nor old. This was his maternal grandmother's house. He stood outside the courtyard, looking at the bloodstains on the ground, too afraid to go in. Lin Bing stood beside him saying nothing. She had to wait for Luo Tong to come to his senses. Footsteps came from inside the courtyard. Luo Tong froze, then rushed in, panting as he pushed open the first-floor door. Looking up, his expression froze. His uncle, now a zombie, was gnawing on someone's leg. Hearing the noise, he slowly turned his head, his gray eyes unfocused. On the ground, only half of his aunt's head remained. His uncle threw away the rotten leg flesh and walked step by step towards Luo Tong. Luo Tong backed away, suddenly beginning to tremble. As her uncle's stiff face drew closer, Luo Tong's tears fell. No, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Suddenly, the door to the inner room was pulled open from the inside. Luo Tong instinctively looked over, and just then her uncle lunged at her neck. Luo Tong stepped back, but her uncle bit again. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar face, Luo Tong didn't know what to do. At that moment, Lin Bing said, "If you can't do it, let's leave. Go check if anyone is still alive. If they're all gone, we'll leave. We only have 5 hours, understand?" She actually wanted to say that killing them would be the best option. After all, living like this was just suffering. However, these people were Luo Tong's family, and it was impossible for her to do it. If it were her, seeing her mother turned into a zombie, she wouldn't be able to do it either. The dark green cactus pierced through her uncle's head, and he collapsed to the ground. The dark green cactus absorbed the transparent crystal core inside her uncle's head. The door opened and behind it stood 2 people. Not human but zombies. Luo Tong's father and mother. Their clothes were clean, except for a horrific wound on their necks. This time the dark green cactus pierced through their heads without hesitation. He had made up his mind. He couldn't let his parents live like monsters. He burned all the bodies of his relatives, then put them together in a small jar and buried them in the nearby cemetery, turning it into a small mound. He even planted a cactus there so they could be found later. Looking at the horribly destroyed village, Luo Tong set fire to his yard, intending to burn the entire house down. Most of the young people in the village had gone to work in the city, leaving only the elderly and children. Therefore, there weren't many zombies in the village. For some reason, most of the villagers hadn't become zombies. They had simply died. The fire was still burning. Luo Tong and his group had already boarded the green train and were preparing to leave when suddenly, a figure ran out of the thick smoke. The person ran quite fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were beside Luo Tong's train, pressing their face against the window. Wei Jin! Luo Tong exclaimed in surprise. He jumped off the train and hugged the person tightly. Wei Jin was his cousin, only a few days younger than him. Brother Tong, it's me. Wei Jin also hugged Luo Tong tightly. You're alive. That's wonderful. Luo Tong's mood, which had been extremely low, improved considerably. He still had family. He wasn't alone anymore. How wonderful. Yes, I'm still alive, Wei Jin said excitedly. After chatting for a short while, the two got on the train. Luo Tong and Wei Jin sat in the back, and Luo Tong kept asking Wei Jin about what had happened to his family after the apocalypse. This time Lin Bing drove the return trip. Lin Bing remembered the route they had just traveled. The journey was surprisingly smooth. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon when Lin Bing and the others returned to their temporary lodging. It was still light out, very early. Luo Tong was quite saddened after learning that her family had been bitten by her grandmother. Seeing Wei Jin, she exclaimed with relief, "Thank goodness you're all right. If you weren't here, I don't know what I would have done." Wei Jin lowered his head and smiled somewhat shyly. After parking the car, Lin Bing prepared to return it and the keys to Han Li. However, as she passed Luo Tong and Wei Jin, Lin Bing unconsciously glanced at Wei Jin. Just then Wei Jin also looked up, their eyes met, and Wei Jin even smiled at Lin Bing. Lin Bing nodded politely to him and then asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Wei Jin glanced at Luo Tong, who answered for him, "I'll get him some, don't worry. If it's not enough, just give him my portion from tonight. It should be enough. Why don't we go in together?" Lin Bing said to Luo Tong and Wei Jin. The others had already gone inside, leaving only the three of them outside. Lin Bing had been waiting for a parking space, while Luo Tong and Wei Jin had been chatting and had taken their time. Lin Bing, Luo Tong, and Wei Jin went in together. When Lin Bing returned the keys, Han Li glanced at Wei Jin thoughtfully, but ultimately said nothing. They ate dinner at 5:30. Dr. Su and Lin Bing cooked together, and Lin Bing ate the same amount as him. As soon as Lin Bing returned, Han Dongdong followed her around like a little tail. He seemed to have something to ask, but every time Lin Bing tried to ask him, he would turn his head away and avoid the question. It was hard to understand what was going on with him. Kids these days are so hard to fathom. At night there were houses and beds, but strangely, no one wanted to sleep alone in the small rooms. Everyone used sleeping bags to make makeshift beds on the living room floor. There were about 20 people, and the floor was completely covered. Because old Zheng was elderly and suffered from rheumatism, he couldn't sleep on the floor, so Han Li and Yuan Qingshan moved a small bed from the guest room down to a separate spot for old Zheng. They continued to take turns keeping watch, 2 people per group. Han Li and the others completely blocked the doors and windows with blankets, preventing any light from getting in, which was quite effective. Han Li turned off the energy-saving light and found a small table lamp. Turning it on, it wasn't very bright, but everyone in the room could see clearly. As for those who couldn't sleep because of the light, there was nothing that could be done. Lin Bing, eyes closed, discussed the cultivation method of the profound ice technique with Lan Pippi in her sleeping bag. When Lin Bing learned that she could simulate the feeling in her mind, and her body would remember it, which would greatly help in learning the technique and upgrading her abilities, she tirelessly simulated it in her mind again and again until she fell into a deep sleep. The next day the weather changed drastically. A howling wind swept through, and the outdoor temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees Celsius. 3 green trains sped along the highway. Inside, everyone was crammed together, but they didn't feel particularly cold. It was past 9 o'clock and the sun still hadn't risen. It was another cloudy day. Han Li felt the road looked vaguely familiar. Just then, he looked up and saw a dirty woman standing not far ahead by the roadside, holding a crying baby. The baby's cries had already attracted the surrounding zombies, who were approaching the two of them. Hearing the train, the woman rushed over, holding the baby, and blocked the train with her entire body. Seeing the people inside, she sobbed softly with excitement and desperately pounded on the train door. 3 green trains brake just in time, preventing them from hitting the woman. The zombies were already close, and Dr. Bai, who was by the train door, got out and killed all the zombies that had come at the sound with a black scalpel. Seeing that Dr. Bai had killed all the zombies, the woman quickly ran to his side, clutching her child repeatedly saying, "Thank you, thank you." Dr. Bai frowned at her. "What are you doing here?" Standing on a main road in the middle of nowhere was very strange. And what was that smell on her breath? It was awful. The woman's clothes were surprisingly dirty, but her body was relatively clean, especially her face. Apart from 2 black streaks on her cheeks, even her earlobes were clean. It all seemed out of place. Dr. Bai became wary. At that moment, Hanli got out of the car and walked to their side. Suddenly, he reached out and took the crying baby from the woman's arms. Lifting the black cloth covering the infant, he saw that the tiny body was covered in wounds, as if they had been bitten off. Some were old, some were new, and the newest wound was still bleeding, bound with an airtight bag. It seemed that because the cloth had been torn off, the cold wind had aggravated the baby's wounds, causing the baby to cry even more. Dr. Bai felt a pang of pain in her heart. The woman, sensing something was wrong, tried to run away, but Hanli used his power to freeze her in place, coldly looking at her and asking, "Did you bite off flesh from this child?" Dr. Bai's face changed upon hearing this. The woman turned deathly pale at Hanli's question and remained speechless for a long time. Hanli then asked, "Where did these children come from?" "This area." Before Hanli could finish speaking, a group of armed men suddenly rushed out of the bushes. They surrounded the 3 green trains and Hanli's group, their faces beaming with smug smiles. One of them said, "So many people, there must be a lot of stuff. We're quite a fat sheep." The man pointing the gun at Hanli's temple said, "Don't move. This gun doesn't have eyes. If you accidentally shake your hand, you're dead." Their headquarters was just ahead. They would use women or children to make passing vehicles stop, then rob them, taking both the people and the vehicles. The women were first trained, and once they were obedient, they would help with the mission. As for the men, if they were honest, they would join their group. If they weren't, they would be killed and eaten. To be honest, although human flesh was a bit gruesome at first, once you got used to it, it was actually quite delicious. The woman remained immobile, her jaw and upper jaw bones frozen in place, unable to speak. A man with an exceptionally large mouth walked up to Dr. Bai, clicking his tongue in admiration. "This kid has such delicate skin and tender flesh, he should taste good. Should we boil him or roast him?" Dr. Bai's anger flared at the first 2 sentences, and upon hearing the last, he couldn't resist any longer. In the blink of an eye, the man's head was severed from his body. Before dying, he licked his lips, seemingly still fantasizing about the taste of Dr. Bai's flesh. Big Mouth. Big Mouth. Third brother, they killed Big Mouth. Bang. 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 Several gunshots rang out, bullets flying in all directions towards Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai bent over, sidestepped, and dodged. Those bullets he couldn't avoid were slashed with a black scalpel. Seeing that they couldn't harm Dr. Bai, the men were both angry and anxious, and immediately changed their target, starting to shoot at Hanli. If they couldn't hurt Dr. Bai, they certainly couldn't hurt Hanli. Seeing the gun was useless, they panicked. Some, quick-witted as ever, pointed their guns at the people inside the green train, preparing to open the doors and let them out as hostages. Bang! 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 They fired several shots into the train's windows. "Sorry, these military vehicles have bulletproof glass. How could ordinary bullets penetrate it?" Hanli handed the crying baby to Dr. Bai, then walked to the man called Third Brother, gripping his gun tightly. The intense heat in his hand melted the tip of the gun. He grabbed Third Brother by the neck and coldly asked, "Where did you get these guns? Where's your hideout? Gun control is restricted in China. How could ordinary people possibly obtain so many guns?" Third Brother, neck stiff, threw the broken gun on the ground and turned away from Hanli. Did he think that silence would solve everything? Seeing his stubbornness, Hanli freed one hand, grabbed Third Brother's arm and pulled him down. Instantly, his hand dislocated. Third Brother felt like his hand was about to break. His eyes red, he roared at the men with guns around him. "What are you standing there for? Go. Kill him. Are you idiots? Didn't you see I've been arrested?" The men took a step back at first, then mustered their courage and charged forward with their guns. More than a dozen guns were all pointed at Han Li from a distance. Dr. Bai worriedly said, "Boss, should we make them come down?" Han Li's expression was calm. No need. Within 10 meters, this was his absolute territory. These men would stop there at most. He wouldn't let them take another step. Third brother was roaring, howling like a banshee. The sound was too loud, so Han Li threw him to the ground. It was much quieter now. Han Li looked down at him. "You won't talk? Fine, let the others talk. Scum like this doesn't deserve to live." Third brother was also a bully who picked on the weak and feared the strong. Hearing this, he knew this man wanted him dead. He immediately cowered, shouting, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. We live in a military factory up ahead. It's abandoned. These guns were brought out of prison by my older brother. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything, I can even be a hostage. Spare my life." Han Li listened to him carefully, analyzing the situation. Older brother from prison, that means he's a criminal. So he stole guns from the prison. Han Li asked him again, "How many of you are there?" The man immediately replied, "Just over 100. This time he lied, they had over 300 people. Over 300, he refused to believe he couldn't handle this kid. Just wait and see. Han Li saw the flicker in his eyes but didn't say anything more, thinking that he could handle anything within 10 meters, and the rest beyond that shouldn't be difficult. Dr. Bai was puzzled as to why all these people were standing so obediently, without moving an inch like statues. He carried the child to Han Li and asked, "Boss, what should we do with this baby? In the apocalypse, babies outside don't live long. Let alone this child covered in wounds, some even festering. Those people were eating the child's flesh, feeding it bit by bit while it was still alive." Han Li could even imagine that there were many more like this in their hideout. He absolutely couldn't let these scumbags live. Chapter 78, The Arsenal. There were about 30 armed scumbags. Han Li had originally planned to leave only his third brother to lead the way and kill the rest. After killing the woman who had appeared at the beginning, a vicious voice came from the sky. "We have hostages. If you kill all our people, we'll kill and eat all 30-odd hostages." Han Li looked up at the sky and saw 3 people who looked somewhat like eagles circling in the air. They had human heads and eagle beaks, wing-like hands and claw-like feet. Their bodies were normal, but their eyes were sharp and sinister. Han Li looked at the eagle men in the sky and asked his third brother, "Who are they? Are they with you?" His third brother was initially delighted to hear the voice, but before his excitement could subside, Han Li's leg stepped on him right in the chest. He hurriedly replied, "There are spies, eagle-faced men. They're all human in disguise. They're quite fierce and only listen to the eldest brother, not even to me." Eagle-faced men, so such things still exist in the apocalypse? Han Li looked up at the eagle-faced man in the air and coldly replied, "Hostages? We don't know anything about hostages." The eagle-faced man in the center of the air said in a sinister voice, "Don't know? Good, don't regret it. Those people were all picked up on the road. Since nobody wants them perfect, kill them and cook them." Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people below were shot and fell to the ground. They weren't dead, but all the bullets hit their legs, so they probably wouldn't be able to walk for the time being. Han Li calmly put his gun back, crossed his arms casually, looked up at the sky, and looked at the people in the air with a half-smile. Under his feet was the man called Third Brother. When the gunshot rang out, Third Brother was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Han Li's actions made the eagle-faced man in the air turn pale. He gritted his teeth and looked at Han Li. "What do you want?" If the person this kid was standing on was their boss's younger brother, would he have been so worried? Han Li calmly replied, "Hostage exchange? Fine, but have your boss bring the hostages over. We'll exchange them here, no tricks." "Okay, I'll go back and talk to our boss. As for whether he agrees, I don't know," the eagle-masked man said, then flew away with a cold face. After the eagle-masked man left, Han Li pulled his third brother out of the ground and smiled at him. "I didn't realize they valued you so much. Not bad." Apart from the dead woman on the ground and the 3 people with gunshot wounds to their legs, everyone else was bound with Luo Tong's green cactus. Yuan Qingshan and Xiao Dao also got out of the car and stood behind Han Li. The others remained in the car. Han handed the baby to Lin Bing, intending to let her try to heal the child with her healing ability. Even if it didn't work, less pain would be better. About 10 minutes later, a series of hurried footsteps approached, getting closer and closer. They had arrived. The leader was bald, his large smooth head adorned with a dragon's quill. He was tall and strong with slightly dark skin, and his lips were everted, always tilting to one side when silent. The muscles in his arms seemed to tear his clothes. He had large scleral show with small black pupils that gleamed with a fierce light. The first thing he saw was the conspicuous Han Li. He narrowed his eyes, stopped and said with a smirk, "You've got some nerve. So you want to see me? And exchange hostages, huh? I've brought them." Han Li glanced at the hostages behind the man, his face turning cold. He said, "Looks like I misheard. There aren't any hostages. In that case, I won't be polite." The bald man did indeed have a group of men behind him, but they all looked menacing, hardly like hostages. Before Han Li could react, Yuan Qingshan struck the nearest scoundrel on the head, killing him instantly. The bald man's expression changed. He had thought that with so many men he brought, these kids would cower before him, but this kid was incredibly bold. Completely unmoved, the bald man glanced around Han Li's surroundings, and when he saw the 3 modified green vehicles, his face instantly paled. These kinds of vehicles were hard to come by, especially modified ones. It seemed this kid wasn't someone to be trifled with. The bald man's slanted eyes darted around, and after thinking for a moment, his tone softened. He said to Han Li, "Brother, I made a mistake. The hostages are still in the house. Why don't you come with me? This time it's definitely for real." "It's all A Ying's fault for not explaining clearly. I thought it was just a brawl, so I called you over." "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, don't mind." Seeing that Han Li was just staring at him coldly and not responding, he felt a little embarrassed, but then he thought that if he could lure this guy into their hideout, even if he was powerful, he would definitely be defeated. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face and he said politely, "We'll go straight ahead. Why don't you brothers wait at the entrance? We're just passing by anyway, it won't bother you, and it'll save you a lot of trouble, won't it?" The bald man looked at the 3 green trains with some envy. Han Li thought to himself that he had always wanted to go to their hideout and wipe them out in one fell swoop. It was only a matter of time. He nodded and said, "Let's go." Besides, the distance was less than 10 meters, all within his control. The bald man led his men at the front, Han Li followed with more than 30 hostages, and the 3 green trains brought up the rear, all heading in the same direction. Ahead, hidden by weeds, was an old arsenal. Han Li, Dr. Bai, Yuan Qingshan, and Xiao Dao waited at the entrance, the end of the rope binding the hostages held in Xiao Dao's hand. The bald man led his men back to the arsenal, staying inside for 15 minutes before emerging. Behind him, besides his ruthless henchmen, were over 30 women of varying sizes, most looking half asleep, their clothes hastily put on. Many were weak in the knees and had to be helped. They were puzzled as to why he had brought them out. Han Li's gaze swept over the women before returning to the bald man. He asked, "Is that all?" The bald man grinned. "Of course, that's all. The rest are men. They're my men." "Where were the men, the children, the elderly?" Xiao Dao whispered to Han Li. "Boss, this isn't right." Han Li turned to Xiao Dao and said, "You guys keep an eye on the hostages. I'll handle the rest." Han Li slowly approached the bald man. The bald man resisted the urge to back away. He wanted to see what this man was up to. Han Li stopped just a step away from the bald man, smiling as he looked at him and his men. Absolute domain bone fixation. Instantly, the group of people were pinned to the spot, finding themselves unable to move. The bald man was shocked, his face changing drastically as he glared at Han Li with fierce eyes. "What are you trying to do?" After saying this, the bald man roared, and suddenly his entire body changed. His head began to flatten, his mouth lengthened, and his conical teeth became sharp and dense. His skin slowly turned dark green, with layer upon layer of thick skin appearing on it. His hands and feet transformed into claws. Suddenly he howled again, sprawled on all fours, and a long tail grew from his spine. He had transformed into a crocodile. However, his 2 hind legs were thicker and longer than those of an average crocodile. Suddenly, he landed on his hind legs and stood up. He stared at Han Li with fierce eyes. Han Li, on the other hand, looked at the crocodile thoughtfully. So, strong enough strength could still break free from the control of his absolute domain? Therefore, this crocodile was extremely strong, even stronger than him. The crocodile opened its mouth. "I'm going to eat you." The voice hadn't changed. It was still the bald man's voice. It seemed that even though he had transformed into a crocodile, he was still the same person. The crocodile opened its mouth, revealing sharp, cone-shaped teeth, and bit at Han Li. Han Li's eyes fell on the bald man's teeth. His eyes flickered. Perhaps he could give it a try. He began to control the crocodile's teeth to grow wildly. In a short while, the crocodile's upper and lower teeth had grown to twice their original size, piercing the crocodile's mouth, bloody and locked in a bite. The teeth were embedded in his own flesh and couldn't be pulled out. The teeth were still growing. The crocodile's mouth was unusable. The bald man stared at Han Li in horror, not even understanding what was happening. He even began to feel fear. His transformed crocodile skin was thick and tough, but attacking from within was exceptionally easy. Han Li tested his bone-based abilities on it for a while before finally burning the crocodile to death and extracting a dark gray energy core from its body. In the end, apart from the women who had been taken hostage, everyone else was killed. The women themselves took guns and fired, crying as they went. Seeing those scumbags all dead, they were speechless with joy. Some even cried even harder. After the people outside died, Han Li led the group of women into the old armory. He remembered there were still 3 hawk-faced men inside. They should still be there. As soon as Han Li entered, he saw a pale-faced young man sitting on the ground, bandaging a wound on his arm. The man's face was terrifyingly pale. He clearly looked malnourished. He stared at Han Li in surprise, his eyes wide, and asked, Where are they? Are they dead?" Han Li nodded, stared at him for a moment, and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He smiled slightly and replied, "My name is Akang, my surname is Liu. You can just call me Akang. I'm a researcher. They asked me to study some supernatural abilities." Han Li turned to the group of female hostages and asked, "Is that so?" All the female hostages nodded. Han Li then dispelled his suspicions and was no longer so wary of the young man in front of him. He asked him, "What are your plans for the future?" The most pretty woman in the group looked at Han Li with confusion. "Weren't you going to help us? Weren't you going to make the arrangements?" The other women also looked surprised, as if to say, "Aren't you going to get involved?" Han Li frowned at the group of women. "We still have a mission to complete and can't stay. Of course, if you want to travel with us, you need to protect yourselves. We can't be your bodyguards." The group of women were stunned. Han Li thought for a moment, then said, "You can choose someone to take charge here and stay. There are guns here, and the location is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's not a bad thing for you to stay here." The pretty woman bit her lip and said, "Can't you leave someone to take care of us? Or, after you complete your mission, have the government send someone to pick us up? I'm from the One family. If you're willing to send me to D City, my family will definitely repay you." "No," Han Li refused. As soon as he said this, the pretty woman's eyes reddened. She suddenly ran over, grabbed Han Li's clothes, and started cursing. "Then why did you kill them? At least they would have given us food and supplies. Apart from sleeping, our safety was guaranteed." As she cursed, she remembered the appearance of zombies and how those things ate people. She became even more frightened and cried even harder. Most of the other women shared her attitude, while a few watched coldly. He had been meddling. Han Li was also furious, but he controlled his strength. While not hurting the women, he pushed away the pretty woman who was grabbing his clothes. She was so tight that she tore his clothes when he pushed her away. Was she even being reasonable? Han Li's head was throbbing. After being pushed away, the pretty woman clung to him again, crying, "I'm pretty good looking too, just take me with you. I won't cause trouble. You can do whatever you want." These words made Han Li even angrier. Was he that kind of person? Because he was unhappy, he used more force, and the pretty woman was pushed to the ground. Lu Tsong, pale-faced, watched the scene unfold, suppressing a laugh. Seeing that Han Li hadn't come out for a long time, Yuan Qingshan and the others followed him in. As soon as they entered, they saw a large group of women surrounding Han Li, crying and pulling at him. some clinging to his arms, some to his legs, all sorts of women. Yuan Qingshan and the others were stunned by this scene. Seeing them, Han Li finally saw a glimmer of hope and yelled at them, "Come here and get me out of here." It was so annoying. He couldn't actually hit a woman. Yuan Qingshan and the others came to help, but they still couldn't separate the women. These women seemed to know they wouldn't really hurt them, and they were fearless, each one pulling at them with all their might, not afraid of Han Li and the others getting angry. And so the noise continued inside. Another half-hour passed. Lin Bing couldn't take it anymore. She handed the little baby fed with the spiritual spring to Luo Tong, then got out of the car and walked into the old arsenal. As soon as she entered, she saw a very comical scene. Several grown men were being entangled by a group of women, and some of the women were even falling on top of the men. Lin Bing coughed twice, drawing their attention, and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, Han Li turned around and saw Lin Bing. He immediately said, "Come here and help me." He was almost going crazy. He didn't know how much effort he had put in to restrain himself from throwing a punch. He was genuinely afraid that if things continued like this, he would punch all these women to death. Lin Bing, suppressing a laugh, slowly walked to Han Li's side and laboriously pulled away the woman's hands that were wrapped around Han Li's neck. The woman was clinging to him, her arms around his neck and her legs wrapped around his waist. As soon as Lin Bing pulled her away, she yelled, "This is my man. What's wrong with me touching him? Don't touch me." Lin Bing looked at Han Li's green face with a mocking expression. Han Li glared at the woman. "What nonsense are you talking about? Get away." This time Han Li used real strength, forcefully pulling the woman off him. The woman's arms were bruised from his grip. At this moment, Lutsong slowly walked over, smiling and suggesting, "Why don't you come in and rest for a while? You can also discuss what to do with these women. After all, you caused this." The more than 100 dead people had been burned. Otherwise, it would have attracted red zombies and spread disease. Adding the 20-odd women inside, there were over 100 people in total, roughly the same number his third brother had mentioned. Han Li searched the entire place and found no one else besides the 20-odd women and Lu Tsong. He had no further suspicions. He was unaware that there were nearly 200 people here. Neither Lu Tsong nor the women had brought up the topic. It was unclear whether they had forgotten or something else. Han Li, Lin Bing, and the others returned to the green train to discuss the women's fate. The woman surnamed Wan, who was still worried, came out with Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong was extremely pale, a deathly white from years of lack of sunlight. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. He calmly smiled at them, discreetly counting the number of people in the train. Han Li and Lin Bing came out first, walking side by side. Han Li lowered his voice and asked Lin Bing, "What do you think we should do? Rescuing them and then abandoning them is worse than not rescuing them at all." Lin Bing replied in a similarly low voice, "Don't you think something's off about this place?" Han Li whispered, "I know. We haven't found the 3 hawk-faced men yet. It's empty inside, and we haven't seen anyone storing food. They can't possibly not be eating. These women's attitude is also strange. They were ruthless when killing people before, but now they're regretting it. I feel like we've overlooked something." After a short conversation, the woman surnamed Wan and Lu Tsong approached. As soon as Mosquito saw the 2 men, he rolled down the car window, stuck his head out and shouted, "Boss, these 2 aren't coming with us, are they? We're already full, there's not enough room, we can't even squeeze in." Han Li looked at Mosquito and said, "We were just about to discuss what to do with the remaining women now that all those people are dead." At the arsenal underground, the people in the underground passage tiptoed towards another location. Leading them were the 3 eagle-faced men. Besides the eagle-faced men, the group also included dog-headed men, cat-headed men and bird-headed men. These strange beings were only a minority. The hawk-masked man, though calm, said unhappily, "I don't know what the boss is thinking. He's telling us to hide in another factory. We're not afraid of those people. We won't lose if it comes to a fight." Another hawk-masked man chimed in, "Stop talking, keep your voice down. We'll just do as the boss says. Don't say anything unnecessary." The first hawk-masked man shut up, but after a while he couldn't help but say again, "That puppet is dead too. Sai, we have to find another one. You know, if the boss hadn't still not gotten the data from the third brother, He wouldn't have sent those people to the arsenal. Sigh, the third brother is dead after all. Chapter 79. The Art of Charm. Actually, they could have just left these women there and left, but they couldn't. The commotion continued until noon. Lutsong suggested, "There's a kitchen and a generator inside. Why don't we go to the military factory to rest and cook?" The woman surnamed Wen kept a close eye on them. Worried she couldn't keep an eye on them alone, so she called out several of her companions to help keep watch, afraid they would run away. Old Zheng was getting on in years, and as people age they tend to soften. Seeing these lonely, destitute women with nowhere to go, he was tempted to help them, but he knew they didn't have enough vehicles, so he didn't bring it up. Instead, he changed the subject, continuing Lutsong's suggestion. "Why don't we go inside and rest? These women are quite pitiful. It would be good for them to have a good meal." Most people agreed. The minority yielded to the majority. These women were all very thin, their faces devoid of flesh, like skin clinging to bones. Originally, with so many people, they wanted to make noodles for convenience, but the women were staring longingly, constantly swallowing their saliva. In the end, they decided to cook a meal instead, with 3 dishes all boiled in a large pot. It shouldn't be too much trouble. Because it was time to eat, even Xu Shui got out of the car, trying not to attract Lin Bing's attention, and quietly blended in with the group of women, going inside with them. 3 people remained outside guarding the car: Mosquito, Dr. Bai, and Xiao Dao. Everyone else went inside. Lin Bing led Han Dongdong into the kitchen, with Han Li following. Everyone in the team knew Han Dongdong had a spatial ability, so no one suspected anything when Lin Bing cooked and they went in together. This time, the vegetables were taken from Lin Bing's spatial ability. They were incredibly fresh, as if they had just been picked. Because Han Dongdong possessed a spatial ability, everyone in the team protected him very closely. Aside from Han Li and Lin Bing, it was usually Han Dongdong's 7 teammates or Luotong who were with him. Ordinary people couldn't get close to him. Xu Shui also tried to sneak up on him but failed. However, after seeing Han Dongdong always carrying a rag doll, Xu Shui guessed that the rag doll might be related to Han Dongdong's spatial ability. Those who had been with the group for a while knew that Han Dongdong's spatial ability was a rag doll. It wasn't explicitly mentioned to newcomers, and whether they knew it or not was unclear. Lutsong looked at the 3 people in the kitchen and asked Yuan Qingshan in surprise, "Don't you need anyone else's help?" Yuan Qingshan shook his head. "No need." Lutsong hesitated for a moment before finally speaking to Yuan Qingshan. "I know where to find fresh wild boar meat. It was hunted yesterday. Do you want some?" Yuan Qingshan's eyes lit up. "Where?" He licked his lips. These past few days he had been eating either dry rations or noodles, and even when he ate rice it was usually accompanied by cured meat. Fresh pork had been a long time coming. Maybe this time he could even have a bowl of hot soup. Lutsong led Yuan Qingshan to the window inside and pointed to a small house in the distance, saying, "It's over there. There's a kitchen over there too. The food is all over there. Everyone cooks there. This kitchen is small. We only eat here when it rains and we're too lazy to go over." Yuan Qingshan smiled, his face already fierce, and this smile made him look even fiercer. He strode to the small kitchen door and said to Han Li inside, "Boss, this kid said there's fresh pork over there. Should we go get it or cook there?" Han Li pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go get it with you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingshan waved his hands repeatedly. "Boss, I'm very strong, I can go by myself. You can rest here, it's fine." Afraid Han Li would object, he added, "There are so many people, you still need to stay and watch them." Han Li nodded and at the same time instructed Yuan Qingshan, "Be vigilant. Leave immediately if you see anything amiss. Also, be careful of that Lutsong." Yuan Qingshan nodded, but then looked at Lutsong with some surprise. His face was deathly pale. His small frame looked like it could be blown away by the wind, and he appeared very weak. Was he that strong? Despite this, Yuan Qingshan still listened obediently to Han Li's words, following behind him cautiously. Hearing about wild boar meat, the women's hearts skipped a beat. Xu Shui, sitting in the middle, watched Lutsong and Yuan Qingshan leave, her eyes darting around. Taking advantage of a break to go to the restroom, she followed the two at a distance. Whether she was here or not, nobody cared. Lin Bing was in the kitchen, her mind preoccupied with the food before her, completely oblivious to Xu Shui. Yuan Qingshan walked quickly with long strides, but Lu Cong was panting after every 3 steps, so Yuan Qingshan frequently stopped to wait for him, wishing he could carry him across. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the place where the wild boar meat was kept. As soon as Yuan Qingshan stood at the door, he smelled the stench of blood and meat. Wild boar meat was completely different from domestic pig meat. Even the smell was much more pungent. The door to this small house was on the other side, so it couldn't be seen from the windows of the arsenal. Only the small house was visible. Lu Cong stood by the door, unlocked it with his key, and went inside first. Yuan Qingshan followed without hesitation, but immediately frowned upon entering. "Where's the meat? There's nothing here." Lu Cong chuckled. "It's in the cellar, otherwise it'll spoil." He then walked to a small corner, pushed aside a table, and pulled back a wooden panel beneath it. A dark, gaping hole appeared before Yuan Qingshan's eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Yuan Qingshan silently retreated towards the door, his hand already touching it, about to push it open. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw a skinned person hanging where the door had been, covered in blood still dripping red. The person wasn't dead. Yuan Qingshan was shocked. He quickly withdrew his hand and began searching for the door. This place was wrong and Lu Cong was wrong too. He had to go back and tell his boss. He searched for a long time but couldn't find the door. Lu Cong walked towards him with a smile, pointed to the dark hole and said, "The pork is down there, aren't you going in?" Yuan Qingshan saw that Lu Cong's expression was completely normal, and couldn't help but wonder if he was seeing things. He turned around and looked again. The bloodied man was still hanging there with a rope. Just then, when Yuan Qingshan looked over, the man raised his head. His skinless face was particularly terrifying. The man moved his lips, but it was unclear what he was saying. Yuan Qingshan turned around and saw Lu Cong also looking in that direction. However, Lu Cong's expression was extremely calm. He merely glanced in that direction and then calmly looked away, as if there was nothing there. Yuan Qingshan pointed to the spot where the person was hanging and asked Lu Cong, "Did you see anything strange there?" Lu Cong replied blankly, "Nothing strange." Yuan Qingshan suppressed his fear and asked Lu Cong, "Where's the door? I need to get out." Upon hearing this, Lu Cong smiled again but slowly said, "Get out? Get out of where?" Yuan Qingshan stared at Lu Cong in shock and anger. "What do you mean? Did you arrange all of this?" After his shock and anger subsided, Yuan Qingshan laughed and said coldly, "You think you can beat me with your small frame?" Although Yuan Qingshan said this, he was extremely wary of Lu Cong, fearing that this kid might have some special abilities. Lu Cong slowly said, "Once you're in here, do you think you can get out?" "Heh." Yuan Qingshan's face turned cold. Suddenly, he attacked Lu Cong, his strong hand aimed straight for Lu Cong's neck. Just as he grabbed it, Yuan Qingshan suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking closely, he realized that he was grabbing a skinless person, not Lu Cong. He turned around in horror, only to see that the person hanging from the roof was still there, but not the same one. So, was there another one? Or was this skinless person Lu Cong? The touch was disgusting, and his palms were covered in blood. Yuan Qingshan hurriedly tried to pull his hand back, but found that it seemed to be glued to the skinless person's neck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. Every time he pulled, the flesh was stretched out and wouldn't sever. Lu Cong. Yuan Qingshan stared at the skinless person in front of him and called out tentatively. There was no response. Yuan Qingshan secretly drew the military knife hidden at his waist with his other hand and slashed at the flesh stuck to his hand. Sure enough, he cut it off. Fine sweat beaded on Yuan Qingshan's forehead. Looking at his withdrawn hand, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then, he discovered something terrible. Although he had severed contact with the skinless person, the cut flesh was still stuck to his palm, as if it were alive, seemingly devouring his skin. Yuan Qingshan's face paled even more. But a moment later, his worry vanished. The moving flesh, after piercing his skin, suddenly began to shrink, turning from red to black, then slowly shrinking until it finally became a charcoal-like substance. Lu Cong saw this clearly. Inside the room, Yuan Qingshan heard Lu Cong's laughter again. So your constitution is so special. Looks like I'll have to spare your life. Ah, what a pity. I finally found such a great body. I was even thinking of tearing off your skin and replacing it with another's. Lutsong's words sent chills down Yuan Qingshan's spine. He strained his ears trying to find the source of the sound. Suddenly Lutsong's voice was chillingly cold. Who's outside? A syringe flew in from the air and pierced Yuan Qingshan's body. Yuan Qingshan fainted. Outside the door, Xu Shui fell to the ground, quickly scrambled to her feet, and ran in terror towards the arsenal, covering her mouth. She'd only taken 2 steps when she realized she couldn't go any further. Lutsong was already standing beside her, grabbing her clothes and pulling her back. Xu Shui gritted her teeth, suddenly ripped off the shirt Lutsong was holding, and started running in another direction, directly opposite the arsenal windows. They would definitely see her. Suddenly, 2 hands appeared from the ground, firmly grabbing Xu Shui's legs. Because she was running, being pulled suddenly caused her to lose her balance and fall face-first to the ground. Help! She only managed to utter one word before a long hand suddenly emerged from the ground, tightly covering her mouth. She stared at the ground in horror. How could a human hand reach so far? And how could someone hide underground? There were only hands, no people. What was this? Lutsong had already walked over, pinching her face with one hand and smiling. Save what, huh? Xu Shui shook her head in terror, tears welling in her eyes. Please let me go. I won't say anything, I'll behave. Xu Shui kept expressing this through her eyes. Surprisingly, Lutsong understood, and he even released Xu Shui. By the time he came to his senses, Xu Shui had already run a few steps, but fortunately, she hadn't gone far, and Lutsong dragged her back. Xu Shui's body trembled even more violently this time, shaking uncontrollably. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lutsong looked at Xu Shui's face and suddenly laughed, saying, You actually awakened a superpower, and you can even charm me into letting you go. It seems this superpower is quite useful. Hearing Lutsong's words, Xu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, and she was overjoyed. The hand covering Xu Shui's mouth loosened, and Xu Shui could speak again. Her first words were, I'm willing to help you, don't kill me. I can be very useful. Lutsong stared at Xu Shui for a moment and said, Your superpower is nothing special. Only able to charm for a few seconds, what's the use? Xu Shui gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. I will try my best. Lutsong slowly said, I have a method, maybe you can try it, but there might be side effects. Looking at Lutsong's dangerous face, Xu Shui readily agreed. Okay. Afterwards, Lutsong led Xu Shui into the room, while Yuan Qingshan lay motionless on the ground, as if dead. Then Lutsong went into the dark cave and took out a syringe filled with red liquid. Xu Shui was a little scared, but she had to stand and let Lutsong inject the red liquid into her body. The red liquid circulated beneath her skin, slowly moving towards her brain. Finally, after circulating throughout her body, it all flowed into her brain. Her eyes began to slowly turn red, and an inexplicable power filled her with strength. She felt fearless. She was the strongest. Her body finally digested the red liquid, and a red petal-shaped mark appeared in the center of her forehead. It started as a red dot, then became a bud, then bloomed, withered, and then returned to being a red dot. Lutsong smiled with satisfaction upon seeing the red dot on her forehead. Pointing to Yuan Qingshan on the ground, he said to Xu Shui, Wake her up. Use your charm on her and see if it works. Xu Shui smiled and slowly approached Yuan Qingshan. Although her features hadn't changed, Xu Shui's face, even without smiling, was incredibly alluring and captivating. Yuan Qingshan was shaken awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, his head spun. Suddenly, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes he had never seen before. He was captivated, mesmerized by them. A melodious voice whispered in his ear, enchanting him as well. The voice gently said, My dear, find a way to get your companions here. Remember, they can only obey me. Yuan Qingshan's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, but the voice continued in his mind. Your name is Yuan Qingshan, and I am your master. As for those companions who won't come, just kill them. The mention of companions immediately reminded Xu Shui of Lin Bing, whom she utterly despised, the one who always seemed to be superior to her. Thinking about it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps she could seduce Han Li. If she succeeded, everything would be fine. Thinking this, Xu Shui said to Yuan Qingshan again, "Take me back with you and find a way to get close to Han Li." Yuan Qingshan slowly nodded. Lu Tsong pondered to the side. It seemed he couldn't wait until evening, so he'd have to act at noon. It looked like he needed to change his plans. He'd have to call those guys back, they'd be happy, heh? When Yuan Qingshan returned, he was carrying several large chunks of bloody meat, which he carried directly in his hands without any covering, looking quite disgusting. Strangely, besides Lu Tsong, Xu Shui was also with him. Wait, that's odd. Did Xu Shui used to look like this? Yuan Qingshan silently took the meat to the kitchen and handed it to Lin Bing. Lin Bing didn't reach for it. There was too much meat, and taking it would just mean putting it aside, and handing it to her would get her hands and clothes dirty. It was better for Yuan Qingshan to put it in a basin. This meat didn't taste right. Lin Bing pointed to the large basin on the ground and said, "Just leave it there. We'll need to wash it eventually." Yuan Qingshan didn't move, staring at Lin Bing expressionlessly. Lin Bing remained silent, arms crossed, staring intently at Yuan Qingshan. What did that look mean? Was it hatred? Suddenly, Xu Shui appeared at the kitchen doorway, giggling. Lin Bing said to put the meat in the bowl, didn't you hear? Before Xu Shui finished speaking, Yuan Qingshan had already obediently placed all the meat in the bowl. Now not only Lin Bing sensed something was wrong, but everyone else standing outside the kitchen also felt something was amiss. Han Liren's voice rang out from outside. "Qingshan, come here for a moment." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingshan immediately went out, with Xu Shui following right behind. Now, even Lin Bing noticed the strangeness between the two. It was too obvious. Before Yuan Qingshan could even approach Han Li, he heard Lu Tsong say worriedly beside Han Li, "This woman suddenly followed us when we were getting the meat. Then I was hit on the head and passed out. I was only unconscious for a short while. When I woke up, I saw the two of them coming over with the meat, so I followed. I don't know what happened." Xu Shui also heard this, her face stiffening for a moment before returning to normal, a smile on her face, her allure even more pronounced. "What did you do to him?" Although Han Li didn't entirely believe Lu Tsong's words, it was clear that Xu Shui must have done something to Yuan Qingshan. Otherwise, why would Yuan Qingshan listen to a strange woman like that? Chapter 80 White Mist. Xu Shui smiled. "I didn't do anything. Why don't you ask him?" She slowly approached Han Li, trying to meet his gaze. She thought this seductive approach would be easier, but Han Li's gaze lingered on her for a moment before returning to Yuan Qingshan. He was worried about Yuan Qingshan. Aside from occasionally reacting to Xu Shui's commands, Yuan Qingshan's gaze was usually blank. The name Xu and Shui churned in Han Li's mind. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. Han Li loosened his clenched fist, his expression becoming increasingly calm. Xu Shui looked at Yuan Qingshan with secret smugness, wanting to say something to provoke them, but unexpectedly, she couldn't speak, and she couldn't move either. What was happening? Xu Shui panicked, her eyes darting around, uttering sounds for a long time, but no sound came out. "Let me go, let me go." She racked her brains for that phrase. Lu Tsong had said that besides charm, she also knew a little bit about communication. It should work, right? It should work. "Let me go. If you kill me, Yuan Qingshan will die with me." She stared at Han Li, repeating that phrase over and over in her mind. "No matter how you controlled Qingshan, now restore him. If you can't, I think you'll be happy to see the zombies slowly devour your body." Han Li's eyes were dark and menacing. "Let me go. How can I help him break the seal if you don't let me go?" Xu Shui thought to herself. Han Li coldly looked at Xu Shui and said, "Your head can move now. Let's begin." Xu Shui twisted her neck and indeed found that her head could turn and her mouth could speak. What kind of superpower was this? It was so terrifying, controlling people without them even realizing it. Just as Xu Shui attracted everyone's attention, a thick white fog rose around the entire arsenal. The window was open and white mist slowly seeped into the room. Perhaps it was too faint, too pale, and no one noticed the unusual phenomenon. Suddenly, the red dot on Xu Shui's forehead began to bloom. Because Han Li and the others were watching her, they noticed it immediately. Han Li coldly asked her, "What's that on your forehead? What's your special ability?" Tell me quickly. Xu Shui was startled, then laughed twice and said, Why should I tell you? Han Li's patience was almost worn down by this woman. At that moment, Lin Bing came out of the kitchen and stood in front of Xu Shui. Looking at the petals on Xu Shui's forehead, she said to Han Li, This seems to be a charm or something similar. She's a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. You'll teach her a lesson if you don't. Then it's up to you, Han Li said to Lin Bing, then stepped aside, leaving the situation to her. Lin Bing had just raised her head when Xu Shui cried out, If Chu Fei knew you wanted to kill me, he wouldn't let you go. Lin Bing smiled. Oh, is that so? An ice blade materialized in her hand, ready to stab Xu Shui in the eye. At least, that's how it appeared to Xu Shui. Xu Shui desperately tried to pull her neck back, but her body wouldn't move. She cried out, I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. It's Chu Fei's child. Don't kill me. The child is innocent. Lin Bing stopped, staring at Xu Shui in surprise. She'd never heard of this in her past life. Could it be a lie? Xu Shui, seeing Lin Bing's disbelieving expression, was almost in tears. She might have some leverage with men, but she was always very cautious around women. Women were often petty and ruthless. Xu Shui kept insisting, It's true. If you don't believe me, have a doctor take her pulse. She was afraid, terrified that Lin Bing would kill her right now. All the way, she had carefully huddled in the car, never showing herself in front of Lin Bing, trying to minimize her presence. If it weren't for the Lutsong incident today, she probably would have continued to avoid Lin Bing until they found the next safe zone. As for Chu Fei, his fate was unknown. She had been driving when Chu Fei collapsed inside. They were being chased by a large zombie, and she had no choice but to bite Chu Fei's hand, letting the blood flow, and then throwing him out to distract the zombie. Finally, she successfully returned to the safe zone. As for Chu Fei, she didn't know, perhaps he had become a zombie, perhaps he had turned into mincemeat, or perhaps he was still alive. Dr. Bai and the other two were still guarding the green train, but Dr. Su was inside. He could take pulses. Lin Bing called him over to take Xu Shui's pulse. Dr. Su held Xu Shui's wrist, pondered for a moment and looked up, saying, It is indeed a pregnancy pulse, but the pulse is very strange. It's like a stillborn child, no, not dead yet, but about to die. Xu Shui knew how to feign weakness to men. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Dr. Su. Could you please beg her not to kill me? At least let the child be born. Dr. Su turned his head away, not replying. Lin Bing pointed at Yuan Qingshan and said to Xu Shui, Undo the spell first, we'll discuss the rest later. Xu Shui shook her head fiercely. No, you won't let me go even after it's undooed. Even a child couldn't soften Lin Bing's heart? When did Lin Bing become like this? It's terrifying. Did she never like Lin Bing? Xu Shui was about to speak when she was horrified to find that Lutsong had appeared beside her with a smile. In his hand he held a thin blade, which he swiftly sliced across Xu Shui's stomach, leaving a large gash. Lutsong reached into her abdomen and pulled out a blood clot, placing it into a glass container filled with a clear liquid. He quickly closed the lid and put the container away. Xu Shui stared at her stomach in disbelief, speechless for a long time. Finally, she pointed a trembling finger at Lutsong and said, You. Lutsong smiled slightly at her. Don't worry, no one else can see. Xu Shui was shocked, her eyes widening further. She quickly turned to look at Lin Bing, Han Li, and the others, only to find them slumped on the ground, their eyes closed. Some had calm expressions, some were happy, some were sad. What was this? Lutsong stared at Xu Shui's belly, thinking, should I remove her uterus too? What if the baby can't withstand the experimental environment? Xu Shui felt a chill run down her spine under Lutsong's gaze, her voice trembling. You mustn't do anything rash. If you do anything rash, I'll scream. I'll wake them up. She knew Lin Bing's collapse was definitely related to Lutsong. Lutsong calmly said. Then scream. Oh, I forgot to mention they're asleep, they've entered my dream world, busy dreaming, they won't wake up. You can scream your lungs out. No one will pay attention. Looking around, the entire room was shrouded in a thick white fog, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Xu Shui wondered. How could they suddenly fall asleep? How did they get caught in a dream? Was this guy playing a trick on them? How did they fall for it? They were just talking a moment ago, strange. She wondered what Lutsong would do to her. They said they were working together, but now it seemed Lutsong didn't need her anymore. Xu Shui was deep in thought when she suddenly heard Lutsong's voice ring in her mind. I won't kill you for now. This undeveloped fetus still needs to be put back into your belly. I'm just giving it some nutrition. Xu Shui was startled. How did you know what I was thinking? Lutsong laughed even harder this time. Didn't I tell you? This is my dream world. I know everything that happens in my dreams, including the dreams they're having right now. I can enter and change them at will. Understand? Xu Shui was thinking about the blood clot Lutsong had taken from her stomach, and the thought of having to put it back in made her feel nauseous. In the thick white fog, everyone was asleep dreaming. Lin Bing felt something was strange. What was going on? How did she end up in a horde of zombies even with 2 or 3 level 3 or 4 zombies? Level 4 zombies could already talk and had intelligence. Those zombies were commanding the horde to surround her. And then a level 4 zombie bit off her neck. She died there with her eyes open, feeling her body being torn apart piece by the zombies. No, this shouldn't be happening. She clearly remembered that Han Li had saved her in time. She hadn't died in the mouths of zombies. Her memory wasn't wrong. It wasn't like this. As Lin Bing was pondering this, the scene suddenly changed. Just moments ago, she was being devoured by zombies, but now she was sitting at a dining table laden with delicious food. Beside her, Xu Shui stood smiling warmly, saying, I know you're tired, this is all for you, eat more. Wasn't this the scene before she died in her past life? No, she wouldn't eat. Lin Bing kicked the table away, stood up and stared warily at Xu Shui. Who are you? She couldn't possibly go back to her past life, and even if she did, she wouldn't have a body anymore. Where was this place? Why were there always things she hated appearing here? Could this be another trick by Xu Shui? Impossible. Xu Shui's abilities couldn't be that powerful, capable of affecting her without her even realizing it. If Xu Shui were that powerful, she wouldn't be so discreet. She had just been talking to Xu Shui when this scene suddenly appeared. Wait, she remembered while she was talking to Xu Shui. Someone walked towards them. Could it be that person? Lutsong. Lutsong tampered with things, but how did he do it? What is his special ability? Where is this place? How do I get out of here? Han Li hovered in midair, like a cloud in the sky, watching the scene below as if it were a play. He saw that he had half his face ruined for Lin Karu. He saw Lin Karu abandon Han Dongdong in the zombie horde, lying that Han Dongdong had used her as bait to lure the zombies. He saw that Han Dongdong, who had survived by the skin of his teeth, was suspected of being a zombie by everyone under Lin Karu's manipulation. He saw that he was dying. What are these? They are clearly not his memories, so why is he so sad? Tears finally streamed down his face as Han Dongdong died. Where is this? Brother, you must live. Who is there? Is it Dongdong? No, Dongdong is clearly still alive. He and Lin Karu weren't that close. Dongdong had never been alone with Lin Karu. These are all fake, all fake. Dongdong, is that you? They are all dreaming. Lu Xian. She dreamt she was working as a prostitute in the red light district. Old Zheng. He dreamt he was researching viruses in a lab. Dr. Su. He dreamt he went back to his childhood when his parents were still alive. Zhou Chun. He dreamt he was kidnapped. Han Dongdong, he was crying. Others. Too lazy to write more. At the arsenal, the sound of orderly footsteps suddenly rang out. Lutsong turned around and saw 3 hawk-masked men and their subordinates. He nodded and said to them, drag all these people to the basement. I've checked them. Many are in good health. We'll find some powerful animals for cell transplantation. The success rate should be relatively high. The hawk-masked men listened to Lutsong very well, and were diligently carrying out his task. Lutsong was a genius but also a madman. He had been imprisoned for life because of a biochemical virus. Later, when the apocalypse came, the bald man and his group unlocked his cell door when they escaped, and Lutsong went with the bald man. These eagle-faced and rat-faced people were all created by Lutsong. He also programmed them with a code in their genes, making them obey only his commands. He'd modified this group too, Inside the green train, Mosquito couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted Dr. Bai in the first train, lamenting, why haven't they come to relieve us yet? We're starving. They've been getting food for an hour and a half already. Are they eating gold? Don't they think about us? Sigh. Mosquito was only complaining. He didn't really take it to heart. Hearing Mosquito's words, Dr. Bai thought of something else. He simultaneously turned on the walkie-talkie in the second car and said to the two of them, "What do you think? Could something have happened inside?" Mosquito exclaimed in surprise. "No way. I was just saying. How could something have happened? Boss and the others are all inside. Who could be so powerful as to take them all down?" Little Knife also frowned. "Impossible." Dr. Bai then suggested, "How about one of us goes to check, or should we all go together?" Neither Mosquito nor Little Knife spoke for a long time before Little Knife finally said, "Let's go together. If something really happened to Boss and the others, even if we go one by one, we might not come back." Okay. The three locked the car doors, grabbed the keys, and were about to head into the arsenal when Dr. Bai, with his sharp eyes, spotted a small circle of white mist near the arsenal, blocking the other two. He whispered, "Let's go, we'll hide to the side, don't go in yet." Aside from Han Li, the team members listened to Dr. Bai the most. As soon as he spoke, Xiao Dao and Wen Zi had no objections and followed him, hiding in a concealed thicket. "What's wrong?" Wen Zi asked softly, his voice barely audible. "There's something strange in there. See that white mist over there? It's only there at the arsenal, nowhere else. There must be something in that mist. Let's take a look first." Dr. Bai explained, pointing to the white mist around the arsenal. "All right, everyone be quiet, spread out, hide." They hadn't been hiding for long when a group of unfamiliar men appeared in the arsenal, about 10 of them. The leader was an eagle-faced man, whom Dr. Bai recognized as the one who had been flying around and shouting at them. The dozen or so men circled the green train, peering through the windows to make sure no one was inside. After confirming it was empty, the hawk-faced man scratched at the glass with his claws, trying to break it, but the bulletproof glass was too sturdy and he failed. They searched the area again but still found no one, and reluctantly returned to the arsenal. A moment later, Lutsong suddenly emerged from inside, his face smeared with blood. He looked disheveled, as if he had fled in a panic. He jumped to the side of the green train, pounded on the door and whispered, "Dr. Bai, Dr. Bai." After calling for a while, no one answered. He then carefully hid on the other side of the train, his eyes darting around, seemingly searching for Dr. Bai and the other two to hide. Dr. Bai, Mosquito, and Little Knife were all hiding in 3 concealed spots. Seeing Lutsong's movements, they all remained quietly in their places, none of them emerging. Suddenly, Lutsong walked towards Little Knife's location, slowly bending over as he went. His pale face appeared even paler in the shade of the trees. Lutsong suddenly rushed into a clump of bushes, parted the branches and peered inside, empty. Still no one. Strange, where had everyone gone? There were only a few hiding places around here. Unless they had gone far away, left this place. Lutsong crouched down again. He hadn't given up hope. A thin layer of mist began to spread from his palm. The sharp-eyed Dr. Bai was the first to notice it. He didn't panic, nor did his breathing become erratic. He minimized his presence. The mist slowly expanded, and seeing the white fog approaching Dr. Bai's hiding place, he thought if things got too difficult, he'd just have to confront Lutsong head-on. There were 3 of them. He'd have to rely on his strength. Just as Dr. Bai was about to act, Lutsong suddenly stood up and ran towards the arsenal. A loud bang echoed as an explosion occurred at the arsenal, and the white mist within suddenly dissipated. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Lutsong's mouth. His eyes turned fierce and fanatical. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve and ran quickly towards the arsenal. Han Li woke up standing in the thick white mist, lost in thought. The hawk-masked man was startled to see him awake. No one had ever escaped their boss's dream world before. Yet this man had managed to. They surrounded Han Li, but dared not get too close, fearing he might harm them. Han Li stood up and saw the hawk-masked man holding Han Dong Dong. Han Li's face turned icy. Almost instantly, the hawk-masked man was sent flying, his body crashing into the wall. Simultaneously, he burst into flames, exploding with a bang. Han Li gently held Han Dong Dong in his arms.